Now we are.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Wednesday? Things have been strange today.
It was the Americans, it was the Yanks, it was the shotgun wavers, the burger munchers, those who paint their penises red, white, and blue.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so it was incredibly obvious to anyone paying attention.
I feel like you may have buried the lead a little bit, but...
You don't say.
Just a little bit. So, of course, the thing that is on everybody's, the main news today is that the Nordstream 2 pipeline got blown up.
Mysteriously blew up. Oh my god, who could it have possibly have been?
Who could it have been? Today we will be investigating the caper of Nordstream 2 and other silly things. Because I thought we'd also start with something particularly funny that is not related to the Nordstream 2 investigation, but is hilarious. But first, before the show, Ornu sent $20. Hey, thank you, Americans. Why would we sabotage our allies? Germans and Brits. Why would we freeze our own pipeline? Chinese. Why would we allies relations? Russia. Gas bill went down again. That means more vodka money. So it is certainly part of the... is that the Russians did it. There's theories that... I've heard that some of the other European nations did it, but we will get into it because we've got a list of culprits and we're going to go through them and the evidence for each potential culprit. Yes, in this whodonit. And Lamented a Guide for Two says, "Hey, Crown Crew." Again, I do like that. What's on the menu today? I think we'll start with this particular bit of news, Spoon, if you don't mind. Before we get into the whodonit, thought we'd start with lighter.
I mean, that's only lighter if you're not racist. And we are, so it's not light at all.
If my... hang on.
Yeah,
if my audio's... It's not lag, it's the sensitivity. It should be fine now. Is that better?
Okay. Yes, it is.
It's because I turned it up because...
I was wondering why you're jumpy.
Yeah, because Bill was talking the other night, and then I was also doing a thing, so I turned my sensitivity way, way, way up to avoid the background noise. Anywho, should be fine now. So here we have millions of horrified Apple users receive vulgar N-word notification. News site Fast Company, which is a business magazine, is forced to shut down its entire website after hacker accessed its system. Message. This particular racist message is something that is a bit of a meme on 4chan's poll board, so I have seen it before. Don't worry, it won't be on the on the screen here. You won't have to avert your eyes. Your virgin eyes will be safe from seeing the dreaded N-word.
But it's still saying tongue my anus.
It does still say that part. Just remember, Kissa for £5 says off topic, but your favorite niece is mastered walking, so big hugs and kisses to her from everyone here. Oh, that's adorable. Thank you, Kissa. That's awesome too. Here's something not so wholesome though, but still funny. Subscribers of the media publication took to social media shocked by the racist push notification. Fast Company said hackers broke into publishing tools and sent 2 obscene and racist push notifications about a minute apart. Apple News said in a tweet that it had disabled Fast Company's channel after Tuesday night hack. The media publication called the hack vile and regrets such abhorrent language appeared on its platform. So yeah, here's the the message in question.
I mean, if I was there and I looked at this up like, oh my god, what the fuck, this is funny.
I mean, it's just funny to see, like, I mean, it would have been hilarious to see this show up on normies' phones for sure.
Jarnique in the chat, like, how dare you saying I was responsible for this? If I was responsible
for
this, it would say the F word, not the N word.
Oh, okay.
It would also make more sense if it was that. I do enjoy saying the F word. Shame I can't say it here. It's one of my favorite words.
I know. Oh, tell me you actually said it. Please tell me you muted yourself. We're only like 3 minutes in, dude.
Of course I mute myself. How dare you think I'm that irresponsible?
All right.
I'm offended that you would even say that.
I know.
I may be slacking, but I'm somewhat professional sometimes.
That's our quick fun news, I suppose, of the day.
I like the way you think this is fun. It says a lot about your sense of humor.
It's hilarious. That's
a
yeah.
Of
course it's hilarious. Which?
The one on the screen.
You know that there's like, I don't know why you don't watch the stream and why you instead watch the stream of the stream. So then you're always like 30 seconds behind. Look at what I'm streaming on Discord so that you're not lagging.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
When it goes to YouTube, it's like 30 seconds delayed.
No. What I'm showing on my screen is the same thing you have on Discord. It's the same black woman's face acting surprised.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, look, Titan appears to be walking off stage. Because he's a gimp.
So, again,
do I have to have your screen?
pipeline, yeah. Pipeline go boom.
Pipeline go boom boom.
NATO says sabotage behind destruction of natural gas.
Of course, they would say that.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way that they push this article out as if no one was like.
Yeah.
Like,
but there's some interesting
would
stuff
you ever
here,
admit it if you did this? No, it would cause international outcry if you did. So naturally, no, they wouldn't.
What? Wait a minute. They say they have a free article. Why is it? What the fuck?
See, this is what happens when you have gay articles.
Oh my god! It just said it was fine, and now it's trying to fucking cuck me again. Holy shit!
The Forbes article?
Yeah.
Yeah, Forbes is kind of gay.
Okay.
I can't read shit, by the way. The writing is tiny. Let's see if I can make it bigger.
I'm making it bigger.
That's what she said.
So now it's justified, strangely, but whatever.
Making it bigger is justified? Okay. That works.
Sure.
It's huge now.
Yeah, there you go. That's what she said. NATO's Security General said leaks on Nord Stream pipelines for sending natural gas from Russia to Europe were the result of sabotage. Discussed the sabotage on the Nord Stream pipelines with Defense Minister Morten Vodskov, says Jens Stolten on Twitter. We address the protection of critical infrastructure in NATO countries. Nord Stream 1 and 2. Yeah?
It's really funny to me that everyone has been so on board with Ukraine and Russia, and this is now the bit that makes people go,
yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. It's making people finally maybe have a thunk. You're starting to think for a minute.
The left is oddly quiet about this one.
Starting to think maybe like when we were talking about all this stuff forever ago, but maybe we weren't just totally pulling out of our asses and actually paying attention and stuff a little bit.
Maybe.
Lamented Guide for Two says boomer spoon equals spoomer. Yes, very much so.
Boomy spoony. Oh, Dank did a video on this. I'm dying to see what he's been saying.
Oh, yeah. Nord Stream 2 was finished last year, but Germany never opened it because Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th, according to German security.
That's not the reason. That's a lot of...
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
Yeah, that's crap. It's because it's because Germany would get a new level of economic freedom if they were to get their energy from Russia. That's the reason why. That's the reason why. It's all of this is because Germany, or the Americans rather, do not want Germany to have any shred of economic power outside of the grip of Washington, because the Germans would kick the shit out of America.
Probably. We'll get into that later. Maybe it's some leftover animus about World War II, which Vosh brings up, where he's like, "Man, the Americans should have just destroyed Italy like they destroyed Germany, and then totally restructured it and use it as a puppet state." It's essentially what he says. I'm like, "Holy shit!" That's why I want to watch that Vosh video. It's like, "Wow,
admitting that is what happened to the Germans."
What a dude! Wow. Wow. Okay, just that guy says the craziest shit. Is such a tyrant. Some speculated that Russia was behind the attack on its own pipelines. The attack was, quote, probably premeditated and planned for several weeks before it occurred, an anonymous British military officer told the Times of London. Yeah, we'll look into that some. This is not some casual terrorist act. It has to be a government, said Michael Clark, a British military expert. Privately, everyone is convinced this is a Kremlin-inspired piece of sabotage. No, I don't think so. A Kremlin-inspired piece of sabotage. Okay, we're going to get into that. Again, we'll go through it. No, not everyone, though. That's... I don't think so. Because why? I mean, should I just ask you the question right now? Why would Russia blow up their gas pipeline that they just finished and spent billions and billions of dollars on?
Yeah, they spent like $12 billion on it.
Yeah, why would they just blow it up? And by the way, we'll get into this too, but it's probably unsalvageable.
Is it?
It's looking like that. It's very possible that it's unsalvageable. That or that the amount of what would have to be done to it is a lot. Here, I'll bring this up. It's from Das Spiegel. I'll just bring it up real quick since I was mentioning it. Take me a second to translate this.
It looks like giant. I almost said the F word. It looks like giant cigarettes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. German security. So again, this is translated from German, but as far as I understand, this is correct. German security. It says, according to calculations by the Danish Energy Authority, half of the gas from the Nordstream lines escaped. Federal police strengthened marine protection.
This is before after the Americans were drilling in the region.
Yeah. So more than half of the gas has already escaped from the lines. The lines are expected to be empty on Sunday. The authority calculated the climate load on the gas outlet corresponds to about a third of Denmark's total climate pollution in 1 year. However, there was no specific health risk. In the meantime, the crisis team has stepped up. The first step to control German territorial waters by the federal police is about the information. But I think here I want to get to the part where they talk about whether or not it's possible to fix this. Okay. Although there's no gas left via Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2, it was not put into operation due to the Russian attack on Ukraine, but the case raises new questions about energy security in Germany and Europe. After the alleged attacks, natural prices rose again. Russia's beneficiary of high prices with Vladimir Putin at the time. Sorry, where was the part here? Right. Germany is now trying to further analyze the situation with the Danish and Swedish authorities. It's very difficult to carry out the corresponding searches at a depth of 70 to 80 meters. The German territorial waters are controlled by the Common Lake Location Center from the Federal Police and the Coast Guard, the states of Cuxhaven, because of security concerns. This is about the EU threatening it, but or threatening Russia. However, it does seem that there is at least some concern they might not be able to get it working again without a huge amount of repairs, because the ocean water has flooded into the pipe, right?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So it's probably going to cause a lot of damage. That's the problem with it, right? With this, so who knows? But it could take a lot of money or a lot of time before it's able to get back running again. But again, the question is, why would Russia blow up its own pipeline that they just built?
Yeah. They don't gain anything from it. They can just turn the tap off.
Right. Remember, Russia's in charge of the gas that's flowing out of this pipeline. They could just turn it off. They could just, turn the spigot.
They gain nothing by blowing it up. No sense. None.
Well, I mean, I've tried to understand the arguments, and it's like, it's just that they're... No, I haven't even really heard any ones. I haven't even really heard one that makes any kind of sense. But if the Russians...
This is against people who are trying to peddle propaganda, so I don't think that people don't even make any sense at the best of times. Given this, it's like, yeah... No.
Well, here we go.
No one is buying this.
Here's the allegation here. It's on September 16th, Putin said that if Europe wanted more natural gas, it should lift sanctions on Nord Stream 2. The bottom line is, he said, if you have an urge, if it's so hard for you, just lift the sanctions on Nord Stream 2, which is 55 billion cubic meters of gas per year. Just push the button, everything will get going. So why would he blow it up?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he just turn it off? He's saying, hey, if you lift the sanctions, we can, we can turn the gas. Mark, will we get into that one, into that Biden bit? Yep. And Jessica Newland said, not Jessica, Victoria Newland said nearly the same thing a month before Biden did. So we'll get to that one
Why is this so bad?
soon.
Why is it so horrible if Russia wants to sell resources to Europe? Why is it bad? I thought trade among nations was supposed to be good.
Because Russia bad.
Yeah, but no, Russia's not bad. Russia, horrible, evil, authoritarian. Oh, but buying oil from Venezuela, Iran, or Saudi Arabia, that's totally justified.
Oh, it is. What do you think? How about this one? It's all right, Germany. Don't worry about buying from those evil Russians. You won't need to. You can just make a deal with the UAE. They've never done anything suspect or immoral ever.
The UAE is one of the more saner regimes of the Middle East. I'll give them that.
Yeah,
but
that is true. That is true.
Much. It's like saying we're going to buy from horrible authoritarian regimes. Well, Nazi Germany is better than the communists.
Or the
Please for
Saudis.
death
Or it might be from the Saudis as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Americans. Yeah, we've just knocked off Libya and who was the other one? Iraq and some Afghanistan. And we did a deal with the Saudis. We hate monarchy, but we're going to do a deal with the Islamic one to back our petrodollar.
Yeah, we're
But
fine
if
with
you
that one.
buy from Putin, you're a horrible person.
That's fine.
Fuck off, you
That's fine.
green-faced hypocrites.
So yeah, again, fine. Make a deal with the Saudis and UAE. That's fine. But Russia really evil, so don't do that one. Okay.
The hypocrisy from the Americans is astounding. It's just
It really is.
unbelievable.
It truly is.
This, I do believe America did this, and it just makes me go, I hate America with a fucking passion for doing this.
So here's the explanation, right? Here's the explanation. If the Russians did it, said Clark, this is a strategic own goal because although it increases isolation that there will be no Russian gas for Europe this winter. What? It actually destroys Russia's credibility completely with European customers for the next couple of generations. What?
Yeah, so why
they're saying they want to turn back the gas back on, but you're putting sanctions on them.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Why would they not just turn the gas off? This does not make any sense
whatsoever.
Increases the sense of isolation that there will be no you mean the dark winters you've been warning about how no one will be able to afford any gas this winter because there's a crisis?
The thing is
how about now? How about now?
The thing that worries me the most is that there's a lot of people that suspect it's the Americans. I don't think it's the Russians. I don't think anyone with any ounce of sense would think it's the Russians. So if you look at the Americans and go, you just bombed a foreign country's piece of infrastructure. If it's ever found out you did this, you can kiss any allies you have goodbye. Because they would say, this is the shit you do for global dominance. You're a fucking horrible empire.
As of us talking right now, there has been a response from some people in the American government, but of course, Biden has not responded yet.
That's probably the only fucking response.
That is it.
Yeah,
I've got it. So the anonymous British military source upon which the Times relied extensively expressed uncertainty that it was in fact the Russians and viewed it as a tactical error if it was. Of course. But if it was, as we're saying, he doesn't think it was the Russians, and if they did, it was a tactical error because, if it is them, I think they've pulled out a blinder. Russia has absolutely no influence over the West except for this one gift, gas.
Yeah.
Then why would they do that? Exactly. That doesn't make any sense. The Kremlin, for its part, hotly denied the accusation. It's quite predictable and also predictably stupid to give a voice to these kinds of narratives, said Putin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. Both branches were filled with gas ready for pumping. And this gas is very expensive, said Peskov. Now this gas is disappearing into the air. Yeah. Why? Again, if they did this, it's so dumb. Like, that, it doesn't make any sense. Russia has shown a strong interest in protecting its pipelines. Yeah. So again, last week, Russian security agencies claimed to have prevented a planned attack by the Ukrainian military on the Turkstream pipeline, which sends Russian natural gas to Turkey and southern Europe. So, but they'll blow up this one, the one they just finished. Spokespersons for the Ukrainian government denied it, of course. The U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, did not accuse Russia and instead said it was, quote, no one's interest to destroy Nord Stream 1 and 2. The United States and NATO/the EU seem remarkably relaxed about the sabotage of a piece of critical infrastructure. Reported an oil and gas reporter for Reuters. Yeah, that's the part that you and I have picked up on, that, like, it's all right-wing people talking about this and conservative-leaning people who are talking about this. And the left is at large, like so many of the left-wing pundits are acting like this didn't even happen. I mean, I know it happened today, so we'll get into it.
But out of curiosity, is anyone in the chat good at Photoshop?
Me, Spoon?
I have a good idea for a meme.
Yeah.
You need to find that World War poster, like I Want You, the Uncle Sam one.
Yeah.
Photoshop some like frost around his beard and nose, and then say I want you, and then say underneath to freeze to death.
Oof, that's dark. Well, I mean, it's
good propaganda.
So, Nord Stream 1 and 2 were not delivering gas, but there is an important precedent/principle. Lack of high-profile response from Washington, London, and Brussels itself is an important story. Yes, it sure is. It is very telling. But the loss of Nord Stream 1 and 2 could have indeed been the benefit of rival gas suppliers. The day before the leak, Poland and Norway opened a new 850-kilometer natural gas pipeline, Baltic Pipe, through Denmark. The day before.
Yeah. Not at all suspicious.
We'll get into that more too. Indeed, European leaders praised the pipeline as a much-needed alternative to Nord Stream 1 and 2. Norway's energy minister called Baltic Pipe, quote, a milestone on the important path towards European independence. And concerns were growing among that. After a cold winter without Russian natural gas, European leaders might seek to relax sanctions on Russia and restart natural gas imports. Last week, Prime Minister Viktor Orban of Hungary said he wanted to see an end to EU sanctions against Russia. Permanently destroying the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines closes off the possibility of Europe returning to Russian natural gas imports. Yep. And it's interesting they say permanently, because again, that's what that other Tas Spiegel article seemed to be implying, is that it's going to be really hard to fix these if possible at all, without completely rebuilding them essentially,
look at that
or major
part.
parts of them.
Read that next part.
Der Spiegel reported that the CIA warned Germany weeks ago of a coming attack on natural gas pipelines, Nord Stream 1 and 2, which transport natural gas to Russia and Germany. Der Spiegel notes that Russia could have pulled off such an attack on the pipelines, but it's difficult to see whether Russia or Ukraine could have an interest in such an incident. The CIA told you it was going to happen. Who do you think could have done it then? The CIA is telling us that there's going to be an attack on a Russian natural gas pipeline in the next couple weeks. I bet that must mean that the Russians did it. What?
Yeah.
How? I mean, try to walk me through the logic there.
If you knew there was an attack, why didn't you stop it?
Yeah.
What is your evidence for there's going to be an attack? Based on what? Oh, we're the CIA. Where's your information? Where are you getting it from? Based on what?
Yeah. Yeah.
And how'd you know it's going to be several weeks? That would lead me to the conclusion you know something.
Yeah.
And then it just happened, and you don't say shit. Where is the "we told you so"?
Well, there it is.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Normally, if shit like this happens, and something like this happens, the result would be "we told you so," and you didn't do anything. When the person who warned you doesn't say "we told you so," that's kind of suspicious.
Yeah. Dude Guy McPants for $10 says joint venture between the U.S. EU to keep people from rebelling for Russian gas.
Yeah,
potentially. Arthur, I know you are seething in the chat. I know that you don't think it's possible that the United States would ever do something like this, let alone other European countries would ever do something like this.
Yeah, but that's
and
because
instead it's that the Russians just
living in Russia.
blew up their own very expensive new pipeline to own the West, which again, as we just went through, even a lot of, we'll go through more of them, experts are saying doesn't make any sense.
I have a good way to live your life.
Does Europe, by the way, have gas supplies for this coming winter? No. Yeah, but they do have a decent amount for the winter. They're still going to overcharge because they don't have the incoming flow of it, okay? So the prices are going to go way, way up. It's going to get, which is the whole point. It's not that there will not be any gas. It's that the price of gas is going to be incredibly expensive, and that means people are going to die.
Yeah, because they can't afford it.
That they can't, because they won't be able to afford it to keep themselves warm. So it's not that there is no gas. It's that the price of it is going to go up exponentially, and that's the issue. Not that there's no gas. It's about the price. Speaking of which, an online debate erupted between senior Polish officials over who was responsible for the destruction. A former Polish defense minister, Radek Sikorski, attributed the United States to the sabotage. Thank you, USA. I don't think he was attributing. He was just saying thank you. Thank you, USA, Sikorski wrote on Twitter. He was the Minister of National Defense from 2005 to 2007 and served as Deputy Minister of National Defense and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Previously, he is currently an elected member of the European Parliament.
Of course he is.
Yep. Poland's Secretary of State... Poland's Secretary of State Stanislaw Zaryan denounced Sikorski's claim on Twitter as Russian propaganda calling it a smear campaign against Poland, the US, and Ukraine, accusing the West of aggression against NS1 and NS2, authenticating the Russian lies at this particular moment jeopardizes the security of Poland. What an act of gross irresponsibility!
That's such cope. Like, oh my god.
I mean, it really sounds like some severe cope right there. I mean, what makes you think that he was saying that, like, ironically, or that he was saying that because he's a fan of Russia? He was a Minister of National Defense. I don't necessarily think and he's Polish. I don't really think he's the biggest fan of Russia.
How come we're so sure of ourselves? Because we happen to be over 30 years old. That's why.
And because I've been reading about this all day, and we're going to go. And I've been reading about this whole situation for months. President Joe Biden promised on February 7th to prevent Nord Stream 2 from becoming operational if Russia invaded Ukraine, which I will have to bring up because it was on this page. But again, Forbes is being lame. I'll try to reload it. If Russia invades, says Biden, there will no longer be a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it. Reporter, but how will you do that exactly? Since the project is in Germany's control, I promise you, we will be able to do that. It's on this page. If not, we'll go pull it up so we can just see. I'm not making it up. It's not. This is not Russian. Here's the tweet. Thank you, USA. And here's Biden saying it.
Let me answer the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
Sounds like.
But how will you do that exactly? Since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control.
We will. I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Well, there it is. I mean, he said he'd promised he was going to do it. Or that they had the capacity to do it. Not the only one, by the way. As I brought up before, I'll just do it through YouTube rather than put in the watch together. I'll just do it here right now.
With regard
Here's Victoria Nuland. She said this in January of this year. Why do I keep calling her? Her name is Victoria, right?
Yeah, Victoria Nuland.
Yeah, which we can talk a whole lot about her. But if you'd like more information about
horrible human being,
Victoria Nuland, she is the one on the phone call about talking about who they want to put in charge of Ukraine.
Yeah, she's
after the Euromaidan
for the coup in Ukraine.
I'm just saying she's the one on the phone. I won't say she's in charge of, but it's a very, very suspicious line of events that have occurred around Victoria Nuland and Ukraine.
The EU,
you can watch my 2-hour-long video on it, but if you would like to, I could pull up the exact stuff on her if anyone's so interested. But just interesting that this is what she said in January.
With regard to Nord Stream 2, we continue to have very strong and clear conversations with our German allies, and I want to be clear with you today. If Russia invades Ukraine, one way or another, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward.
Well, didn't sound like it was an option, just like Biden didn't seem to give them an option. Some oil guy for £9 says, why bother blowing it up in a difficult and dangerous operation when you could just initiate a pressure vent from the comfort of your control room? Another good question. If you wanted to blow up your own pipeline that you just finished building.
Yeah, why?
Jarnegi for 5 says, crazy thought, maybe it was both the Poles and the US. It was, I mean, I'm not saying exactly who it was, who done it. That's why we're investigating the caper. But it seems to be a consistent. I just have a hard time believing it was Russia. But let's hear the other side.
By the way, there's no one how the Americans would admit to this because it would be a declaration of war.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no one how they're going to admit to this. Is this working yet?
See if you can get into this order. I can't get into it anymore. But here, this covers the TLDR. Oh, maybe it'll work if I do that thing. Hang on. Whoops. Hang on. Dude. Because this is what I actually wanted to read. Can I just do a...
Financial
remove this
Times?
stuff? No, it won't let me actually get into this article anymore. I think I clicked on it too many times now. It won't let me open it. But here's the TLDR of it on this page. Suspicious leaks in 2 major Russian pipelines transporting gas to Europe via the Baltic, blah, blah, blah. Nord Stream 1 transporting gas. See if you can pull this up, that Financial Times article, because it's got the stuff in it that I wanted to find. And I, for whatever reason, fucking Financial Times is begging me for money. I could just pay them, but and there's like no way for me to get into it at this point. They've totally locked me out of the article. It's really frustrating because I was just reading it earlier and it just shut me out.
Oh, I can't see it either.
Is it locked up for you too?
Yeah, it's kind of gay.
Hang on a second then. Let me just fucking give them $1 or whatever.
No, don't give these
'Cause
people
it-
dollars.
Oh, they want me to have to sign up for a whole year. I think it does have some of the details in here though.
Why can't you just type it in and then just look for it on a different website?
This is the different website, but it's not very good. it's
No, I
not
mean-
complete about either. Oh, maybe
okay.
Al Jazeera's got it. Okay.
No, here it is. Oh yeah, there. it
Yeah,
is.
here we go.
Al
Poland
Jazeera.
Prime Minister Matusz Morawiecki said the leaks were caused by sabotage, while his Danish counterpart Mette Frederiksen said it was hard to imagine that they were a coincidence. Today we are faced with an act of sabotage. We don't know all the details of what happened, but we see clearly that it's an act of sabotage related to the next step of escalation of the situation in Ukraine.
Yeah, who are the ones who's been trying to escalate the situation, and who's the one trying to bring back peace and go back to, you know, selling energy? American.
Oh, climate impact. So again, Poland, Denmark are both are saying that officials from and Germany are all saying that Russians sabotage themselves.
Yeah, right.
Uh,
No one believes that.
I have an article that I'd just like to read over it. But of course, this is what we have heard out from the U.S. World War III, anyone? Trump shares video of Biden on Nordstream 2 that Kremlin used to accuse U.S. The video that we just watched.
U.S. denies, of course they would.
Right.
This is kind of fascinating. Who do you believe more, the Americans or Putin?
At this point, horrifyingly,
Putin.
I'm more likely to believe Putin because I do
Way
not trust the U.S.
more
government
do I
whatsoever.
believe Putin than the
Yeah,
Americans. by
which is
fucking
just
miles.
terrifying. It should never be a thing that I should have to
I've
think or
heard
say.
I have heard Putin talk. I've heard him see speeches for quite a while. He can actually be coherent, whereas Biden is not allowed to talk without adult supervision.
Yeah,
So
he's
it's
going to
like-
have a whole bunch of people there.
And every time he does, he has aides walk back what he said. So it's like, who do I think is really in charge? Do I think Putin is more in charge of Russia or Biden in charge of America?
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
saying, I'm pretty sure at least Biden's not in charge of America.
Biden is
Of
not even in charge
America.
of what he wears. I don't know what he fucking says.
Yeah, true. So, says, remember, nearly every time Biden opens his mouth, yeah, you have this administration saying he didn't mean the things he said explicitly.
There we go.
Except
Thank
this
you.
time. Yes, exactly. This time he didn't mean, or he does mean what he says. Take him seriously. All the other times it's just a screw up. How interesting, right?
I
So
like the way that it's become normal for him to say some shit, and everyone else looks at the aides and you're like, "What did he actually say?" And I was like, "No, for once he's actually being serious." Like, yeah, we're not going to believe him
Yeah.
now. It's like,
right. I guess so. Like we're always supposed to believe that he knows what's up and he's totally in charge and he wouldn't ever make such a super stupid gaffe. It's just an accent because he's got a stutter. Wow, how dare you make fun of a man with a stutter? And now it's like
funny.
nah.
It's funny now that when he says something so preposterously stupid, everyone else is asking you that. It's like, surely he couldn't have said something that dumb. And I was like, no, he actually did. We're like, what the fuck? That means
Bro.
that means the aides are agreeing with him.
Yeah,
That means
guess
whoever
so.
controls him before is okay with this.
Yeah.
I should have said that in my video,
Well,
actually.
This
This is terrifying to me.
Moscow is pointing the finger at the United States, declaring Washington is obliged to explain its alleged role in the sabotage. A U.S. official denied the accusations, according to the Washington Post. DailyMail.com has reached out to the White House for comment.
That's not gonna
Trump
say
has
shit.
no. Trump also appeared to back Russian theory on Wednesday when he posted
That is
social
so not
app a
gonna
video of
help.
Biden from February pledging to bring the end of Nord Stream. I mean, like again, what do you? He says, "I will end it." The woman asks him, "How are you going to do that?" It's in German under German control the project, and he says, "Don't worry, I'll just do it." Well, it's done now. And asked for clarification on his stance, Trump spokesman Taylor Budowich says the statements speak for themselves. I think they do as well. I really think they speak for themselves. So, as of right now, then of course, that's all we've really heard from the Biden admin is just that an official talked to the Washington Post and said we didn't do it. Okay, I guess we're supposed to believe that.
I still don't think Trump was right that this is the fault of German stupidity. I think shutting down their own fucking energy and listening to the jackass Americans who are on their soil, I think that's the stupid part. I think if they were to tell Americans to fuck off, we're going to do business with Russia and Yankee Uncle Sam can eat a dick, none of this would have happened.
Yeah.
But that's just my take on it because I'm very pro-Putin. I am a Putin simp apparently. Hooray, Papa Putin. No, I said common sense.
Trump line compared the pipeline's gas leak to the potentially devastating storm heading to the Strait of Florida. He said Hurricane Ian was not as important as the damage in Europe's waters. I agree, although we will talk about the hurricane a little bit. Everyone is talking about the big hurricane barreling into Florida, as they should be. But perhaps a far more important event in the longer term was the announcement that Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines out of Russia has been sabotaged, he wrote in the earliest of his 3 posts. This could lead to major escalation or war. In that statement, Trump also stated that he brought the pipelines to the world's attention as president when I explained how crippling reliance on it could be for Germany and other parts of Europe. Everybody laughed at the time, but they're not laughing anymore, he wrote.
I don't know what accent that is supposed to be.
What? It's my best.
I know it's my best Trump. But it sounds like the best Pierce impression.
It's my best. All right. Way, so here we go. Arthur, I know you don't like our answers. Let's walk through it. Let's walk through the whodunit. We have this article by Jim Hawk.
He's a Yankee boy cocksucker who lives in Russia, so I don't care. He has no opinion.
Did you read this article?
No.
You should read it. Let's read it.
Oh, is this the one from the Gateway Pundit?
Yes.
Yeah, I did read that.
Okay, so this is why I put this one in here. Okay, let's follow through. With it's a fucking little gnat and it's driving me nuts. Okay, we know the background. We got it. Okay. All right. Nordstream is dead, and the question becomes, whodunit? Means, motive, and opportunity. To fix a crime on a suspect, police try to establish means, motive, and opportunity. If the victim was shot in his home with no signs of force or entry or struggle, the suspect will be people known to the victim who had access to the murder weapon and reason to kill him. Take away any one element, means, gun, motive, gain, opportunity, access, and the case falls apart. If we bounce all 3 elements against the reasonable suspects, one suspect stands out. Means eliminates most suspects. Only a government with an advanced naval warfare capability would have been able to execute the sabotage. That limits the suspects to Germany, Great Britain, France, the United States, Russia, and China. And there's probably a couple other, but we'll. I think he does talk about it here in this one. But so I have to pull up the article, but I will quickly right now. Just before we get into this, just so you know. You see, just earlier this year, the U.S. was conducting research on that particular part of the sea, right around this part of the pipeline.
Not at all coincidence. All of this is just a total coincidence.
Yeah, here it is.
It's not at all
conducting research in the exact same area.
The research being how can we develop a pipeline?
Yep. Significant focus of battle drops every year, demonstration of NATO mine hunting capabilities. This year, U.S. Navy continues to use the exercise as an opportunity to test emergent technology. In support of battle drops, U.S. Navy 6th Fleet partnered with U.S. Navy Research and Warfare Centers to bring the latest advancements in unarmed underwater vehicle mine hunting technology to the Baltic Sea to demonstrate the vehicle's effectiveness in operational scenarios. Experimentation was conducted off the coast of Bornholm, Denmark, with participants from Naval Information Warfare Center, Pacific Naval. Battletrops is an ideal location for conducting mine hunting experimentation due to the region's unique environmental conditions such as low salinity and varying bottom types. So they're in the same part where this shit got blown up. Same general part of it. I'll pull up the map here so you can see it. Nord Stream 2 leaks map. And this. Okay. We have a zoomed in one. It's a little bit easier to see. Yeah. Here we go. So remember, where are they conducting it? Bornholm, Denmark, right? Uh-oh. What? Spin, what's this? Right here.
Bornholm? Yeah.
Could that be Bornholm, Denmark?
Yeah.
What a coincidence. Anyway. I'm sorry, guys. I can't. I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh, my.
Somebody's messaging me about this. We should really get them on.
Who?
A friend of mine.
Oh.
He
For
works
sure.
He works with this kind of shit. If I can
If you'd
get
like
him
to
on-
come in and give his expertise, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh. I had some Prosecco, and it was a bit nippy. Anyway. But it means also involves proximity. Chinese or French naval activities in an area would have raised flags. Geography would seem to preclude the United States, except for the fact that the U.S. Navy operates in every ocean in the world with advanced war fighting capabilities. About how the U.S. military was conducting operations in mine hunting just this last year in this exact part, right around where the pipeline is. So we shift to motive. Germany has no motive to damage its entire its energy lifeline. Of course not. Germany is highly dependent on Russian natural gas. Entire Russian industries are being nationalized because of the lack of energy due to sanctions against Russia and Russia reducing flow through the pipelines. Germany, build some nuclear, rebuild your nuclear power plants. Please open them back up. This is getting a little silly.
Wait, hold on a second. There we go.
What? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I said if he wants to come on.
Well, if he wants to come in, absolutely. I didn't know you meant on such short notice.
No, he knows his shit. I trust him.
Sure. Hello.
Hey guys.
Yeah, there we go. By
How's
the
it
way,
going?
You should be nice to him because
Yeah, good.
he just donated to your stream like 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, thanks, man.
You were
No,
saying
no worries.
you were saying about the pigs.
Pigs.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So this is gonna sound like it's not true, but you've got to understand that the oil industry has a really sarcastic way of naming everything. So in these pipelines, periodically through the pipelines, we construct things called pig launchers,
Mhm.
and they're designed to fire what we call pigs. They're basically just like a big ball. Originally, they were used to clean the pipelines. So basically, it was like a big ball with a lot of brushes around the outside of it, and they launched them down the pipelines periodically to clear
Debris.
you know,
Mm.
on them and stuff like that. Over the years, they've progressed somewhat. Now we have very high-tech sensor packages in them, cameras and things like that. Even routine maintenance is done via them.
Mhm.
So damage to pipelines happens all the time. I should just qualify this by saying I have worked in the oil industry pretty much my entire life. I work in the design. I work in the design of control systems for the oil rigs. Pipeline is not my area of expertise, but obviously I know a lot about it because of controls and logistics and stuff like that. So I deal more with control and sensors and stuff like that. But we do a lot of pipeline monitoring and things like that. So so light damage and leaks and things happen all the time. These pigs are sent down the pipeline at high pressure to find cracks and to find damage and stuff like that. So these will have been sent out already. This would be normal operating procedure. There will have been sensor packages sent from both ends of the damaged pipe to find, the limits of the damage and all that kind of stuff. This will have happened. But these guys, the Norwegians and Swedens and all this kind of stuff, they won't have access to that data. Only the Russians will have that.
Right.
So I don't know where these guys are saying like how much damage there is. They wouldn't know any of this stuff.
Well, the only thing is that I got from that Tosh Spiegel article was they were just speculating that that
because
there's going to
be very closely guarded information. Right?
You would think so, right?
no,
Right?
because the stock value of the company that owns it would be drastically damaged by the level of damage, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good point. I didn't even think
and
of
this,
Mm.
this sort of talk about, like, this is, oh god, it'd be impossible to replace. Sections of pipeline are replaced constantly all around the world, all the time. There are specific vessels constructed and operating in the sea that only purpose is to replace sections of pipeline.
Okay.
But
then it might not be.
This isn't one big open pipe. It's just they can shut off sections of it.
Right. Yeah, so I guess if it just depending on how much was damaged, and it does seem like from the images it seems
it's about a kilometer.
That there were very specific areas, because that's where it's leaking under the surface.
Yeah, it's about, that's the bubble cloud is about a kilometer, so the length of pipe will be less than that.
Right.
So we're not talking, we're just not talking about that big a bit of damage. So why would you want to pretend that it was more problematic than it is?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was from
in case you didn't want it to come back on again, yeah.
Well, that was from it was only from the Germans that I saw anyone saying that, like, oh, it's ruined forever. Most of what I've
because there's a new pipeline being announced, right?
Well, that opened yesterday.
Yeah,
which is certainly, like, sometimes, okay, if this was all a big international gay op, you'd think you would wait like a week so it doesn't look so incredibly obvious, right? So it doesn't look so suspicious. Although I guess the alternative answer would be like, well, the Russians went to do it themselves the day after to frame the rest of Europe, I guess. And I mean, who knows?
It's like, so we know there were 3 explosions, right? And the reason why we know that is because, weirdly, the UK has really just the most ridiculous underwater sensor package that exists. The UK Navy has a pretty much limitless sonar detection capability across the whole world. It's absolutely ludicrous.
Wow.
And so we know there were 3 explosions. But
okay.
If you were the Russians and you were going to do that, why would you? I mean, that's just not the way to do it that competently. To do 3 detonations of square kilometer apart, almost together, without being. No, you must. We know that both the Americans and the Scandies had ships in the area.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
So for the Russians to do it, the Russians would have had to insert part of their navy into that specific
right. Which again, it's
war game. While a live war game was going on,
and you're pretty goddamn far from Russia. You're fully within,
right into the middle of a fucking war game, and we'll just and then we'll put a bunch of divers out. Put a couple of divers out into. I mean, to be honest, right? To do the damage that's required, a relatively small explosive charge is all that's required. Right? We're not talking about sort of major ordnance to do this. We're only talking about a matter of about a foot of reinforced concrete and then a couple of like an inch of pipe. It's not serious explosives required to do that damage. But like, think of the level of effort and sophistication that would be required to do it under the noses of not only the Americans but the Scandies, to do something that you could literally just have faked through a pressure event, because
they're
the
ones controlling.
Exploded,
Sure, they're the ones controlling the valve. So couldn't they just if they wanted to have it explode, just let pressure build up in one of them and
I mean, you got to remember that pipeline was already, that pipeline at the time it exploded was already at 300 bar.
Yeah.
Was it?
No,
that's not operational, but it's 296 times normal atmospheric pressure.
Well, I wasn't sure because I know that the Russians said like the pipeline's basically full. We're just waiting to open it.
Well,
up.
it was it was charged. It wasn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably would have operated slightly harder than that, but I mean, it was charged for operating.
Mm.
I mean, I think we looked at it. I think we thought it was. I think we said, 1 second. I took a note of this earlier. I think we said something like 180 million cubic meters.
Mm.
Quite a lot of gas. That.
Yeah. Well, and it's
about 360 million euros. Something like
yeah. And what was in there is it's now out into the atmosphere. Goodbye.
Yeah,
well,
as a guy who works in the oil industry, I always like to see an oil fire or a wasted.
Yeah, I'm sure. Real quick, Lord Commissar Spartan for Tensa. Some breaking news. The saboteur of the pipeline has been identified, one Samovich Hydinsky. His latest comments were, "We're about to be in the best timeline, mark my words." Thanks, Lord Commissar Spartan. He can't keep getting away with it, by the way. He can't. He just keeps doing it. Well, that's certainly... thanks so much for popping in. I don't know if you want to hang out or whatever, but I don't know how much longer we're going to talk about the pipeline itself, but it's certainly fascinating to have someone who has insider knowledge on it, because I don't know anything about oil pipelines or gas pipelines or oil pipelines, but I don't know anything about them. Other than that, this one went boom. And it seems a little bit, at least, suspicious to me. Getting back, I guess, to... So, again, the argument or the question of this caper, can we figure out the whodunit?
Well, my guess would be the Americans.
I mean, that's my guess, or a collection, Americans, and I don't know.
It's an interesting thing, because if the Americans did do it,
mm-hmm.
right, that is effectively the destruction of a NATO country's critical infrastructure.
Yes.
And so Germany, specifically Germany's, right?
Yes, and it's specifically Germany's infrastructure. Yes.
Well, have you read Article 5 of the NATO? So technically speaking,
yes.
If you attack the critical infrastructure of a NATO country, the other NATO countries are obliged
to go to war. 100%. That's how Article 5 works. But which is of course why Ukraine wanted to be part of NATO, understandably. Why many of the post-Soviet states want to be part of NATO was for Article 5 protection. But how does that work out if a NATO country intentionally critically damages the infrastructure of another NATO country? Does that proc Article 5? That is the question that we will never probably find an answer to. So
I don't know that. I'm struggling not to be excited by it.
I imagine Ukraine would be like, do we really want to be in charge of NATO right now? Maybe we should really think about it.
I don't know, but I'm rethinking the car I'm buying. And I'm like, it's time to get.
Oh, I know.
I have to upgrade a bit on what I was originally.
It is. I mean, I'm quite lucky in terms of where I live in the. Like, I have no idea. How cold does it get where you live in Ireland, Spoon? I'd imagine pretty damn cold.
He just heats his house with potatoes or something.
He's fine.
I do the Russian thing, which is vodka, just to still it.
There you go.
You're more of a whiskey man.
Yeah, that too. No, it's
we'll actually have to do that sometime.
Okay, I'll be honest. I wear a hoodie a lot. That kind of helps, and this is gonna sound weird, but I have a big puffy ski pants that's warm as shit, and I've worn that during winter quite a fair few times because it's
So you're being a proponent of the bundle up, boys. It's gonna be a cold one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Spoon has to do that, because between his physical appearance and his voice, if they can see both his physical appearance and his voice, the women
ladies, please control your orgasms.
You can only let them have one or the other. If he's not disguised his appearance, he has to put on a funny voice.
Is that true, Spoon? Is that accurate to reality?
I'm not that good looking, but thank you.
Wow. I'm actually kind of surprised.
So modest.
Suddenly modesty, right? I know.
Well, there's no point in me being arrogant if it isn't true.
Well, you say that, but I've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, it can get you somewhere.
You have a giant beard and you smoke cigars, and you give away about things. Yeah.
At least here in Guernsey, it does get cold. It's mostly the humidity, because it's like 90% humidity all day.
What did you expect
to
say? Just
every day?
Oh, of course, because I'm hot shit.
But it doesn't get that cold here, so like I'm not looking forward to paying for it anyway. But it's
It does get cold
I
sometimes.
don't think it'll kill us.
But,
It doesn't snow. It doesn't freeze here, so we don't get freezing temperatures.
I will say where I stay now is I'm 3 floors up for one, and it's very, very well insulated. And also I have my recording booth, which is wrapped around thick acoustic blankets, which is unusually warm. During the winter, recording is actually quite nice. Summer, oh my god, I'm basically boiling.
And the body heat of a full harem.
Yeah, I do have, because I'm not the biggest guy, but I essentially am a walking furnace. I don't know why I retain an unusually large amount of body heat. Yeah, no idea why. So yeah, I think I'll be alright. I'm Prince Charming without his wig.
I just have to wrap myself up in cash.
Well, it won't be worth anything soon, so that'll be fine.
German
soon enough.
Inflation.
Well, it won't be worth much anywhere. So we'll shift to motive, right? And Germany has no reason to damage the lifelines, highly dependent on Russian gas. We talked about Germany should return to getting its energy from nuclear, but Great Britain has also suffered under the sanctions imposed after Russia invaded Ukraine in February. The British economy is in shambles, forcing the UK central bank to pivot back to quantitative easing. Yeah, that's been a thing. I had an article on that, but I didn't get to it.
I like the idea that it's a British psyop to fuck with the Kreitz and the
just as payback. Just because fuck you. Why not?
I would find that hilarious because Britain is working its way back towards the shale and more oil drilling. So I would find it hilarious if Britain is sitting there like, how about we just fuck with the French, the Americans, and the Germans while we have our own energy? Like that's like
super based.
That's peak based, yeah. I would laugh my ass off if it's actually
forget to be honest, forget shale and all that kind of stuff. There are an estimated 330 trillion tons of coal in the North Sea.
Yeah. There is
to give you an idea. That's about 120 times the equivalent amount of oil and gas that we've taken out of the ground so far.
Oh god!
About how much energy can it deliver per square meter of material?
Exactly. Oh yeah, pretty much the same as oil.
Okay.
So, what we have done is developed a thing called slurification, where basically we would use the same directional drilling techniques that we use for getting oil, and just basically drill into the coal seam and blast it with a combination of high pressure water and some chemicals, and basically reduce the coal into kind of a slurry and suck it up like we do oil. Requires very little retooling. Requires very little slight changes to cracking plants, but this is the thing I was sort of trying to say to somebody earlier on. Like, do you even know what oil is? We talk about oil as if it's a thing. Oil from one pocket to the next is completely different. Yeah, it's completely fundamentally different. Oil is a selection of mixed hydrocarbons. A lot of them are actually really long. So when we talk about petrol and all these different things, there are different lengths of hydrocarbon, right? And actually, a lot of what you pull out of the ground are these really long chain hydrocarbons that are pretty much useless. And so they go through a cracking plant, which basically splits them into more usable lengths. You know,
I've heard a little bit about that, but I know so little. But I've heard a little bit about that. And I think too now with the coal plants too, there have been, as far as I know, quite a good amount of advancements to make the coal plants at least a little bit less filthy in dumping.
Modern. I mean, this is kind of a joke. Actually, coal plants are actually very clean.
Are they? Even I've bought into some of the complete nonsense. I mean, I think obviously nuclear is cleaner. But
oh no, sure. Nuclear is by far and away the cleanest and safest of all the. Everyone knows that.
No, I wish everyone knew that, but you know they don't.
But everybody knows that. They're all pretending they don't know that. It's like solar panels are the thing that piss me off the most. Right? Obviously, because I'm in the energy sector, like we know all about these things, right? Here's the thing about solar panels: solar power, yeah, that's renewable. Solar panels, not so much.
Yeah.
what is a solar panel made out of?
Oh, rare earth minerals.
It's a very, very high purity quartz.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the solar panels in the world come from a single strip mine in the US.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
China has a quartz mine. It's not as pure as the Americans, but they don't export any of that quartz. They use it to make solar panels themselves.
Right.
Virtually all other solar panels come from a single strip mine in the US. I can assure you that is extremely finite. And and you can recycle a solar panel. Solar panel is about 15-year life. Just for that.
Wow, great.
You can recycle them. The current recycling cost of a solar panel is about 7 times the construction cost of a solar panel.
Jesus Christ. So solar
so
is
that's
not a viable option.
Extremely finite resource that you can't really recycle and say the way that you could take. We know now that and they're developing more and more techniques all the time to even take radioactive waste and retool that into being usable again as an energy source.
I mean, it's the same thing with your wind farms, right? The fins on those things they're coated in carbon fiber. You can't recycle them. They're all going to landfill.
I've seen the landfills full of the turbines, and they're stacked, like
huge,
100 feet tall, just wind turbine, used wind turbine piles.
Absolutely massive maintenance costs on wind turbines. And the thing is, as well, people don't understand. See, when you see one of those wind turbines turning, that doesn't mean it's making power.
No,
they only make power in very specific speed ranges, depending on their heights and stuff like that. Just because it's turning doesn't mean it's making power. If it's not turning fast enough, it doesn't make power. If it's turning too fast, they have to feather the prop so that it doesn't tear itself apart. It's not making any power. They're all these things are nonsense, really.
They're also hideous. They destroy the natural beauty. It's so funny that all these people are like, protect the planet. I love my green earth. And it's like, well, I really hate that the beautiful countryside is now covered with these disgusting bird Cuisinarts.
Well, even the ones they put out in sea, right? I mean, I don't know about the US, but in Europe, at least, when they put these wind turbines out at sea, they are actually required, because of great European laws, they're actually required to be refuges for boats. So inside them, they have to have beds and rations and medical kits and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
So that if a fisherman gets...
That's kind of cool.
See, he can... Well, yeah, but what happens is the fishermen go into them and steal the food.
Right. If we lived in a high trust society, that would be pretty cool. But
yeah, and of course, every time somebody goes and opens one of the doors on these things, it alarms.
Oh, right.
Back in the shore, so they have to send somebody out to go and check to see if there's somebody dying. Yeah.
Oh, actually, so the coolness of that is diminished rather significantly.
Yeah.
It's a good idea in theory, though. It's a nice idea.
It's basically a de facto lighthouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
Oh,
no. Your input has been absolutely insanely fascinating. It's so much. I think, bro, we have an expert on the stream now on this.
Well, no. The thing is, I'm not even in it. This is not what I'm an expert in.
Well, you certainly know far more than
sort of classically spurgy oil engineering type person.
Yeah, well, you work in the industry, so you're going to know a hell of a lot more than the Spooner I would. And so it's I'm super glad that you came on to give your input, because
Spooner and I have talked about some of this before. That's why.
Yeah,
because when he was talking about this when I was in the stream, and I just said, why don't you just come on and explain this? Because this is like way out of my pay grade, and I think it's actually useful information. Because I remember before you said about the solar panels and the wind, and you just said this is a fucking terrible way to run energy. Like, this is in no way efficient, and it cannot work on a grand scale. It is.
Oh no! I mean, well,
it can.
So right, okay. You won't know this because you're American. No. Because the UK is, even in Europe, the UK is very special about its power consumption.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
especially
we have a yeah. Well, it is sort of retarded, really. So the UK has a special condition for power that other European countries don't have. No one else really has, right? Because what we have is periodic up ramping of. So when you have power, right, you've got base load, right, just what you're normally using during the daytime, whatever.
Mhm.
And you can do that with solar and wind and stuff like that if you have enough capacity. But what we have in the UK is very specific times of the day where we have massive power surges, massive
Right.
usage surges. Okay? And that is because of a very specific British phenomenon, which is tea.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute! Don't talk too much shit about me. I've lived here for 3 years. Okay.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know.
I had to just go out and buy all new freaking appliances and look at their energy ratings and stuff like that. So
No,
we don't.
But what happens here is
I'm fucking around.
Come home. No, but people come home from work all at the same time.
Turn on the kettle,
and they all turn on the kettle. Your kettle uses between 2 and 3 kilowatts. That is 60 million households. That is a lot of power suddenly onto the grid. And we have in this country power stations that's only purpose is to take up the tea power yield.
That is such a wonderfully British thing that I
but it is absolutely true. There are power generation kits
I
come
don't
online
doubt
in this
you.
country purely to take up the load at specific times of day when people are known to make tea.
I'm not at all shocked by that, but it's also fascinating. And again, it's such a supremely British thing. I'm working on my video. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, no, this is because I'm gonna spurg out, bro.
Spurg, please. It's fascinating.
Boris got criticised because he told everyone to go and buy a new kettle to reduce power.
Oh,
right?
to get a newer one, I guess. Yeah.
No, right. So the media went, oh well, how is this going to save any money for the individual? But that isn't actually the point. So the way kettles work, the way the heating elements on kettles and things work, is literally every time you use it, you degrade it.
Oh, and I should tell people in the U.S. too, because this is not a thing that
they don't own kettles, yeah.
No, we haven't invented them yet. No, it's just that it's because people don't. Okay, most people drink coffee right instead of tea.
Yeah.
So we have coffee pots, but when people come home and drink coffee at different times, what we don't really have in the U.S. are those push the button, it boils the water in 30 seconds kettles.
Yeah,
that is a thing that's very popular here that everybody I know has. But if I wanted to make tea in the U.S., I had a kettle that goes on the stove. That's what I had.
Yeah, sure.
Which plenty of people have too, but there's less ubiquity of those electric push the button.
So weirdly, BP company, another big oil company, did a study on this years ago. And anyway, people keep their kettles way too long.
Which is British Petroleum, of course, by the way.
Yeah. So people keep their kettles way too long. And so basically, like if you took the average person's kettle from their house and had an identical brand new model of that same kettle, and you boiled them together, the one that they had in their house would take like 3 times as long to boil as the brand new one, right?
Yeah, everyone in the chat was saying it takes 5 minutes. It takes me like 3 times as long. Yeah, it's 30 seconds.
But you don't realize as you use the kettle and it degrades over time, you don't realize that it's getting slower and slower and slower because it's done through attrition, right? It takes a very long time. And the thing is, Boris was completely right. If every single person in Britain replaced their kettle tomorrow with a brand new one, the load, the usage load would drop dramatically in the country during these peak times. It would take a massive chunk off the peak usage. Like to the point where it'd almost be worth the government giving everyone a kettle.
I mean, how much did they cost? I guess if it was reducing the cost on.
What do you reckon? What do you think the man?
Energy,
yeah, it'd be huge. Be huge.
I mean, considering again, it's everybody, every household in the country, every single one, pretty much has as some form of kettle, and most of them at this point electric kettles. So. The vast majority, I would imagine. So yeah, it might be if it's that much of an energy constraint, then maybe it would make sense to just to do something with tax dollars, is buy everybody a new kettle that actually is energy efficient.
Some people in chat are asking, is it cheaper than to microwave water than to boil it?
Microwaving water.
It's gross. I know that.
No. That is absolute haram. I cannot. I've heard.
I would imagine
This is
it's
this is an American thing. I've about the microwaving water thing, but it tastes weird. I've done it before. It tastes gross when you microwave water, in my opinion.
I mean, the easy answer is it's much cheaper to microwave water than it is to boil it.
Yeah, there we go.
So well, it's easy.
I'm
right?
sure it is. Well, again, you have your choice. You put it on. You have a proper kettle on the stove, right? An electric stove. Which cheaper out of that in terms of energy usage to turn on the say I have an electric element, and to heat a kettle. That's gonna take
the microwave.
Yeah, I guess it'd still be cheapest in the microwave.
If you think about it, right? So your average microwave's about 800 watts, 900 watts, something like that.
Yeah.
A kettle's usually somewhere between 2 and 3 kilowatt. You can,
and if I was to
boil the water in a mug.
And if I put the hob on, it's going to take 5-10 minutes to boil the water,
It's definitely cheaper to do in a microwave.
So,
but I wouldn't recommend it.
It tastes disgusting. I can't. Maybe it's entirely psychological, but I certainly think that you can. There's a weird, nasty taste of microwaving water. In my opinion, no.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, don't get me. Yeah, I could talk about this nonsense for hours. Don't let me. Yeah.
I'm trying to think now.
Certainly don't start.
The kettle thing is fascinating. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh my god! Yeah, the light. Do tell us the light bulb.
Do tell us about the light bulbs then, if Spoon seems to think it's interesting. So tell us about light bulbs then.
Explain to me how the heating of the light bulbs work versus
light bulbs. Right. So old school in the UK, old school light bulbs, tungsten halogen bulbs. Right. Your classic glass bulb with the element inside, right?
Yep.
Terrible light bulbs, right? Useless light bulbs, essentially. So the average person in the UK would have a 100-watt light bulb in their room, right, to get good visibility. Really inefficient at producing light. You put 100 watts in, right? So the compact fluorescent bulb that you get, modern bulb that you get now, it's like 6 watts, right? And you go, wow, well. How did they manage to get all that light out of just 6 watts?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. So, but the truth is, the tungsten halogen bulb was only producing 6 watts of light. You put 100 watts in, you got 6 watts of light.
That's supremely energy inefficient, then. Yeah.
Well, was it? Because you can't destroy energy, right? So, where did the other 94 watts go?
Oh, true. So, where did they go?
Well, think about. Did you ever touch a light bulb?
And burned my hand when I was trying to replace one,
because they were hot as fuck, right? So
they were just producing heat.
It sucked. It sucked as a light bulb, but it was 94% efficient producing heat.
Well, I've heard people say that. If you can't afford, I guess it's not going to help you too much. But if you at least got to keep the lights on, you can't afford to heat your house. Just get really close to an old halogen lamp.
No, but let's think about this for a second, right? Let's say you've got 5 rooms in your house, 2 bedrooms, bathroom, whatever. You got 5 of these 100-watt light bulbs in your house.
That's going to raise the temperature significantly, I would imagine.
Right. You're producing 480 something odd watts of heat while the lights are on, right?
Yeah, if you turn all the lights on. Yeah.
Right. Well, family house. Most of the lights are on, and most of the lights are on in the times that you're in the house.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing: your heating is usually on when you're in the house. Your heating's set to a specific temperature, let's say 20 degrees, 22 degrees, or whatever. So that 480 odd watts was getting knocked out by your light bulbs. You've replaced those now with tungsten with the compact fluorescent bulbs that are not producing that heat.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't changed the temperature, the set temperature of your house. Yeah. Where does that 480 watts come from now?
Now from the heating.
From your heating system.
Mm-hmm.
Do you imagine that your gas boiler is 94% efficient?
No way in hell.
Surely not.
Maybe 40%. Maybe 40% of what you put into your gas boiler comes out into heat in your house by the time it's gone through your radiator system and everything else, right?
Yeah.
So actually, the average household heating bill went up when they changed you from... basically, the energy use of the household went up when we changed from tungsten bulbs to compact fluorescents.
That's
even
fascinating.
Even though they were sold to you as being green.
Incidentally, well, this is one of the many conundrums of the whole green energy thing, as we already talked about.
It's not just that, right? The compact fluorescent bulbs that you've got that everyone just throws in their trash aren't recyclable. They have to be disposed of separately. You're not supposed to put them in the normal trash. Everyone does.
Oh right, yeah, right.
But they're disgusting.
Yeah.
Break one open sometime and pour some water on it and see what happens.
Probably not.
Actually, don't do that, people.
Don't. I think you probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, sorry. I forget that. People do dumb stuff.
Yeah, they do. We live in a world of Tide Pod challenges and pink sauce. Don't start telling people what to do with light bulbs.
If you actually read the instructions on your compact fluorescent bulb, if you actually bother to read it, it does tell you that if you break one in your house, that you should open all the doors and windows in the room and keep it for 30 minutes.
Oh wow!
They are,
yeah,
because they are toxic to humans.
Yes, yeah, I didn't know they were toxic.
They're full of a very fine powder that's not very good for you.
Okay.
Is it mercury or?
No,
mercury.
I can't remember though.
Well, yeah. Someone in the chat said it was mercury. I didn't think that there was mercury in them, but I'm
not sure. I'm honestly not. It's not mine. But anyway.
Oh well.
It's one of these many things that are told you is energy saving that aren't really.
Yeah. Well, again, it's the same thing with the green energy stuff and the wind, or the solar and wind being not only are they far less for the amount of money that it goes into building these things, they are the least produce the least amount of kilowatts. But they also produced the fewest kilowatts per human death that is involved in the construction of maintenance. Which is another thing that people always kind of leave out. And not just human death, but death of animals. Particularly with the wind turbines, they're extremely harmful to birds and other flying creatures.
Well, they suck for humans too, right?
Yeah.
Are you aware of the term stroboscopic? Do you know what that means?
No.
Okay. So, like sometimes if you see a video of a car, the wheels appear to be going backwards and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So this is to do with spinning effects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is to do with the speed at which your eye resolves. So you see so many frames per second.
Yeah.
Well, if a thing is spinning at the same speed that the same number of frames a second that you can see, it will appear to be motionless,
standing still. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah, and so this is how these things happen. Now, in the old fluorescent fittings, they used to run at about 72 hertz, and certain people, although they couldn't perceive the flicker, you couldn't see the flicker. Your brain could perceive it. And it gave a percentage of the population really bad headaches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now, modern fluorescent fittings flicker at a much higher rate, thousands of hertz, right? And so it doesn't matter anymore. But it used to fuck people up. But the same thing happens if you live near, or can happen if you live near one of these wind turbines, because the flicker of the shadow of it.
I was just saying, like, you'd have to be looking at it, but I guess the shadow of it even, huh?
No. So there have been instances where like whole office blocks have had to get like special blinds put on the buildings and things like that because it's been affecting the people inside them and stuff like that. Just the shadows of them. There's all sorts of issues that can occur from all these things.
Oh wow. Well. Dump more money into wind energy. It's working so great. It doesn't have any downsides whatsoever. It's so green and so good for the environment.
So kind of see one on fire as well.
It's absolutely that part. I said the conundrums of green energy, but who said in the chat that when you say conundrum you mean scam? Yeah, pretty much. It largely does appear to me, at least, to be a profit-making scam.
Oh yeah. I mean, there was, I remember, 15, 20 years ago or so, I remember that they built a wind farm in Northern Ireland on a bit of land, but it was, they built it in a peat bog. And and they excavate the volume of peat they excavated to build the foundations for the wind farm. I think eventually they calculated it was something like the carbon offset of the peat was like 6 times what the wind farm did.
I'm not at all, and not even the slightest bit shocked by that.
So
I mean, that's like, what they did
because the peat captures a lot of carbon. So it's just like, oh my god, this is so dumb. Like,
well, the green stuff, at least, like in my home state in West Virginia, they cut down just thousands and thousands of trees and destroyed the tops of mountains, of all the hills, to put in these wind turbines. And that suck. And they don't work well either. But we're being green, we're protecting the environment by destroying entire forests. Yeah, well,
not the wisest people.
Yeah.
What was that, Bill? Say, Bill, no. Oh, yeah. He said that Germany's wind farms are outsourced to Sweden, where they're put in the northern wastes.
Yeah.
Which
does he mean literally, or does he mean the people?
Well, someone's got to. They do need a lot of maintenance. As far as I understand, and it's extremely dangerous to do maintenance on these things. People. Probably both.
Okay.
Sweden are hilarious. I mean, they have done some really stupid stuff.
Well, they didn't do too bad this last week. They did have a massive sweep for electing right-leaning politicians.
I know,
we'll
but they've had this previously long-standing feminist government.
Yes, of course.
Are you aware? I think it was. I guess it was before COVID, so maybe 4 years ago. I guess must have been 4 years ago. So Sweden has this the cities of Sweden have a long-standing, very carefully calculated gritting procedure, right? That's been developed over decades, where they grit the streets in a very specific order, to allow the maximum usage. Yeah. Now, it was determined that the majority of drivers in Sweden are men.
Yeah.
And that the majority of working women in Sweden take public transport.
Yeah.
So it was decided that they would change, for the first time ever, this gritting thing to favor the bus routes.
Oh, I remember hearing about this.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So they gritted all the bus routes first, and everything just ground to a halt.
Yep.
Why?
Well,
I can't drive.
Because the men who drive the buses,
couldn't get to their bus route.
Couldn't drive to the depot to pick up their buses.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that a couple of years ago. Yeah, I remember this story. It was about 4 years ago or something.
Classic. Yeah.
It was like all they cared about was clearing up the bus routes, and then the people who actually drive the buses couldn't get to them because, who cares about those blue collar workers? Women women most affected as always.
I just remember because I think I had been working in I work in a lot. I do. So I go from country to country working on projects. I've worked in like 12 different countries or something the last 20 years. So I get around a bit.
Which is the stupidest country you've worked
in? The stupidest country I've worked in.
Yeah, that's where you've worked and we're like, why are we doing this? Like, this is really dumb.
Well, probably Monaco.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's pretty retarded.
Yeah, it's the monarchy, and we have to be very
It's a monarchy, I know. I was immediately gonna say, well, that one's one of the monarchies, so
Oh no!
Oh, no. Monarchy debunked.
Yeah, no, but they're basically French. So.
Yeah, true.
Oh, they can just guillotine their monarch. That's always good.
It is always a good thing.
The basest was Singapore.
Huh. I'm not entirely surprised by that, actually.
I've heard, because I had a friend of mine in Singapore, and was their backlash for COVID. This is the most oddly American thing that I've ever heard. They said the reason why they dropped all the COVID crap is because they weren't making any money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is just insane.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
why this
Based
this
everything.
is shit. This is not making us dosh.
Mm.
Fuck it. Like, that's such an American thing.
They in Singapore they refer to the millennials as the berry generation.
The fairy generation?
Berry.
Oh, berry generation. Why?
Because of the slightest pressure, all the juice runs out.
Oh my god.
That's
That's
I
pretty
see.
good, actually.
That is good. That is good. Yeah.
I like that one.
That one is good.
Yeah, I've actually heard from my friend that they're very, very fiscally driven in Singapore. Everything is about making money.
The entire city is well they refer to it as a fine city.
Meaning,
Singapore is a fine city. Everything you do gives you a fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was wondering if you meant that or as in a nicer. Like, it's probably not the.
No,
I think that's the meme.
You can get like 40 points on your driving license if you keep paying your fines. It's,
Oh wow!
Damn. Okay.
Virtually everything is dealt with a fine or a beating.
Yeah, I did know about the beating bit as well. So
the
What am I
lashes are
being
class.
beaten by?
the police,
They
they cane you. Yeah, they literally cane you.
So and their means of doing this is hilarious. When I was there, I lived there for about 6 years on and off.
Oh wow!
Damn.
They, I think it was my first trip. There was an American guy basically got drunk, had an argument with his girlfriend, walked out of a bar, kicked a wing mirror off a car. Got up in the morning, realized he'd done wrong, handed himself into the police. The police threw him in a cell. And this is essentially front page news, right? This is major incident. You got to understand how little crime there is.
Well, if you get caned when you do anything, yeah, I imagine there's a little crime.
No, full on international incident, right?
Well, that was the thing back. Yeah, an American guy went to Singapore and got caned. I don't remember what he did. What was it?
Well, it might have been this guy. Anyway, there's a guy kicked a wing mirror off a car.
Oh.
Anyway, he sort of went to the police and went, "Oh, look, man, I've done wrong. Don't worry about it. I'll pay for the damage and all that kind of stuff." So the police went to let him out, and he was like, "Oh," he said, "So anyway, I'll pay for the damage." "Oh, you already have. They just deducted the money from his bank account and sort of done it and everything." And he was like, "Oh yeah, cool. Can I go then?" And he was like, "No, we're prosecuting you."
Oh God! Wow.
And I think they gave him, like 5 lashes or something.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I think it was 6. And the American embassy got involved, and they went, "Okay, because we've got this good relationship with America, just this once, we'll deduct one." And and you would think so. Anyway, they have like a surgeon there when they lash you, and so they give him a couple lashes, and the surgeon goes, "Whoa, it's too much damage.
Yeah,
you have to stop."
Mm-hmm.
And you would think that would be it. No. They just give you medical treatment, and once you're all healed up again, they drag you back and give you the rest.
That's rough. Pretty goddamn rough. But again, that's why there's not much crime, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Human
I got
rights.
a parking ticket once. That was, I had to go to court and explain why I'd parked badly.
To be fair, a lot of Americans do that anyway, just to get out of tickets.
No, I got into trouble. I actually got they doubled my fine because I'd done it on purpose. I went to 2012. It was the when the world was supposed to end was also my birthday, and I went to a end of the world party.
I remember those. Yeah,
I went to an end of the world party in a red silk tuxedo.
Very nice.
And right? When you die in films and stuff, and you come back as a ghost, you're stuck wearing with what you were wearing when you died. I was like,
there you go. Right.
Want to be snazzy. And then I also rented a Ferrari, red Ferrari that went with it. And
very cool, yeah.
And then I parked it on double yellows outside the hotel, thinking, I won't have to pay the fine for this because we'll all be dead. And the judge did not see the funny side of it.
Well, Just lacking a sense of humor, then I suppose.
Legacy point.
Animation Unlimited, Aiden Paladin. Let's talk afterwards. Yeah, sorry, man. We need to do that. Let's. It's truly fascinating.
Completely derailed your thing.
Oh no, dude! It's been super cool, and let's get through the rest of this article here that I've got up the analysis of the Nord Stream pipeline, which again will maybe is Arthur still here? Yes, he is. Arthur, maybe this will help assuage some of your questions and issues that you were raising earlier when we were talking about.
You aren't sharing your screen.
Am I not?
Well, no.
Oh, I'm not.
No,
I wasn't. Oh, weird. Okay.
Call, that's why.
Oh, that's why. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Things.
No problem. Okay. So
by the way,
we read
he's
a little bit about
by the way.
the
He's
UK.
like a
Russia seems to have a motive. So here's all right. Remember, we're trying to find the culprit. Russia seems to have a motive: inflict long-term pain on Europe for sending lethal arms to Ukraine. But Russia didn't need to blow up the pipelines. Russia controls the valves that send or halt the gas flow to Europe, and she's already turned off the spigot. Russia paid for a portion of the pipeline, a large portion of the pipeline, many billions, and expects to resume profitable energy exports to Europe once their war with Ukraine settles. Why would Russia cut off its own nose?
Yeah.
It is a good question. That, because we went through this before, but just to lay out the argument there plainly, they've spent a bunch of money on this. They're controlling the spigot, and they're just being like, stop sanctioning us, and we'll turn it back on. You won't have to have your messed up winter. It just doesn't make sense why they would destroy something that they've spent so much money on or seriously damage it.
Yeah.
That leaves the United States. So what are its motives? First, the U.S. became the #1 exporter of liquefied natural gas to Europe once Russia cut off the flow.
Case in point.
German dependence on U.S. LNG is a carrot to keep German in the sanction alliance. Fix your fucking grammar error there, Gateway Pundit, by the way, but whatever. With winter approaching and German unrest on the rise, the State Department would have been concerned the Germans would go wobbly, reduce sanctions, cut off arms to Ukraine, and beg Putin for energy. The loss of the Nord Stream pipelines eliminates that path for renewed gas imports to Germany. Is it starting to make sense now? Germany can't go to Russia and ask them.
He's not
for more gas.
It doesn't matter how much evidence you show.
No, I'm not. I am speaking to Arthur as a representative. I'm saying to anybody else who's doubting this.
Sense?
Who's doubting that America possibly involved. Also, paleo-Anglism. Hey man, how's it going? Show is your love spoons. I love show is your love spoons. Thank you, paleo-Anglism. I'm the only person
I love show us your spoons.
Show us your spoons. Yeah. I'm the only one who doesn't have anything that approaches even vaguely approaches a British sounding accent, so I probably shouldn't have done it. But second, the Biden family has long been tangled up in natural gas in Ukraine. We know this. We know about their involvement with the Ukrainian gas industry specifically. Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma, Ukraine's largest natural gas company, a position that provided Ukrainian oligarchs with access to Joe Biden. Hunter, who had no previous experience in energy, made millions in the deal, and Ukraine got a bought and paid for president of the United States. The whole time. Since 2014, since the Euromaidan. The Russians are aware of this. You can say that it's all fake, that it's all BS. But it certainly looks that way from an outsider perspective. Let's just say an idiot's perspective even. I guess, because otherwise you have to be talking about some crazy 4D chess stuff that's going on that's outside of our perspective, like the Russia blows up their own pipeline that they just finished because, I
don't know why.
Yeah, cut off their nose to spite the face. That would be it. That's the reason. That has to be the rationale, right? That's why Russia would do this. Cut off their nose to spite the face. I don't think it's a great reason. I don't think Putin's that insane.
Oh. Well, unless it's a psyop.
Unless. Maybe again, if it could be 4D literally underwater chess in this case. Third, the Democrat Biden needs to stanch the popularity bleeding that threatens to kill Democrat control of Congress come November. So only the United States has a compelling reason to destroy Europe's energy lifeline from Russia. Only the United States has both the means and the motive. But what about the opportunity? Here's the thing that we talked about earlier. Here's the Operation Battletrops, where they were right out there in this exact area. Excuse me, one second, let me clear my throat. I've been out whenever the seasons change. Ugh.
Yeah, but the smoking doesn't have anything to do with it.
It does not, Spoon. It only has to do with the season. It really does have to do with the seasons changing. Actually, I haven't. No, did I take a thing yet? Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's harder to smoke when the season.
Smoking doesn't help. It is because it's cold and windy. An additional critical objective was to continue to increase the communication range and data transfer capability to give the operators more flexibility in mine hunting operations. Advancement in communication technology demonstrated this year have shown significant improvement in operating ranges over currently used systems. This provides additional standoff flexibility to the U.S. Navy in conducting safe mine hunting operations. In other words, the Navy had the opportunity to plant explosives on the pipes in June for remote detonation at the time of the president's choosing. And the world's largest amphibious ship, the USS Kearsarge, was recently in the area. Expeditionary detachment of the USS Navy ships was led by Universal Amphibious Assault Ship USS Kearsarge days ago in the Baltic Sea. It was 30 kilometers from the site of the alleged sabotage of Nord Stream 1 gas pipeline and 50 kilometers from the threads of Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline.
But remember, this was totally done by Russia.
But remember, Russia totally did this. And by the way, I'm not saying that that's an impossibility. I want to put that out there. I'm not saying it's an impossibility, because that would be a silly thing to say.
The reason I find this...
I'm saying, let's do a little Sherlock Holmesing here, right? The simplest solution is usually the correct one.
I like how the Russian military is far too incompetent to beat the Ukrainians, but they're somehow sophisticated enough to pull this off. Can you please explain to me how the fuck you get to that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you
the Russians are super incompetent, but and as was you mentioned earlier, oligarch, which was that
old guy.
That old guy. Well, however you'd like to be, oil guy. Okay, oil guy. There we go. They said old guy. I'm like, that's not very nice. But,
I'm not that mean.
So they would have had to, as was mentioned earlier, though, the Russians would have to have ships going through active war games, going through without detection, some kind of ship going through this region, planting some kind of charges or something to blow up the pipeline, and then have gotten away without anyone noticing.
Yeah.
Again, also in June. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
My money's still on the Brits.
I mean, I don't think that's again. I don't think
orbital railguns.
It is possible.
Also, if
just to mess with the French.
If America somehow knows some of the extent of the damage, can you please give us some examples of why this is Russia? Do you have any fingerprints, or are you just going to go with we're going to accuse Russia without any evidence as to why? Whereas everyone else is looking at America going, there is no way in hell Russia has any motivation for doing this. Whereas the Americans have a shitload of reasons.
Yeah, and America's not going to suffer, and America doesn't suffer any of the damage from this, right? Americans aren't going to, Biden won't have to explain why people are freezing in Detroit. I mean, they're going to do that anyway, but he won't have to explain that.
I do like the idea of NATO attacking a NATO ally, and someone has to go, as the Americans did this, and NATO is actually effectively useless at this point.
Well, it is.
If that actually is the case.
Right.
And the Americans are morons, would attack their own allies if it means they get more power, which means the Americans are a bunch of cunts.
That's how it looks to me, at least. Yeah. Madden Williams for 5 says, my uncle just moved to Singapore for a bank job. He tells me the people there are really into MMA and Muay Thai.
I know they didn't even want to say bank job, I thought robbery.
Yeah. No, I mean, banking infrastructure is their primary deal.
Yeah, of course. Paleoanglism for £5 says, smoking is for cool kids and keeps you warm in the winter. You wouldn't get it. I wouldn't say so. It is terrible for you. Lord Commissar Spartan for 5 says, I mean, I'd say it's a comparison of mud feet to Spec Ops. I'm not sure I understand that. Sorry, it might be outside of another element of my lack of expertise. So, that leaves only one. Only the United States had all 3 elements of a crime: means, motive, and opportunity. But possessing all 3 elements of a crime does not make one guilty. In addition to means, motive, and opportunity, the guilty party must also have the moral degeneracy to perpetrate the crime. Everyone who carries a gun has the means. Yes, Everyone who carries a gun has the means, motive, and opportunity to shoot someone at some point, but almost no legal gun owners ever commit a crime. Why?
Hey,
Because
Chad.
most of us have moral consciences formed well enough to stop us from acting on impulse. We are, as Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence, willing to suffer many abuses before pulling the trigger. So we must ask, does this United States administration have the impulse control to resist using its massive military capabilities, or is the administration full of people who would shoot someone over mere irritation?
Yes.
Remember, Biden said he would stop Nordstream. It's done now.
Out of curiosity, Tim in the chat, one, if you think the Americans are degenerate enough to do this kind of shit.
Let's ask the question.
One, yes.
Let's just ask. Or should I ask who is the culprit? Yeah, who is the
one America,
prime
two
suspect?
everyone else.
America. No, Russia has to be the other one. I guess you could say the UK. Just out of spite.
I feel like we could make a good version of Cluedo on the basis of this. It was the Russians in the Baltic with the...
Right. Yes, the Russians in the Baltics with with the underwater explosives.
Was it America? I bet you America have used some poor dolphins that they've trained.
Oh, I know. They put freaking mines on the top of their heads. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they did train them to find mines? Maybe they train them to drive, swim around with mines on their heads. Lord Commissar Spartan for 5 says, "Mud feet are your basic fresh out of boot camp or out of boot soldier." Well, Spec Ops. Oh yeah, it's like I know Spec Ops. I'd never heard the term mud feet, but that just betrays my ignorance of military terminology. So the question was, comparison of mud feet to Spec Ops. Yeah, probably then.
I mean, look at how the US uses migrants for their own fucking gain. Do you think they wouldn't damage somebody else for their own gain? Yeah, of course. The American government does not give a fuck about human life. Like, at all.
It doesn't seem that way.
None.
To answer that, think about the FBI storming the home of a pro-life minister, robbing safe deposit boxes after lying to a judge to obtain a warrant, raiding the home of the current president's primary opponent in the next election, or threatening pro-life pregnancy counselors in Minnesota. So I actually forgot that this article, I didn't notice it, that it had a lead into this, but I do have an article on that, which this has kind of been falling by the wayside in terms of things that people have not been paying attention to, but FBI raid on a Christian family is its most dangerous abuse yet.
Go on.
Most of us...
I've actually...
Go ahead, sorry.
I've actually got a new theory on this.
Uh-huh.
I think it's actually just a really extravagant attempt at hyping Aquaman 2.
Oh yeah, obviously. This is the whole Nordstream thing, obviously.
it's just the plot. It's just a revamped plot for Aquaman 2.
The new plot will be that he has to go fix it.
Yeah, just trying to undo all the damage of.
It does sound like some shit you would see in a Bond movie.
It does. It absolutely does sound like a Bond movie. That last March, the FBI raided the home of pro-life activists connected with efforts to expose infanticide at a near. Of course, Spoon.
Someone in the chat says only a Sith deals in absolutes. Yes, and only gays deal with democracy. Go on.
Well. President Biden didn't have to order that raid. Similarly, it's very unlikely he told the FBI to investigate parents concerned about R-word, transgender propaganda, and critical race theory in Loudoun County schools. Finally, we can be virtually certain Biden had no involvement in last Friday's raid on Mark Houck, H-O-U-C-K. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name, guys. Houck's house. Houck, you may have heard by now, is a Catholic pro-life activist and father of 7 in Philadelphia who got into a minor shoving match outside an abortion mill. Look, this is the Federalist. They've got a bent, okay? A year ago, after an activist intimidated his 12-year-old child. Pro-abortion campaigners sought charges at the local level and failed. They tried to sue Houck in civil courts, but failed there as well. So finally, last week, they got a few dozen armed federal agents to raid Houck's home, then charged him with the federal crime of, quote, interfering with a provider of reproductive health care. He faces up to 11 years in prison if convicted.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, Biden didn't have to order that raid. And I think in that case he didn't. I think he definitely ordered the raid on Trump. But he didn't have to order that raid. They didn't trickle down from the top. They bubbled from up from the bottom. That doesn't mean much to Hoke, who was loaded into a squad car while his kids cried. His frightened wife rushed to try and get his rosaries, and armed federal agents milled about sheepishly on his front porch. But the bottom-up tyranny of the left wing will have real consequences for all of us, possibly deadly ones. So the rest of this is about the history of the FBI. But they just raided this guy's freaking house for protesting. He's now been arrested, is being held for 11 years for interfering with reproductive health care for protesting. I thought we were supposed to protect all these protesters. We're supposed to bail them all out because protesting is why it's so amazing to live in America, because you have the right to protest, huh? Great. Well, it looks like it's only okay if you are a person with a certain political spin. Paleo Anglism for £2 says it was the Mormons. I don't think he's a Mormon. I think he's. I actually don't know if he's a Mormon or not. No, Hoke. He's got 9 kids though. He said, right?
Okay, yeah, he's definitely Mormon.
Well, he might not be. He's got 1 wife.
So?
Did he say he has 9 kids?
That was quite normal back in the day.
Yeah, I guess so. That's still a lot of kids.
I mean, that's why you didn't have a lot to do, so you just fuck a lot.
I guess so. Where did I? Oh, father is 7, not 9.
Oh my god! I think I just realized how.
So hang on.
Boom. We just. I know how to increase. I know how to increase the baby boom population. Just shut off the energy.
Yeah, 9 is a lot. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was 7, which, to be fair, is only 2 more than Nick Rekieta. So, like, not really that crazy.
So Nick always keeps busy, despite the fact that he's not live streaming. Sorry, Nick.
What did you brought up something a minute ago that I had another article on? No, he doesn't give a shit. Making fun of Nick is, what he's all about.
He's not fat.
So good.
Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't make fun of him.
But it is total bottom up tyranny in terms of just freaking arrested that guy, and it's totally fine for them to do that because why the hell not? I guess. I do want to. I just moved into that because it was in this end of this article about the Nordstream pipeline, which makes all my shit work together more easily in terms of the stuff I have sources for us to go over tonight. Think also about the administration's push to castrate little boys and cut the breasts off little girls for the crimes of being too feminine or too masculine. Think about the United States' fascination with drag shows for children, which a 5-year-old girl massages the penis of a drag queen on stage to arouse her parents' purulent interest. Wow, Gateway Pundit, fuck you. I had that here later, but let's get into it now. Yeah, let's. Oh my god! I didn't read through. I stopped reading once they stopped talking about the specific thing with Nordstream. I wasn't expecting them to bring up half my freaking points for the night, but here it is. Here's this footage from Chattanooga Pride Youth Day at Wanderlinger Brewing Company. So it's a Pride Day for children at a beer house.
What?
And this is what kids were subjected to. Spoon, have you not seen this?
No, because I don't have this kind of degenerate shit.
Okay, I want to let everybody. I'm going to give you all a little trigger warning, if you will, that what I'm about to play here is absolutely freaking sickening, and this is fine. This is apparently fine. Not only fine, this is beautiful and brave and wonderful.
I got 20. But who cares?
I'm going to turn off the music because it's copyrighted. These are drag queen performers, remember? Fucking music. Just look. I get it's probably because it's a shiny mermaid costume, but it's still so weird. Just, you redirect the child's hand away, right? If something like this is happening, redirect the hand away. Just be like, oh no, touch this over here, Oh my god. And they're they're all just, oh my god. It gets worse though. Here we go. Well, I actually don't know if it gets. Yeah, it's worse. This is worse maybe than because that's maybe a little kid just being confused, right? And not. Because little kids don't know, and it probably just wants to touch the mermaid material, right? I'm not so upset about that. The rest of this is more upsetting to me. I mean, I do think that's upsetting what we just saw, but.
This is the kind of shit
doing the splits.
This is the kind of shit that makes the conservatives go, "Hey, look, you want to nuke us, Russia? Like,
look
we'll be okay
at
with that."
This.
What the fuck is that thing?
Again, this is all being held at a bar. Oh, there's more copyrighted music. Oh my god.
Why are you just
That
like
man
a
is such a
palm tree?
huge pot belly. Yeah, he's got such a huge... He does like a palm tree!
Like, it's just
Oh my god. Look, the kid is afraid.
Yeah, because the kid's like, this isn't fucking.
Because it's
normal.
terrifying.
Why is
Why?
that man wearing heels?
This mom, oh, she loves it. She's so happy to get her baby in on being so inclusive. Oh my god. Alright. The baby cried immediately,
Yeah,
by the way, when they gave him back. It's just... This is why people are getting upset, okay? Like, this is why parents are getting upset by this stuff. But that's what this was mentioning, was that specific thing.
Why do you need to push this on children?
Why? Yeah. Because you want to permanently script their lives. It's again, it's Paulo Fieri, it's Herbert Marcuse. They wrote about this in their scholarship. They said directly like what they wanted to do was screw up kids so that then they would be easily made into the revolutionary mindset. They said that's why they wanted to do it, and here they're doing it. So if you're being like, what the heck? Yep. Is the U.S. capable of committing a high crime on the Baltic Sea? Of course it is. The United States under Joe Biden has no moral compass. It is a rudderless and deranged vessel sailing towards base pleasure, using power and violence as its only justification for actions. When we don't know for sure whether the U.S. blew up the pipeline, we do know for sure that the United States has the means, motive, opportunity, and moral deficit necessary to drive the world to the edge of near Armageddon in pursuit of power for its elites. And former Polish Minister of Defense and current member of the European Parliament was quick to affix the blame or credit. Again, it depends. Remember, he was getting blamed for shit, but it's blame or credit. Depends on your perspective for the explosion.
Well, thank
Again,
you.
Sikorsky.
Gratitude.
Unless
It'll
he
be
was
easy to tell.
right, unless he was being sarcastic. But who
If,
knows?
It's very
if
difficult to be
Biden-
sarcastic on this kind of platform.
Mhm.
If Biden accuses Trump of having done it, we'll know it was Biden.
Oh, right. But
That's usually how you can tell. Projection.
usually is.
That's about all
Speaking
they
though-
can do.
Of Biden and Ukraine, we're readying $12 billion more now, which will mean that the U.S. has allocated $80 billion to Ukraine in the last 7 months.
Which is not at all crazy.
$80 billion while we're in a recession. Well, we're not allowed to say we're in a recession.
That's just the US's.
Just the US.
I mean,
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, what is the global cost of this?
It's probably
I mean,
incalculable. It must be.
What is the GDP of Ukraine?
Let's find out. Okay.
How many?
GDP.
Yeah, I know it's right.
Okay, the GDP of the whole country is $155 billion.
Wow, so this is easily more than its GDP in just military.
Well,
expenditure.
hang on. That's as of 2020, yes. 2015
98
was 91. It's gone up a lot since the Euromaidan. But yeah,
wonder
so it's
why.
100. Mhm. So basically half of their GDP we've already just the United
Americans.
States, just the Americans
Yeah,
have funded.
that's insane.
And that would be again
I-
more
I-
military.
I find it so funny that people say, "Oh, look, the Russians can't defeat Ukrainians." It's like, how much money did you get from
Look.
foreign overseas military aid versus Russia?
Look.
Like, fuck
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, I mean also to sort of act as if like all these successes are being done by you've been handed a load of British weapons,
Oh yes, the British have given them a whole ton of weapons. Yeah.
and it's like, yeah, but who do you think's aiming them? You know what I mean? It's like if you think that we're not providing intel and
Right. That's just the
targeting
financial
coordinates
stuff.
and also
That's
No,
just
no,
the
no, I
pure
mean, like-
financial.
one thing handing the weapons over and giving them a 2-minute crash course. If you think there aren't guys in the UK that are actually providing the
Logistics.
coordinates and stuff, and there's a guy in Ukraine who's pushing the launch button, but well, I'm not convinced they're not being targeted from this end.
Oh, well,
You know,
here we also have pictures of Zelensky. Here he is with Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but This is interesting.
Yeah, they're just establishment shills that's been there for like what 150 fucking years between the two of them.
But hang on a minute. It's not money. It's Russian masculinity that's the problem. You sent me this article. Do you want to read this, Spoon? Because it's freaking ridiculous. This is this really silly MSN article about how I don't know if you want to go through the whole thing. About how Russia's problem is masculinity.
Oh God.
Do you want to? Do you want to? What should we cover the key points? So the headline is "What Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson Don't Understand About War," written by Phillips, Payson, O'Brien, who I'm sure knows a lot about war. Last year, Senator Ted Cruz recirculated a TikTok video that contrasted a Russian military recruitment ad, which showed a male soldier getting ready to kill, with an American recruitment video that told the story of a female soldier, the daughter of two mothers, who enlisted partially to challenge stereotypes. Oh God, I remember that. It was so awful. Perhaps a woke, emasculated military is not the best idea, Cruz tweeted sarcastically. It's not... I mean, I guess he's being a little bit sarcastic, but yeah. The Texas Republican is not alone in trumpeting a Putin-esque idea. Yeah, cringe. Several months earlier, the Fox News host Tucker Carlson had similarly complained about a supposedly woke Pentagon, which he likened to the Wesleyan University Anthropology Department by promoting diversity and inclusion.
I like how the opposite of this must automatically be Russian. Like the idea of military might be masculine is somehow only Russian. Like, what the fuck?
Do you notice how they left out the fact that around the same time, China put out a military advertisement that was also extremely masculine.
Yes.
Interesting how the MSN art, how Phillips, how's your first name Phillips? How's your first name Phillips? Just as, you know, I've always heard, like, don't trust people with two first names. What do you do with someone with three last names?
You don't trust anyone with two first names?
I've heard that before, like, you shouldn't trust somebody with two, like Ron Paul, for example, who, of course, I love, but I've heard, like, you shouldn't trust someone with two first names. What do you do with someone whose name is Phillips, Payson, O'Brien, all of which sound like last names to me? That, I don't... Spoon, would you take over for a little bit so I can rest my voice just for a few moments? We're at, wait, no, sorry, let me finish the
I can't see it
paragraph. Okay. More recently, Carlson has complained that American armed forces are becoming more feminine, whatever feminine means anymore, just as China's are more masculine. Interesting how they mentioned the China part, because that's what Tucker was talking about. Have you not seen this? The China military recruitment ad?
I have seen the Chinese and the Russian one. The Russian one looks pretty based, actually.
Look, okay.
Yeah, it's super based.
It is. So here's just a... Okay, this is the Chinese military ad. Just all three of them are here, but just since they're being brought up. So this is what I expect from a military ad.
Chinese propaganda.
It's just what I expect from a military ad. It's not even... This is what American military ads used to look like.
Wow, so the guys would be fan.
Except none of their technology is that based.
Again, this looks dope. It makes me want to join the Chinese military, right? If I was a guy, I guess. I don't know.
At least I'd be tall for one.
Yeah. Wait, what, Bill?
Might be the first time you're not the skinniest person in the room.
Oh, Bill said rude.
You sandwich nerd.
I ate potato salad earlier and you watched me eat it.
That's pretty basic. Kind of mean, though.
Again, this just looks... Yeah. Very nationalistic, very cool. Makes it look dope. Oh, Winnie the Pooh's there.
It wouldn't look quite as cool if there was a real life-sized person they were fighting against, would it?
人民军队的力量来自改革创新。人民军队的胜利。
You know the show Takeshi's Castle?
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't know if you watched much of it, but very occasionally you would find that there would be a European person on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you just see them just like walk over the obstacles and stuff. And you go, oh yeah. And then you realize when you go
they're
there,
a foot taller, yeah, than everybody else.
I'm 5'7", right? I'm not big. I was massive in Singapore.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like we had some American guy, like the guy was like nearly 7 foot. He couldn't even get on the fucking subway, right? You know, he's just like,
oof. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're that tall, goddamn, nearly 7 foot.
No, he was big. But
to be fair, you're gonna have a hard time getting around anywhere if you're like, 6'10" or some shit.
Yeah. But even the guys we had, like 6'2", 6'4" were just monstrous. And like the bus that we took to work had like 3 seats on each side of the bus, but we couldn't get 2 guys in the 3 seats.
Yeah.
You're just normal size. Just normal size Europeans.
We're just different.
And like
just
also
built different.
Yeah.
Yeah. But literally every surface was like an inch lower than you would expect it to be.
Mm-hmm.
So you kept dropping. So we drop shit all the time. Because when you put something. No, like because like when you put something down on a surface, you don't look at it. Your brain just goes, countertops, or your brain knows where the countertop is. And we would just I just drop shit all the time because it just like an inch, just let go of it an inch above everything, and stairs and stuff. It was weird.
And no, I can totally understand why that would happen now.
Yeah, because just everything's just a bit smaller than you.
Right.
I mean, like I couldn't buy trousers in Singapore.
Oh hell no!
End of story. Yeah, just not possible. And I'm not that big,
You're good, but you might
I know.
afterwards.
Dude, it's the same thing where like, I'll sometimes be like, okay, this is woman moment stuff, but I'll try to be buying clothes on, well, not now really anymore, but because now I know better. But when I used to be a little bit younger and I'd buy clothes online, of course it's really cheap to buy from China, to buy stuff from them, and like they show you a picture and it looks so cute, and you're like, oh, that dress looks so cute. You buy. You even look at their sizing. Like, okay, so in the U.S., I'm a smaller or maybe medium, depending on what it is. And I order a medium, and it's
XXL in China.
It's like XXL in China. And the biggest problem with dresses, in particular, as a woman, is that because they're so much shorter. I'm not excessively tall as a woman. I'm 5'7". But if I order a dress from a Chinese company, I have to order a long dress because if it's supposed to be like knee length, that's gonna be like upper thigh length, like that's not gonna work at all. And the other thing too is the quality of the material is always shit. That was so yes, if you order any kind of clothing from China, go buy like 5 sizes from what you usually order. Here's the Russian recruitment ad.
То, что было вчера, не имеет значения. То, кем ты был прежде, уже никого не волнует. Теперь важно то, кем ты будешь сегодня. Что ты знаешь о себе? На что ты способен?
Bro, look at these fucking
jacked
beef cakes. Holy shit. But he's got a girl at home and stuff and everything, we saw that bit.
There's no blue-haired weirdos in the Russian army, are there?
Nope. It's so dope. It's so cool. Oh, very based. And now here we have the American military advert from last year.
I know they're doing these things just now. They're showing you all these Russians trying to get away from the draft, and I just don't believe it.
I'm sure some of them are, to be fair, because nobody likes being drafted into terrible war. But
I've worked in Moscow and St. Petersburg in the past.
Mhm,
I've worked in
mhm.
Kazakhstan,
Oh,
and
wow.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you, these guys are like. I used to go. There was a karaoke bar I used to go to in Moscow, and not that I sang, but it's just a cool place. And virtually everybody kept singing the same fucking song about a horse. It's like a really really militaristic fucking song. They're really into it and stuff. I'm not sure. I believe that they're dodging the draft.
Yeah, I suppose that's difficult to imagine, but I'm sure some of them are. Let's not.
It's not good for American morale if you're saying, "Hey, look, the Russians are charging the front line to kick the shit out of you." It's not gonna
exactly. Exactly. It's all propaganda. But speaking of propaganda,
I mean, like,
what are you doing?
They genuinely love Putin. You know, they genuinely love him.
Oh, I know they do.
He's very popular.
Like he came to visit. He came to visit Kazakhstan when I was in Kazakhstan, and I think like literally the entire city turned out to see him.
I'm sure.
You can tell.
A region, by the way, which historically would not necessarily. They're.
Yeah,
I think people in Kazakhstan do not consider themselves part of Russia, nor do people in Kazakhstan have the same ethnicity as Russians.
Right. Sure.
They have a different culture.
Well, there's the Tar. Well, I mean,
there's different
in the Kazakhs. Yeah.
Yes, there's a couple different groups there. So
yeah. But sure, my point is that there. If you're out in a group of people, you can tell the difference between a group of people who have been told to be there
and
a group of people who are palpably excited to see a person.
Now, I would say
there's the CCP guys who've been told to go out in the street and wave for dear leader, and people who've brought their kids out and picnics and fucking things to see Putin, which is what I was seeing.
There is an exception to this. Generally speaking, I agree. But there is an exception where if you live in complete and utter, inescapable indoctrination, a la North Korea, then yeah, you do see that. The people at the mass games, they're weeping for the dear leader. Part of it might be out of fear, but I think that's the only thing you've ever been exposed to in your entire life. And North Korea is always brought up as an example, but we have to be very clear. North Korea is a really, really weird example.
No, sure. But
utterly isolated country.
They have internet.
They have internet. They have television.
Right. They're not isolated in that way.
Right. North Korea.
Although weirdly, do you know what the national sport of Kazakhstan is?
I do not. Everything I know about Kazakhstan, for the most part, comes from freaking Sacha Baron Cohen, so
yeah,
which is nothing.
They don't like him very much.
What a surprise!
Yeah, yeah. He has slightly upset. The national sport of Kazakhstan is MMA.
Oh, that's really cool.
That's not a surprise.
Which is why they changed their national sport at some point in the last 20 years. But I did some outreach stuff with some school because they're doing engineering. Mm-hmm. As part of our deal there, we did some outreach stuff with the schools and things like that. It's quite typical to do these sort of things with oil companies. We get to get dispensation for some of the stuff we do. We end up doing lots of kind of stuff. And literally octagons in the school gymnasiums and stuff.
Oh, that's freaking cool.
Yeah, do not get in a fight in a bar in Kazakhstan. That would be my general.
I would not suggest it. The only other thing that I know about Kazakhstan is that it's my favorite quote from any YouTube comment ever made, which is, of course, this song goes very hard. Greetings from Kazakhstan. I hate women so much it's unreal. End quote. That is the best YouTube comment ever made. Like I'm waiting to see one that can beat it.
my primary contract right now is in Kazakhstan. I'm working on a 90. I'm working on a $90 billion project in Kazakhstan.
Whoa, goddamn, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I figured as much.
Pretty cool.
Let us continue then with the American recruitment ad.
Oh wow, the new Italian lady.
It's a cartoon.
Is very good at making friends.
Who'd she make friends with already, Spoon?
She just fucking roasted Macron.
Oh, that'd be great. If you got that, we can look at that in a minute when we move on to that.
Yeah, it's one of these clips.
It's absolutely clashy.
Here we go. Wow.
Oh,
compared it to the other two.
Overwhelmingly
It's a cartoon.
Well, that's how they see the world.
I guess so, yeah. Oh my god, listen to this.
Missile defense systems. Patriot missile defense systems?
It begins in California.
Oh my god.
A little girl raised by 2 moms.
Oh wow.
I feel like I'm growing a vagina as I'm
Had a
speaking.
fairly typical child.
Dude, the other two were just like, here's our military equipment. Here we are training. Here we are doing, or following
Drills.
orders and doing drills. And this is, it all begins with my 2 moms.
Just out of interest, then, why would you need a second vagina?
I feel like there's a meme here where it was like, it was from the Little Mermaid meme. It was Little Mermaid.
I have no comment for that right now.
You don't know. It's a meme. You're gonna see it. Here it is. All right. So because you brought this up, now you have to see this. Apparently, Ariel got a whole bunch of legs in this one. Go to my castle for a segment. Grimsby, this is weird. What do I do? You like this girl, right? Yeah, but Grimsby, she wants your hot prince body. Yeah, Grimsby, but what? 8 legs, 7 vaginas. That's all I could think of.
That seems excessive.
It does seem excessive. Speaking of 7 vaginas.
I also marched for equality. I think I've been defending freedom from an early age.
Oh, have you? No.
When I was 6 years old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed.
You'd be bored after the third, wouldn't you?
I don't know.
The family's pride to get back on her feet. Eventually standing at the
become
altar
work
to
now.
marry my other mom.
What does it have to do with being part of the
What does it have to do
military?
with being in the military, yes.
Top of my class.
Of course, she goes to UC
Then
Davis.
attended UC Davis, where I joined a sorority full of other strong women.
Oh, strong women.
But as graduation approached, I began feeling like I'd been handed so
You know the vast majority of men who join the army do so, or the military, so that they can pay for college? Because they don't have your fucking privileges, you dumb bitch.
By the way, as I'm looking at this, I can't imagine why the US is suffering from recruitment.
We are suffering from a major recruitment problem. Gee,
Why?
it is it's a mystery.
I've no idea why.
I mean, we haven't solved the mystery of who could have blown up Nordstream, and I don't think we'll ever solve this mystery either.
So many strong women in America. None of them are joining the
So
military.
many
Why?
mysteries tonight. This is a Scooby-Doo episode.
Fuck.
a sorority girl stereotype. Sure, I'd spent my life around in
That makes Spoon Thelma.
Spooning you, Velma. Oh, yoinks. Jeez, Scoop. Wait.
I think that makes me Scrappy.
I know this is probably untrue.
I think I'm the only one. I don't know if I'm the only one who smokes weed. I know Spoon doesn't smoke weed. I can't smoke weed anymore because it doesn't exist over here that I can find. I sure do eat weed gummies.
What?
Yoinks.
Aiden, look at this. I know this is probably not true.
I don't want to out myself too much, but I'm a 90s old. So I'm a very different end of the scale.
I don't know if that's true. It's probably not.
Spoon, what do you want me to look at, Spoon? I don't know what you want me to look
on
at.
Discord.
Where'd you post it?
It snows a lot where I live.
I posted it to you.
Oh, you sent it to me. Okay.
Yeah.
How many levels of disrespecting Merkel are you on, Trump? I don't know, like 5, maybe 6, my dude. What's his name? Berlusconi. You were like a little babby. Watch this. Berlusconi called Merkel an unfuckable lard ass. Holy shit!
Oh, he did call her that.
Did he?
Oh, Bill apparently has a meme.
Do tell.
Is it the one you just sent me? New Zealand PM calls free speech a weapon of war. Watch that in a minute. There's too much funny stuff tonight.
Wow, these people are all very gay.
Well, he sends it to me. We'll finish up this. Actually, is there any reason? This is just fucking gay.
Also,
who cares?
Yeah, by the way, the idea of a bunch of women going to war to protect a bunch of homosexuals is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Anything where they show her at war at all? No, it's like it's nothing. And it's in a cartoon too. That doesn't make all right. So let's see. Here's the Berlusconi thing.
History be like. Prime Minister Giorgio Luigi resigns after embezzling public funds to build Jizz volcano in private house. Is re-elected 5 months later after hiring Romanian prostitute to run his campaign. Begins his 45th non-consecutive term by making deal with mafia. Pictures emerge of him snorting cocaine from a callboy's dick. This increases his popularity. Resigns 2 weeks later under public protest after it is revealed the callboy is German. Succeeded by devout Catholic Prime Minister Silvio Luigi, who celebrates his inauguration by inviting Slovak ambassador to orgy in the Palace of the Republic with 500 prostitutes and a contest of traditional Italian dwarf tossing. Dies in office from common work hazard of strangulation by Thai porn star. Succeeded by Andrea Lorenza, who was laughed out of office for having a girly name. Paranoid schizophrenic Pepe Rossi elected into office on campaign slogan Mussolini did nothing wrong. Secretly finances neo-Nazi terror groups with European Union subsidies and blames the Jews. Appoints his invisible friend as Minister of Defense to facilitate scheme. Imprisoned after invisible friend rats him out to the law. Luigi Colombo becomes first left-wing prime minister in a century. Spends billions on useless multi-lane highway connecting 2 villages with population of 20. Tries to impress public with non-existent English skills. Billionaire media mogul Silvio Rossi runs for office campaigning on his very long and impressive record of criminal sexual assault and tax evasion. Is elected with 50,000 votes from a Sicilian cemetery. Becomes 896th prime minister of Italy in 30 years. Uses public funds to pay for plastic surgery of 700 lovers. Gets indicted by Senate Committee on Corruption. Testifies before committee and attempts to prove his innocence by showing his extensive hentai collection to see. Goes to trial. First day on trial calls the judge, who is first female judge in Italian history, an ugly unfuckable slut. Remains in office and everything is forgotten because Italy wins World Cup. Resigns 2 months later after 40 years of government mismanagement cause economic crash. Mario Romano appointed Prime Minister by emergency multi-party coalition. Fluent in 7 languages. Impressive record of effective governance and hard work over several decades in public, private, and international institutions. Never sexually assaulted anyone. Never cheated on his wife. Intelligent and polite man. The exemplar of a highly cultured Italian Renaissance genius. Fixes the economic problems. Fixes the country. Restores its reputation. Is voted out of office for being boring. Repeat.
This is not real. Really but it's not entirely incorrect. Representation, which is a wonderful segue onto our next topic.
Which is somehow still less corrupt than Hunter Biden.
That's not even a joke. That's actually fucking true.
Sure is. We'll get into this. Return of fascismus in Italy. This thing about Tucker Carlson thing was frankly pretty dumb. Did you go over this in a video, Spoon?
No, because I don't hate my audience enough to show them that kind
of shit. Just to give you the TLDR, Russia bad because masculinity.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the gist.
The reason why the West is winning, so-called, apparently, which we can't verify because everyone's lying to their fucking teeth, it's because the amount of money that's being leveled at Ukraine has nothing to do with their so-called winning at all.
It has to do, according to that guy on MSN, is that it's because we're not hyper-masculine anymore, and that's why we're doing better than Russia allegedly against Ukraine.
Which is
because
not a joke.
We have women power, all right? Before we get into this, real quick, Donnie Brown.
So much better. Can all the men just retire from the army and you take it over?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you think that would fare down, you fucking stupid bitch?
Oh, it'd go great, because men are awful. Donnie Brassy for 10 says, aha, Aiden Paladin, I have uncovered your dark secret. Prepare to be exposed. You are secretly Purity Sin Gaming. I'm not. But I do know who Purity Sin Gaming is. You have a similar voice. I'm going to go now. Here's money. Thank you. I do know we have a similar sounding voice. Pure Stress for $5 says, no, I blew up Nordstream. Can't have a war over gas if there's no gas. True that, I suppose. And Keza for... Yeah, and Keza for $5, I guess so. Keza for £5 says, speaking of North Korea, it's a necrocracy, and their eternal leader has been dead since 1994. Imagine worshipping a dead man. Well, Jesus.
Many people worship Biden.
So, well, Jesus. But I'm not saying that's the same thing. I'm just saying that wasn't necessarily the best way to phrase it.
And not so much worshipping Biden as sort of weekend at Bernie.
Oh, that's true. We are weekend at Bidening him. So we have the return of fascismus in Italy with
Magoo.
That's true. With Giorgia Meloni's party leading in polls ahead of Sunday. This is older. Before she won. And the Italian far right is edging closer to power.
She's far right because we say she's far right.
Let's just watch videos on this because they're funny as fuck rather than read this boring ass shit. Because I'd rather watch the lefties seethe. Because just
funny.
watch it.
Go on.
The Brothers of Italy, which Meloni has led since 2014, blah, 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 blah. She's a fascist. I don't have to go over the shit, because guess what's going to happen? Vosh is going to go over her background, and yet totally be incapable of understanding what the hell she believes in at all. And I am going to resend out here the link to the Watch Together, because it'll be easier for this, because this way everybody... Whoops, not to you, Bill. Unless you want to get in on it.
It's actually worse than that. She's not just a fascist. She's also a TERF.
I know.
Sexy.
Yeah, they say, but they're saying she's everything. So, and I found there is the quote of hers that's damning is that she says that I am mostly, but not entirely, paraphrasing. She said Mussolini was a good leader. He cared about Italy, and I don't. She's not saying she agrees with Mussolini's politics. She's saying he was a good leader and he cared about Italy. I don't think that's. What you think it
paraphrasing,
means,
she wants the trains to run on time.
Right, exactly. If you've got the
Watch Together up.
Watch Together there, does everybody have it in? Oil Friend, do you have are you in the Watch Together? Because we're gonna watch some horrible videos. I posted a link in our chat here to the Watch Together. So that I know I sent it to you, Bill, but I also sent it here.
Yes, I have it. Okay, here we go.
Okay, cool. That way anyone can pause whenever they like. And it's a little bit more democrat. I thought we started with. So I put these in, guys, in the chat. I put these videos in order of least insane to most insane. And when you start with Sam Cedar as least insane,
this is gonna end really badly.
It's they're having a minute. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit because these people always. I just
want to turn America into Europe, into Sweden, into Finland, into Scandinavia, socialist. I mean, and
hold on a second. Why can't I hear this twice?
Oh, because I'm streaming my screen. My bad.
There we go.
Now all of a sudden.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Now all of a sudden, like,
there is one person on YouTube, political punditry, whose face I want to redecorate with a frying pan. This motherfucker is that guy. His face just screams, "Punch me!"
Where do I know his name from?
Sam Sneeder is the guy who he was. Ethan Klein was supposed to debate Ethan Crowder. Ethan Crowder, Steven Crowder, and instead they brought in this bozo. So yeah, that's where you probably know him from. Just to guess, he is a bozo.
Yeah.
They're bringing Viktor Orban to CPAC, and they want their voters to appreciate the new Italian prime minister. Here is Trey Gowdy on Fox, basically saying, like, well, if fascism wins, then isn't it really the moderate position?
Oh, it's just fascism. Why is it fascism, Sam? Why is it fascism? Oh, because you say it is. That's why. Because you say it's fascism. It's because you say it's fascism that it's fascism. Is he going to explain why it's fascism? No.
No.
Turn overseas and what's happening in Italy and really across Europe. And if you look at the headlines of this...
Actually, I'm going to skip this because he just watches Fox News for a minute, which is whatever. Okay. Now, Fox is looking at all of these headlines that are saying Giorgia Meloni is a fascist. I know that we skipped around a little bit here, guys, but Giorgia Meloni is a right-leaning, yes, she is a conservative woman who has become prime minister of Italy. Her main points is that she's anti-immigration, she's anti-wokeness, and I haven't seen much else from her. The quote about Mussolini, I just gave you guys what it was. She didn't say, praise fascismus. She said Mussolini was a good leader who cared about Italy. So I agree you could find that problematic. I believe she said that 7 years ago. It was in 2015. Okay? So, all right, there's these things to keep in mind.
I mean, it's fair to say he was good. I mean, like, if you want to get into... No, but I mean, like, you take Hitler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go slightly off the tangent here.
Yeah, let's go to the extreme example.
No, but if you look at, like, Hitler's like, logistical control over Germany, is what set the stage for Germany's current success.
Well, yes.
When the other Europeans arrived in Berlin, they couldn't believe the level of infrastructure that Berlin had.
And remember that Germany had been so utterly just devastated and embarrassed after World War One. It was under Hitler that they had managed to rebuild their infrastructure. So you can say the same thing that, like, okay, Hitler's a terrible, fascistic dictator, and a horrible human being, but he did good things for Germany in terms of its infrastructure. Same could be said about Mussolini, and which is, I believe, what she was saying. Yes, which is what I believe she was saying. I don't know. I'm not inside of her head, and something that she said 7 years ago, but whatever.
But Giorgia Meloni claims victory to become the most far-right prime minister since Mussolini. Those are the...
What? do you know? But these people obviously don't know. Neither on Fox News nor, by the way, on Sam Cedar. Spoon, you probably know, though. Who was in power in Italy before Mussolini?
Or Mussolini?
Yes.
About the monarchy?
What system of government? It sure was. It sure was.
Mussolini before he was dictator.
What?
He was a socialist journalist.
Yeah, that's true. Bill brings it up. Before Mussolini was dictator, he was a socialist journalist. I wouldn't bring that up now, ever, would they?
But here's a...
He was getting too much power.
Bill said they kicked him out because he was getting too much power, and I'm sure that's correct. But sorry, continue.
But sorry, just to say that she's the most far-right person since him, that only means that she is the rightest person, the person most to the right since then. Well, she could be 1 inch to the right of the most left person and still be the most right person since. I mean,
precisely.
It's not a qualifier. It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. As Kiza brings up, Italy's new leader supports Israel, the EU, freedom of movement, and she's far right. Talk about absolutely, talk about utterly pathetic.
I didn't know she even knew Spoon.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. But she supports Israel, the EU, freedom of movement, and she just doesn't want immigrants in Italy. And Italy is the basic stop-off point for immigrants trying to go everywhere else in Europe. And then a lot of them end up just sitting there and shitting there. So yeah, she's not in favor of that. And as far as I can tell, we're going to go through the Vosh video, which is, oh my god. Vosh's video is really funny. But so here's the claims. She's a super right-wing person. I don't care about the Fox News clip. Let's get into Sam Sneeder and his objections.
What they keep emphasizing too, when you have Substackers online, we discussed this the other day, who are trying to say that this is an anti-establishment movement and completely ignoring the actual fascist elements of it, trying to mainstream it. No, I mean,
like what?
This is an anti-migrant, anti-immigrant, racist, nationalist party that is a theme because they're trying to make this international.
Oh my god. Okay, I have to tell you this. Bill has given me some breaking news information. Orca whales, apparently within these specific areas where migrants are, I didn't know there were orca whales in the Mediterranean, Bill. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure they're in the Arctic. So are you sure about this? It's some other kind of whale, maybe?
As far as England.
Bill says you get them as far as England.
No, orcas get about, man.
He said that's okay. So some type of sea animal, according to him, has been now basically trained to attack migrant vessels headed towards Italy because they know that it's easy food. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. I can neither confirm nor deny my breaking news report from my husband, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's real.
That is.
I mean, I in a previous stream, I did suggest that we should train sharks to be
freaking laser beams.
No, for safety reasons. The Swiss have those St. Bernards with the barrels.
Yeah.
I'm saying we should for the safety of the migrants, we should train sharks, give them medical kits and food and stuff like that around them.
Well, Bill said he looked it up and they're sinking yachts in the Strait of Gibraltar, so...
Teach the sharks to identify migrants and swim around them in case they get in trouble.
He said they've gotten so used to eating migrants that they're now hunting any vessel under a certain size. Which, again, I don't disbelieve, but bruh.
With this Bannon school of fascists with Orban
difference of SeaWorld, doesn't it?
It sure does.
I want to ask the question here because this is kind of the same conundrum that we had a while ago with the with the migrants being bussed into the places like Texas and Florida. EU, if you're aware that you are in the midst of some crazy right-wing fascists, why do you keep sending migrants to their country?
Why? Why would you want them to go there if it's full of right-wing fascists? It is a mystery.
Yeah.
Anywho, let's continue. I'll have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back too, by the way.
I mean, Italy is really struggling with its migrants, you know, like in terms of work and stuff like that. I know a bunch of guys in Milan and stuff like that. They're really struggling now.
I've also seen what
They're
Italy looks like.
busting at the seams. Yeah, they're really busting at the seams now. Yeah.
Italy is also a beautiful country, and if migrants are going to wreck it by disrespecting it, then I say purge the fucking migrants. Because I appreciate history more than a bunch of parasites.
Even if it's not a direct connection, same thing what's happening in Brazil with Bolsonaro.
If it's not a direct connection, how can you justifiably call it fascism, you crazy bitch? By what metric are you calling it fascism?
No one knows, because it's because none of these people know what fascism is. They don't know what the actual
but that just drives me nuts. This is also why so many leftists are fucking
It's something I don't like. I don't like it, therefore it is fascism.
Yes. It's crazy. They don't like migrants. Like, yes, because migrants are parasites. They don't appreciate the local culture. And it's kind of like colonization, which I would have thought you fuckers are against, but no, of course not.
Yeah, I mean, so people say to me sometimes, oh, you know, because I talk about immigration and like I've got a problem with immigration. I've told you, I've lived and worked in 12 countries in the last 20 years. I'm always a migrant. I am regularly an economic migrant to other countries. That is what I do for a living, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't got a problem with people immigrating for this. When I go to a place, I, one, bring a useful skill with me that has been requested, and two, I get involved in the local thing. I don't go there and try to make everything.
Well, that means he samples the local cuisine and alcohol and gets plastered drunk.
Well, I'm Scottish. So,
there we go.
I mean, potentially, yeah, right. So that's gonna be that's part of it. But again, like that's the way.
Sample it.
But that is the mindset that people should have, right? Is it like, look, if I'm going to move to another country, yes, do that. But if you're going to move to another country, you should have something, even if you don't have anything useful to provide, because I don't know what I'm really providing to Guernsey, to be completely honest. But actually, that's not true. Taxes. That's fine.
I was going to say something
Did you just
really
say Guernsey?
mean, but I can't do it on the air.
Yeah, that's where I live. Yeah.
You're in Guernsey?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
What's wrong with wait, what's that response about?
Well, of all the things I've heard tonight, that is the most disturbing.
What's wrong with wait a minute, now I've got to get it. I've lived here for 3 years. What's the problem with Guernsey exactly?
No one has ever lived in Guernsey.
That is true, actually. Never mind, that's the correct.
For one thing, you're way too close to France.
We are very close to France, and in fact, many people here speak France. France. They speak the France. Oh, he will get so mad.
You and your husband are basically French.
Well, I'm not, because I'm not from here.
Those are
but I think it.
Bill, apparently you're basically French.
You're being contaminated.
He might have gone next door for a minute, because I know if he had heard that, he would have fucking.
It's probably gone to surrender somewhere.
No, we live next door to his family, or to his mom, so he might have gone next door to do something real quick. But
I'm gonna get myself thrown off this stream pretty quick.
No, don't worry about it. Oh, don't worry. No, I would much rather you stay on so he can come back here and just say something extremely insulting.
I'm in denial of this if he comes back.
Let's continue with Sam Sneeder for the time being, though.
Trying to make it seem like this is anti-establishment politics when the reality is it's just a new rebranded fascism. The idea that Brett Baer leaves that out is just laughable.
Well, to be fair...
Well, none of you know what fascism is, and you've refused to define it for 6 fucking years now, so...
Yeah, you still can't fucking define it, but, so... Let's hear them talk about what is fascism.
If all you do is call people racist after 6 years, everyone who disagrees
with you... If that's what you think fascism
no one
is...
cares anymore.
Because that's what they think. They just say... It's basically... Fascism is anything I don't like to them. Yeah. So everything is fascism.
Yeah. But how can you call somebody conservative and fascist in the same sentence?
Or right-wing and fascist.
Really, when she's not into socialism.
No, but if you're conservative, then you're for small government.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if you're fascist, then you're only
massive government. Yeah.
Massive government and socialized welfare and things like that. A socialized system. She's against all of these things. So again, Sam Sneeder and his I don't know what his lady friend.
The same people
she's very dumb. No, every time I've ever seen her.
The thing is, I don't believe they don't know. I don't believe that they don't know what they are. I believe they're being completely disingenuous.
Sam Sneeder is known for being completely disingenuous, so maybe he knows. I think his co-host is actually a moron because every time I've ever seen her say anything, she appears to have like goldfish IQ. And I'm to say I'm not being mean, but I am being mean. I sincerely think she has like a sub 80 IQ. She's very dumb. Again, sorry.
You think she's been bleaching? She's been bleaching.
I think that she just kind of says yeah and repeats talking points. Sam might know better. He probably does, and this is all just a weird thing.
I'm just saying, he doesn't look sub-Saharan to me.
Her, on the other hand, no, she's just the bleach has gotten into the brain, and I shouldn't normally say that because I literally bleached my hair white, but
you trying to say you'd be smarter if you didn't?
No, I like it. I like that it looks all white, and then when it does turn white naturally, I won't have to be. And see, it's just me it's premeditated, so that when it does turn white when I get old.
Thank you for the compliment. You're like horrible green.
Yes, thank you for the compliment, Spoon.
Asshole.
All right, let's continue.
It's not a problem.
If fascists haven't been in power since 1940s in Italy, it can be anti-establishment too.
Hitler was anti-establishment. He thought the establishment was too easy on Jews.
Exactly. I mean, to be fair.
Well, yeah, but and then right, exactly. But that is also the same kind of deal here as well, because Meloni was also railing against Soros. Like there's the through line of anti-Semitism. They're just trying to rebrand it.
Okay, we're gonna get into this with the Vosh thing as well. Yeah, she has talked shit about Soros, but see how they say if you criticize George Soros, it's anti-Semitism.
You're an anti-Semite.
You cannot. Excuse me. You can't criticize the fact that he puts billions of dollars into left-wing politic projects.
Destroy the country.
But if you go like, hey, that guy is putting billions of dollars into left-wing political projects, well, you're being anti-Semitic. What?
Let's also just remember the shitty way he made his money in the first place, which was by fucking the UK.
He sure did. Yep. And how about the fact that he, as far as I know, personally turned in Jews during the Holocaust?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, for sure. But he should basically be considered. But in the UK, he should basically be considered an enemy of the state. He deliberately shorted the time.
He is. You know what he is? He is that. He's
not allowed in a whole bunch of countries. There's countries, he's banned from.
He's from Hungary.
He should be banned from the UK.
He's banned from Hungary, his home nation, yeah.
Yes.
But he should be banned from the UK, but he's not.
He should be banned from pretty much everywhere, yeah. Real quick, Serena Emperor Keza for £5 says Italy's new leadership supports... Oh, right, you read that one, sorry.
No, I didn't read that.
It was... Did I not?
No.
Yeah, I did. Italy's new leadership supports Israel, the EU movement of freedom. I did read that. Furious Dan for 5 Canadian says the Italian Senate was crashed by Tifa hentai. It sure was that.
Canadian.
Was it? No, it was Italy. It was Italy. I'm fairly sure with the Tifa hentai. I'm fairly sure Italy. Tifa hentai. Senate. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, Italian Senate accidentally placed 30 seconds of inappropriate. Yeah, it was Italy.
Oh yeah.
So Italian Senate was crashed by Tifa hentai, and a woman who advertised herself as Love Live is now PM, or Love Live. Yeah. More evidence that Trump made anime real. Very true. She used anime images also in her campaign. And in fact, the left is mad about that, saying she's preying on them on the right wing by using anime iconography or whatever. Okay.
Wow.
And Kizza for another £5 says fascism is Italian socialism, and Italian far right would be Roman Empire on steroids and mass genocide against non-Romans. Go read a book, you cunts. Yeah, I agree. Obviously. But let's continue with this dumb shit.
Of course it's Italian. If it was made by the English, think of what a bundle of sticks is called there.
Very true, Bill. If you heard. Fasties has a different word in English. Put it that way.
Of course, and to be clear, look, I think rather than the point being that this is not anti-establishment, it is that being anti-establishment in and of itself,
yes,
tells you only that they're anti-establishment. That is not always a positive.
Yes, it is.
And, you know, like, go back to what Chris Hedges was writing back in the aughts, that anti-establishment populism can come in two very distinct flavors. One is more socialistic reforms,
which are gay,
increasing democracy.
That's
no. Oh my God. Can you believe that in one sentence he said socialism increases democracy?
Yeah, which is so not true.
Internationalizing.
That's global.
Internationalizing, socializing, or increases in democracy.
Yeah, it's not.
As in, pure democracy, maybe, but representative democracy, no. And just sort of say what you mean is that you want mob rule, Sam, and that, well, you want mob rule to give way to a powerful elite form of oligarchs who will run everything for everybody. And in your mind, you think that there will be benevolent and, you know, just divide things up amongst the people who've all decided who gets to do this and who gets to make the decisions, and they won't at all abuse the people who have given them all of their power and handed over their guns to and all of their individual rights, so they would never ever abuse it. No, Sam, they would never do that. Not ever, 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 would they? That's never happened before in human history. Oh, except it did.
To be fair, I believe in one man, one vote as well.
And the other is fascistic.
Yes.
Where
there's only two.
Okay. Hold on.
There's there's only two options to him. There's socialism and fascism, is what he's saying.
Which doesn't make any sense.
So socialism is maximizing democracy, and then there's fascism. By the way, also ignores the fact that there is a third option, monarchy. But oh well.
Socialistic
reforms. Really obsessed by monarchy.
Yeah, it's our thing.
Yeah, we're both monarchists.
Increasing democracy, internationalizing.
That's globalism. That's bad, by the way.
Distributing power.
That's also shit.
Bad.
Yes.
And the other is fascistic.
Yes.
Where things like
try to think about
monarchy.
it.
No, nationalism.
What monarchy is not fascistic, Spirit. You know that.
No, I mean the other option.
Well, just pure capitalism.
Yeah, or anarchy.
Yeah, he ignores there's another third option, which is anarchy, which you know is a third option. There's a third position. There's more than one third position, by the way, but monarchy is one of them.
You can't maintain anarchy for any length of time. That's the problem.
No, that's the problem, because you need a larger system over it, and the reason why one of the reasons why we support
population.
I support monarchy is because it's the best way to protect a libertarian or anarcho-capitalistic system.
Well, anarchy breeds monarchy. If you have an anarcho society, somebody like me with abilities and power would set up shop, and take control, and then essentially set up a monarchy, right?
Yeah, basically. That's why again you do need an overarching system to protect anarcho-capitalist or even anarcho-communist communes. If you want to have your commune and live in a certain way, you need to have an overarching society that exists outside of it.
This is why I don't worry. You know, like, this is why I've said this one to Spoon before. You know, I don't worry about communism. If communism ever takes root, it won't make any difference to me. I'll still just be the guy stood 2 steps back.
And you're too useful.
Anyway.
Yeah, you're too useful. I mean, like, it's
again the sly guy just stood 2 steps back with all the.
Yeah, again, and remember, in every communist regime that's ever existed, who did they put against the wall? Who do they kill first? The communist revolutionaries, because they're insane and they're uncontrollable. They are always going to want revolution. Marx, they even talk about the necessity of permanent revolution that needs to be permanent. Well, those people are nuts, and they cannot. Anything that they would want would never be able to function as a society. So they get once they put their oligarchy into power that they end up deciding upon. Well, the oligarchy kills them. It's what's happened every single time that a communist government has come into power. Every single time, without fail. Yeah. It doesn't mean that there aren't, again, like, you can have anarcho-communist communes like you do in Israel and the kibbutz, which I don't know if they would call themselves anarcho-communists, but they operate under much the same similar ideals. But in order for that to exist, you have to have the state of Israel above them to protect them, because otherwise those communities can't exist.
And things like anti-immigration and things like finding scapegoats for societal ills.
Anti-immigration is now fascist.
Finding scapegoats for the country's ills. Remember,
by the way, look at the
MAGA
immigration
people are
policies
a
of the
threat to
Soviet
country.
Union, my dude. Okay.
Fucking Jesus
look at the immigration policies there. Anti-immigration is if anti-immigration is it's not fascism. Anti-immigration has nothing to do with fascism, particularly in a country like Italy that has a huge immigration problem
if
because people
anti-immigration is
keep getting on
fascism,
boats.
then everyone at Martha's Vineyard is a fascist.
Yes, and under that paradigm, then yes, you just said everybody in Martha's Vineyard, including Barack Obama, is a fascist.
I mean, they must have those folk there. That must have been like. I mean, it's absolutely genius of DeSantis because
it was a genius move.
No, because I don't think the media have. Yeah, but I don't think the media have actually managed to get across like how much those people just lost, like the culture shock to those people.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Like the effects of this will be way more than anyone's actually seeing. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like.
Oh, I guarantee Massachusetts is going to in the next elections.
The ripples out of this will be incredible.
Yeah.
I guarantee that after this, Massachusetts is going to, in the next election, have a bunch of anti-immigration policies that are put in place by all their Democratic leadership.
There's gonna be a wall around Martha's. They're gonna build a 12-foot high fucking wall all the way around the island.
They can turn
I
into a
wouldn't be
moat.
shocked if they do. Again, I wouldn't be shocked if they do.
Wait, it's an island anyway, right? I mean,
right? They don't.
You know,
but I guess there's an airport on it, so they'll have to build a wall on the airport.
All the non-residents in the city, in the town, will have to wear I don't know, some sort of symbol that they don't belong. I don't know, maybe something obvious that you can see and recognize from a distance. Maybe like I don't know, like a
armband,
like blue circle or
something like that, you know, so you can tell
a yellow star or something like that. Yeah.
By the way, I will say this, right? If Trump can manage to get enough of his people into the Senate in the election in 2 months' time, and in the unlikely event that they can somehow get Mitch McConnell to fuck off and no longer be the leader, oh my God, will you see the fucking absolute meltdown of the mainstream media? Because he's like the golden cuckold of the Republican Party.
I honestly think it's going to be so much worse than people think it's going to. I think it's going to be a complete blowout. I think it's going to be bad. I don't think that. I just think the economy is like people can't like.
You can't ignore that.
I sometimes look at what's going on. Yeah, but I sometimes look at what's going on and think, are the Democrats so sure they're going to lose that they're actually deliberately tanking the economy so badly that it's impossible for Trump to make it good again?
That might be it.
That has
occurred
to me.
They already know. Because my thought is like they already know they're losing, and if they leave him with anything at all, he'll be able to turn it around. So they're like, we must completely destroy the economy so that his second term will still be sucky.
It's a very real possibility that's
impossible.
They know Biden is a nightmare. Not even it's not technically a lame duck, but like I guess sort of. But they know he's a nightmare. As much as even though you can print 1,000 articles a day, which they do, about how actually he's a good thing. All of it's actually the fact that gas costs as much as it does is a good thing because we're fighting Russia, et cetera. The fact that all of your produce and goods cost so much more is all a good thing. The fact that your children are being indoctrinated in school, that's a good thing. But regular people are disgusted by it, and all. It might be that their point is to just destroy shit as much as possible, and then blame it on Trump and go like, "Wow, look." And the problem is, and the reality is, idiots, stupid people will buy that. They'll destroy everything. Trump won't be able to fix it. No one will be able to fix it. And they'll be like, well, vote for us now because I guarantee we'll fix it. Yeah. And by that, I mean, they'll just drive, the country into the ground and then be like, well, we need to get a socialist system out of this. That is the ultimate goal, I think.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I
don't think that without reason.
I work with lots of Americans.
Yeah.
And,
that's in the writings of Herbert Marcuse though, and Foucault and all these socialist and communist scholars. They said, yeah, you have to destroy society. You have to destroy the people before you can rebuild it as a socialist system. So yeah, I think it's very possible that's what they're doing. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I wasn't sure when to say. I was saying, obviously, because I work in the industry, I work with tons of Americans, but they're all, I guess, because they're all sort of like of an engineering type thing. But literally every single one of them I know is a conservative.
Oh yeah, I'm not shocked.
And yeah. Well, I guess it's just that way because of I guess our industry. I think the oil industry is still like one of the few places where it's not woke. You know, like it just doesn't seep into our industry for whatever reason. You know,
because ladies can't work in it.
Well, I think
we've got tons of women. I think what it is because it's so well paid.
It's well paid and it requires a specialized set of skills.
Yeah, but we've got plenty of women engineers, but they're all well-educated, wealthy people. So they tend to be against taxes and stuff. You know, for some reason.
Yeah, interesting how that works, huh?
And conspiracies.
So weirdly, we just don't have any of that bullshit. Just really hasn't seeped in at all.
Well, that's excellent then. Let's hope. I'm sure it's in many fields, luckily, but still, it's in a lot.
About one world government type of situations. It can go either way. They're both anti-establishment.
Yes. The point, though, is that what these right-wingers are trying to do is they're trying to take this like larger backlash and discontent with a neoliberal ideology that has
world order. Say world order, bitch.
That has taken over for decades, and trying to say that the only alternative to this, in terms of breaking up the establishment, are these
is monarchy
kinds of people who find these scapegoats, and so they're
choosing.
She just admits that it happens and then calls them all scapegoats.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Well done.
No, it's happening, but they're all scapegoats. It is happening, but they're all scapegoats. Okay, lady.
Which one of those anti-establishment camps they want, and it's the fascistic one.
Yes, and the rest are commies. And so the fact that like someone who Brett Baer is supposed to be establishment like buttoned up kind of type, or more.
That's because your normal people are a bunch of feckless fucks who won't do anything. That's why people elect further right governments, because they have a bit of balls and you don't have any.
Right, and you have a horrible track record in terms of your actual when you have power. What do you do with it? You destroy the lives of the middle and working class.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over your identity bullshit.
Literally every European country is sliding more and more and more. Every time an election comes around, every European country is sliding right. Only the US and Australia and New Zealand are still trying to go left.
Yep.
Well, maybe New Zealand not so much.
Maybe.
Well, we'll see. Certainly looks like Jacinta's spell has been broken somewhat.
Yeah, Skeletor.
You do have to break the spell. People fall into a spell where they think that they buy into the nonsense, and then they unfortunately see with their wallet what the reality is.
Yeah, and it's always women, which makes me happy.
Well, I mean, it can't be any starker than the US, though. I mean, the Trump had done, the Trump period had been such a good period, and then Biden's is such. But I mean, the contrast must be stark.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but all
in the US,
all the left can do is say, actually, all of it's still Trump's fault.
Yeah.
Or it's Russia. It's Russia's fault or Trump's fault.
But he's believing that shit. I mean, some people.
A lot of stupid people.
The trillion indoctrinated do believe it, but other than that, not really.
News element of Fox News is just completely washing away those other elements is concerning.
I like the way that you won't explain those other elements. You just mention them like, oh, look, immigrants are bad because they're racist. Like, do you really think it's that? Like, are you really that reductionist, you bimbo?
They just have to be to not actually deal with the issues.
Elections.
So again, they're going to talk about... I just want to look at a little bit more of their dumb opinions, but I do actually want to move on to Vosh because his shit's hilarious.
Suggesting that Viktor Orban is fascistic, or does that change if he gets booked on the evening show?
Yeah,
I don't think he's saying that if he goes on Tucker.
Also, that's news to Marine Le Pen, who is, by the way, praising this and like saying that they were essentially sisters in arms. So
that's kind of hot. Hold on.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I have no problem.
But it's all fascism if we don't like it, of course.
Yeah.
And right, let's ignore everything up until the moment where she is running in a general election as to like
those times are notorious for honesty in politicians.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, because you two fucks are really known for your honesty.
Like
we could end up with a really interesting. We could end up with a really interesting situation here, where all European countries are run by female prime ministers or presidents, and all of them are far right.
And again, what all these people can do is just say like, well, you're just a fascist. You're anti-feminist. You're anti-woman. I thought you liked women. I thought you wanted women in power because women are so good at being in power because they're not nasty like men.
All these women are damaging women's rights.
Yeah, but not.
God, yeah, I saw that as well.
Right. I saw those. Yeah.
It's because they're women and not real women.
Right.
Because real women. Only a man can be a real woman.
Apparently. Maybe we should get into that too. Let's just. I don't know how much more I want to do with fucking Sam Sneeder. He's annoying. Yeah.
Duck in a minute. I'm unequivocally in favor of not shooting immigrants. I mean, but let's continue here.
The New York Times had to stoop to.
Sorry, it's actually this video is mostly him just reacting to the Fox News thing, which is pretty lame. I had a couple. There were a couple ones just in that I thought were kind of interesting, but we are getting a little bit late. So I do want to instead switch gears a little bit. Sam Sneeder's going to Sam Sneed. Again, he's the most reasonable. We're going to move on to the Young Turks. Because,
oh god,
wow, is this
glorious.
So, you know this woman. You know her. Yeah, she's crazy. Okay. You want to turn the speed up? All right, let's go.
Yes, Italy is poised to break the glass ceiling as Giorgia Meloni, there you see her, is likely to become the country's next prime minister. Sadly, she'll probably use the shards of glass that she broke to stab other women in the back. Why? Well, because she is part of what is called the Fratelli d'Italia, or the Brothers of Italy, which is not just a far-right party.
So because it has the word brothers, it's fraternities is the thing that you can't understand because you don't understand Romance languages. But of course, she's going to stab women in the back. Again, it's all about women. You can't, like, a woman takes power. I thought that we were supposed to support women in power, but no, not these ones.
But actually descends from a party
surely there is little more progressive than a woman being the leader of the Brothers of Italy, right? This seems progressive to me.
Yeah.
Only if they agree with everything that the Young Turks believes in.
So Mussolini, 80 years ago, and for the first time in 80 years, Italy may have yet another, fascist leader, and we'll get into more of that. But how did this all happen? What went down on Sunday at the election to someone like Meloni being at the helm? More about Meloni. What's she about? So her campaign slogan heading into the election was Italy and Italian people first.
Oh no.
Sounds a lot like all right-wing so-called populist slogans.
Wow, how dare she put the Italian nation first?
Remember, this is it is evil and wrong for you as the leader of a country to say that you want to support the people of the country. Very telling, okay? Very telling.
And America first, everything first. I don't know who's putting other countries before Italy.
How much money have you sent to Ukraine, you stupid asshole?
How much? Look, countries before Italy. How many migrants do you want them to take in? Oh, every single one who shows up on their door, I guarantee it. Which is every other country before Italy. So,
certainly not me. As
sure.
But anyway, so there you go. More about her though. She was born.
I hate these people. Why are you so dumb?
Some of it's dumb on purpose. She might actually just be stupid, but I don't know.
Oh, she is a woman.
She joined the youth wing of the neo-fascist Italian Social Movement Party when she was 15 to take a stand.
Oh, now you fuckers like history.
No, and also they're trying to. I don't know if the Italian Social Movement Party was fascistic. It might just be their definition of it because it doesn't matter.
No. All this crap is just it's against the far left. You are far left.
Yeah, you're just a fascist. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna skip over. We'll talk about it more.
It's just to give so-called credibility to the fascist thing. But this woman, like, put it this way, Elizabeth Warren has more mixture of blood of Native American in her than this woman has fascism.
Yeah, I figure we could basically go over more of the information in Vosh's video because he literally just looks through a fucking Wikipedia article and it's really funny how stupid he is.
But he does that with everything.
I know he does, but it's funny to me.
Mussolini. Let's take a look now at the party she formed 10 years ago called the Brothers of Italy that she swears is different. 2014, they formed this new party, nothing to do with the Italy social movement. That's totally different. In fact, look at their logos. They're super different.
You're also, by the way, if she joined this in 1977, you're talking about something that happened 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you're thinking people don't change their politics in 45 years. Ever? Okay. Well. Remember how Cenk Uygur named his fucking organization the Young Turks 15 years ago after a genocidal organization that killed Armenians? Yeah. But he changed his politics and he doesn't believe in that term anymore. He just kept the name.
I remember 15
he already started
years ago, Cenk on the Young Turks, he had a segment where he would try and guess the genitals of females.
I remember that as well. But remember, 40 years.
So did Anna, actually. She joined.
I know she was involved in it as well. I know. Just
I don't know if you guys knew that. If you look at Young Turks videos, they used to look at camel toe and guess a celebrity.
Yes, they did camel toe guessing.
They literally did this as part of their show.
It was a segment on their show. So.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely something you should just do in your free time and not on the show.
Yes, also, Neon Suspenders, Vosh uses Wikipedia as a primary source, saying so it is his almost exclusive source, and it's really funny.
There's a clear, I mean, so one on the right is that is the Italy social movement.
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Then the Brotherhood of Italy is on the left.
You're calling one group fascistic, and then and she's saying the other group is not. And they're using the same thing of the Italian flag as a flame. Whatever.
I understand, like how anyone could confuse these things at all. Let's get it.
Again, you work for a guy whose name of his organization supports the Armenian genocide. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Into her beliefs and the beliefs of the party, and then I'll kick it to you, Cenk. But
yeah, but the fact that you've just taken a bit of symbology doesn't mean shit, does it? You know,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. It's like, again, using the fasces doesn't necessarily mean anything. There's a fasces in the United States iconography being held by the eagle.
Yeah, does that mean they're fascists or so the Nazis?
That must mean that all the Italian fathers were fascists under this.
You literally can't take a photo of a Ukrainian without getting a fucking black sun in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't exactly. You can't find one with the Azov battalion. You can't find any group of Ukrainians fighting against the fascists with an image of a freaking soldering rod.
Azovs are just on all of them, you know. It's like...
No, and it's also and also one of their symbols is a stylized on Azov is a stylized swastika.
Yeah,
the SS symbol.
Yeah,
they're virtually all got the black sun. You know?
Yeah.
Yes to safe borders. No to mass immigration. Yes to work for our people. She said in a speech in June, which exhibited her hostility to what she can.
What's the problem here?
Why is that any that bad?
No to the violence of Islam. Yes to safe borders. No to mass immigration. Seems fine.
Foreign threats to traditional Christian European culture. She warns against the globalists who seek to destroy our identity and our civilizations to turn us into undefined citizens of the world. Gasp, shock, the horror. She's also called for a naval blockade to prevent migrant boats from leaving North African shores and has proposed screening potential asylum seekers in Africa before they set out on smugglers' boats to Europe.
Why is that bad?
Good.
That's good.
No, because they want people in Italy to cause unrest and upset and vote in the elections and make sure that all the left-wing people get elected.
If you hate these people in government, why are you sending migrants to their country?
A very good question. Isn't this an evil now right-wing country? Or why would they want to go there? But you want to send them there anyway. Why is that?
This is, by the way, in the same week that almost 80 people died, migrants died leaving a boat in Lebanon. And so
then maybe they shouldn't have got on the fucking boat.
Definitely.
Then don't get on the fucking boat, and you twat.
You know, Spoon, that sometimes, by the way, they will pop their own boats.
Well,
they will. You didn't know about this? They will show up. They will find a naval vessel from some European country that's in the Med. They will then pop their own boats and then say, "Oh God, we need help." Because they're on dinghies. They're on inflatable dinghies, and then basically ask to be saved. That's the strategy, right?
Can you imagine if the boat just went, "Sucks to be you," just kept going?
Well, it has happened before, and that's probably what happened here is that they just were like, "We're not going to help you," and then they all just sank and died. Because again, it's a strategy to try and get into the freaking country by popping their own fucking boats.
You could argue that more lives would have been saved if, when the very first thing he came to the UK, we machine gunned everybody on it. if you shot if you shot everybody on the first thing, no more would have come, and less people would have died. Less people would have died in the channel overall.
I mean, I have a little bit of an aside. I'm gonna share my screen here again for a moment, if you don't mind.
I might be a bit of a utilitarian.
No, it's fine.
I kind of agree, actually.
If you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen here for a minute, just because we have an aside that is relevant here. So here we have illegal and legal, potentially, but illegal migrants in London.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, just since we're talking about it.
Yeah, hold on, I'm loading. I mean, I am loaded. Well, come on.
Okay, all right, and here it is.
Oh my god, so much house in the thing.
Look at how wonderful it is to have so many illegal and legal migrants in London.
Where the fuck are all these people coming from?
Beating the shit out of the police.
Fucking hell. They're calling the back. Oh.
It's just the streets of London.
Fucking hell.
I'm not seeing what you're...
Where the fuck did all these people come from?
Presumably just another machete gang.
Yeah.
It's very standard in London now.
Apparently.
Well, not the bits I go through.
The cops just end up having to run away.
Whoa, fucking hell.
Well, isn't it great that we have all those immigrants, huh?
Yeah.
Back to the watch together, I suppose.
Diversity.
Isn't it great we have all those immigrants then, isn't it, Young Turks? It's going great in London, isn't it? Wonderful. Who could have a problem with that?
Yeah, but again, it's a self-regulating issue, isn't it? I mean, it's not guys like me that get stabbed, is it?
Right. Well, she doesn't have to care. No. These people all live in gated communities. They're all, super rich. They don't care.
What about LGBTQ rights? See if you can note the similarities in this speech that she gave back in 2019. She says, quote, "They say it's scandalous to defend the natural family founded on marriage, to want to increase the birth rate, to want to place the correct value on human life, to support freedom and education, and to say no to gender ideology. The embarrassing ones aren't us. The embarrassing ones are those who support practices like a, quote, womb for rent, abortion at 9 months, and blocking the development of children with drugs at the age of 11.
All of which is extremely based, and I agree with completely.
Yes, and I think you'll find the vast majority of people agree with most of that, actually.
Yes, the vast majority of people agree with that. And that's what you're upset about, is that is a completely reasonable bunch of statements.
Yes, I don't know if you noticed this, but your left-wing ideology is extremely fringe, and most people think people are fucking crazy and cringe. Moving on.
So, in other words, any kind of
Wait,
transgender
there appears to be
care.
some kind of echo. Hang on.
No, it's
Oh, are you playing the Watch Together through my stream? Oh,
No.
let me just turn my stream off. That's why.
No,
That's why it's echoing.
I'm not watching it. It's fine.
No, okay, I got it.
Wow, where have we heard this before?
Everywhere that where you are not, actually.
Yep.
Which is actually, thank God, most places.
I know.
I want to get into her reception internationally, but Jank, fascism.
Yeah, her reception is really very popular all over the world. What does that tell you about you?
Be looking
Maybe
the
it's
same
'cause
in
your
all different
position is
countries.
kind of gay.
Oh, fascism be looking the same in all different countries. Oh my god,
Yeah.
look at Chang's face. It's because it's not fascism. It's because you define everything as fascism. So of course it all looks like fascism to you because you think everything that doesn't align 100% with your extreme left-wing ideology is fucking fascism. That's why it all looks the same to you, dingbat. Also, Kizza for £5 says the cure to migrant boats is gunboat diplomacy. Let's ignore the fact Remainers caused the migrant crisis, but these cunts ignore this fact. Of course they do. And Lord Commissar Spartan for $2 says based utilitarian solution. Yeah, I suppose so.
No, it's not. The solution isn't gunboats. The solution, we need to go back to British
Naval Patrol?
Ancestry. No, back to basics, longbows and longboats.
But just like standing on the shores and just greet them.
Oh, get all these teenagers who've got nothing better to do. Teach them a bit of archery. Teach them a bit of
How about
sailing.
you teach them to fire a cannon?
No, get them to build the longboats. Get them to manufacture the longbows, and then send them
fire cannons.
Fucking job. No, just keep it low tech. You got to give the migrants a chance.
Why?
Yeah, otherwise. Well, because it's a sporting, mate. We're British. We give people a sporting chance, isn't it?
And if they get if they get in, you get to represent you in the Olympics.
Yeah, basically.
We're a survivor.
Yeah, if they can get in, run the gauntlet.
Part of a triathlon.
Get in, you can stay. No trees though.
True that.
Right. Well, look, there's a common strand that she has on a couple of levels with what we're seeing around the world. But I think that we might be focusing on the wrong part. So it's easy to focus on the neo-fascist part because it's screaming like a siren. And
only to your fat ass.
And it's hard not to hear, right? And her verbiage is nearly identical to Trump's. He says America first, she says Italy first. Even down to the lies, the very specific lies of they want abortions all the way up to 9 months.
You do. Like literally when someone asked your press secretary,
they want abortions up to 18 years old.
Yes,
yeah, they said yes, abortions up to 9 months.
Said to you, why will you not tell us at what age do you think abortion is appropriate? Which tells me you think it's right up till the end.
Well, that's first in America. That's not what Roe was. Roe prevented abortions in the last trimester, but the Republicans have lied about that.
No, but that's not what's happening now. We're not talking about Roe anymore. We're talking about the modern shit, Chunk. You're a lawyer. Stop lying. I know it's within your freaking profession to lie, but we're not talking about Roe in and of itself. We're talking about modern precedent that's been set in the last 50 years since Roe, Chunk. Okay?
So thorough since Roe was overturned that I guarantee you, if you ask the average American,
Roe was overturned 8 months ago. So we're not talking about.
How long was that?
It's been maybe 6 months.
Cannot be that
Is
long.
it even that long?
It's been okay. So let's whatever.
It feels like it's about 3.
Was it whatever? It's been less than a year.
I don't know. Time.
It's been less than a year. It's been less than a year that Roe's been overturned. You said about all the legislation that's been passed since Roe was overturned. How about all the legislation that was passed under Roe that did include, in California, Chang, specifically, abortions up until birth, okay? It was specific in several Democratic areas, or Democrat states, and by the way, is still being upheld. Because it went back to the states. It's how this decision works, is that it went back to the states, and California and all the states where you love to kill 9-month-old babies it's still being upheld, and it's in their legislation to kill 9-month-old babies. It's within their legislation, and it has been now for years at some point. So you don't have to, again, the whole Roe v. Wade thing is absurdist because it didn't change anything for states like California where people want to kill 9-month-old babies, where it's all run by Democrats who are still going to fucking vote for it. Supreme Emperor Kissa for £5 says, these not in my backyards, NIMBYs, should be forced to pay and live in these ghettos or be forced to admit the right are correct and white nations are superior. I would love if anyone who wants this stuff had to live in those neighborhoods, but that's not how it works. And Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €10 says, what would be a monarchist position on the press? More specifically, what solution would one propose to deal with the problem that is our modern day reporters and journalists? I mean, frankly, they need to be held to account in terms of, if you have been caught to have lied and misreported, you should have a license to be a journalist, I believe. And if you've Same as with a doctor, because people are holding you to a standard of believing that you have some kind of superior position to be able to tell people truth and facts. And if you've continually been caught lying and obfuscating the truth, you should lose your license to operate as a journalist. That's just how I think it should work.
By the way, the modern day problem you have of like in America's democratic system, you will not have in a monarchy because there's no way for them to attain power. There's one ruler, and you're not going to get close to the apparatus of power. So this whole thing of
I think
democracy back and forth will not exist with the journalists.
I actually think there's an easier way of dealing with it. Well, I mean, the problem we have now isn't so much the journalists. It's, well, I mean, yeah, but I think as a mitigating factor, what we should do is take our dictionary, right, and then set a definition of every word in it, and make that immutable. This is the word. This is what it means.
Well, unfortunately, words can
and this can never be
culturally.
No, that's not true. In English, words can only in English this can happen. The reason why all European law is written in French is because it is immutable. French words do not change meaning over time. French sentence structures cannot be misinterpreted. That is why all European law is written in French. Because it simply cannot be changed. Because they have not allowed their language to be perverted. I'm telling you, it's fact. That is why all European law is written in French.
No, I get where you're coming from. I'd have to think about that more in detail as to how I feel about it.
We simply have to choose to not allow our words to be changed. Just make a new word if you need a new meaning.
That can become very cumbersome towards the language, but I think that it might.
I mean, I hate to give the French any credit for anything, but it's true.
Yeah, but that might be the right way to go about it.
The metric system.
The only problem is again,
it prevents the people from perverting the meaning of things over time.
Just say
that is what they do.
It's going to make it will make our language more cumbersome. And again, what you can come up with is what's essentially a cognate, which is a word that means basically the same thing but has a slightly different connotation to it. And I just don't.
Yeah, no, but the current system is basically to retcon. They retcon the past, not by retconning it. They're simply changing the meaning of the thing.
Legal definitions is what's important. Making legal definitions and not allowing words to be changed. That's important. In terms of
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay, in terms of the colloquial language, that's going to change no matter what. There's no way you can do anything about that.
Oh yeah. No, you can't.
Okay.
Do nothing
okay, I got you then. In terms of we're talking just about legal language.
Yeah, but you don't allow. Yeah, but you don't allow the media to use colloquial language.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do. By having constitutional scholars who are supposed to interpret the original meaning of the Constitution. That's what the Supreme Court's supposed to do.
No, what I mean is like the news channels would only be allowed to use the legal definitions of the words.
I mean,
colloquial version.
Ideally, but news channels are also selling something. They are capitalist enterprises. They are though, but they are.
No, but they should be licensed. Yeah, but they should be licensed.
Okay. Well, now we're working towards a TV license, and that starts to confuse and upset me. I don't like licenses for things. I did say like a license to operate, as in if you're going to be a journalist, you should probably have a license similar to a medical professional or a legal professional, right? Because you're doing something that has a serious capacity to influence and affect public health. Let's be clear about that. Journalists have a capacity to seriously influence and affect public health and well-being. So I think individual journalists should have to have some kind of licensing program so that they can operate much akin to a lawyer or a medical doctor, and bar programs or other organizations that you can complain to have that person removed if they get caught lying. That would be my best idea of how to deal with journalists.
That's us, by the way.
Yeah.
Well,
people who claim to be serious journalists, like, look, if you just wanted to go on the internet and like tell your opinion, you're allowed to do that. But if you want to, publish your opinion as a quote unquote journalist, of course, what the outcome of that would be is that then everything in New York Times and MSNBC, et cetera, all becomes opinion pieces. None of it's news ever again. Nothing is ever news. Well, I know it is now, but then all they'll say is, oh, it's all just opinion. People still buy it no matter what.
I don't require a license to do the work that I do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I do carry £100 million worth of personal indemnity insurance.
Yeah. Something like that. Or insurance. If not license and insurance for lying.
No. Well, yeah. So basically,
I'm saying for them, you know.
If I screw up, I mean, obviously, what I do, like, if I screw up, I design control systems for it. If I screw that up and the whole rig explodes, I'm getting sued to fuck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So £100 million worth of insurance, just to insure me, let alone the companies that I do work for. And it should be the same for people in the media. If they tell a provable lie, you should be able to sue them.
Yeah.
What we need is changes to our libel rules, to our things like that. You know, it should be more. You know, there should be much greater punishments for deliberately putting out, you know, what is now colloquially referred to as fake news. There should be punishments for it, because, you know, we need a standard for objective truth. You know, you can't have your truth. There can only be the truth.
Yeah. That's another option, at least, I think. Probably to dealing with the issue. But The
problem is these things have moved much faster than the governments are capable of.
Right. That is, yes, that's a huge part of the problem, is it moves way faster than government. Let's finish up Chunk, and then we'll get into Voosh. I don't know how much we'll get through Bosch, because it's already getting late, but let's go.
They would tell you that Roe allowed abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. Because the Democrats are terrible at countering. Anyway, same thing here in Italy. She's saying the same exact lies. There's a lie factory that all the right wingers go.
Okay, this is the thing.
Okay, but I don't
stop one sec. This is the thing that particularly the Young Turks, but the left seems to do inherently or intrinsically at this point. A right-wing person will just tell you a thing, and they'll be like, "You're lying. Oh, I love cats." No, you don't. You hate animals and you want to kill all of them. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, the left at least is being honest at this point, which is I kind of appreciate in a horrifying way. It's like, oh yeah, we want to indoctrinate your children. Yeah, we want to show children a weird sexual perverse shit every single day and make them all fucked up in the head and cut their genitals off. We love doing that. We're totally on board with it. But Shank and people like him and Vosh as well operate on the idea that everything that people on the right do is hidden and cloak and dagger. That none of us believe anything that we say ever, and you have to try and dig through the meaning of what we're saying to find the true Nazi dog whistle in whatever we said. Which is, I have to say, if you think stuff like that, to me, that just says you're projecting. If you think everybody else has secret dog whistles in every single thing that they say, I'm sorry, because we don't. To me, that tells me that you're the one projecting the way you think people talk, because that's not how regular people talk, Cenk.
Why she won. I think that she and many others throughout the world have won running on populist outsider messages, because globally,
it does seem to me that lefties are usually the racist ones.
And so when the establishment says you have to do austerity,
racist too, but the modern racism of the left is absolutely, it's just.
When did you, genuinely, let's think about it. I mean, I don't know how old you guys are.
I'm 32. Well, Sue and I are the same age, so we're both 32.
When was the last time you actually met an openly racist person?
Hello,
because my experience of racist people when I was younger was that they generally let you know that they were racist.
Well, no, that's the thing. Particularly white people, they're just white racist and black racist. People just let you know that they're fucking racist. That's how it's always been in my life too. A racist person will just be like, "Yeah, I'm a racist," and so what? Fuck off.
A legitimately white racist, not in the last decade.
Yeah. I mean, my mom dated a guy. My mom dated a guy when I was a teenager who was her high school sweetheart, and he was a straight up racist. But he died of alcohol poisoning 15 years ago. So I don't mean to really laugh at these deaths. He was a piece of shit, so I don't really care if he died. He was a piece of shit to me and my mom and everyone else around him. So don't give a fuck.
But this is my kind of point, right? Because people talk about the UK being systemically racist and that,
Ugh.
and I'm telling you, I have, as I say, I have lived in a whole bunch of countries, across Europe and into Asia and all sorts of stuff. And to call if you think the UK is racist, you simply have not been anywhere else.
Yeah, that's clearly.
Even by European standards, Britain is not racist.
Go anywhere else in Europe for the most part, and you go anywhere.
But go to China.
Oh my! Don't even try. Well, again, I started learning Japanese when I was 11 years old. So I've been speaking Japanese and learning Japanese my entire life. Holy shit! You want to talk about some racism? Go speak to a fucking Japanese person. They're racist as shit.
Oh,
and they're not just racist against like white people and brown people and stuff. They're racist against other Asians. They're really racist against other Asians. So like,
Chinese.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's like I was in
exactly,
China. I had a Nigerian guy working for me when I was in China. Yeah, and you think, and you go, oh well, okay, he's going to get a lot of racism, and he really did get a lot of racism.
Yeah,
I was surprised at the amount of racism that I got.
Yeah,
because you know what the Chinese call us.
Well,
Angmo, Red Man. Is another one, and they go, Angmo, it doesn't mean anything. No, it means red man. Like, it's just the N word.
Yeah,
it's that's what it is. And they go, oh no, it doesn't mean that. Yeah, it fucking does. It just means the N word for white guys. That's all. And so to call the idea that the UK is somehow this sort of fucking terrible racist place is like, man, seriously, get out in the world. It's just because you haven't been anywhere or seen anything.
Exactly.
No idea.
It's a particularly American and I think Anglosphere thing because they've never, and it comes from extremely privileged left wing leaning people who have no experience with the rest of the world whatsoever. They don't understand anything. They know their tiny little. Well, they think they know their tiny little. Cul-de-sac of culture, but they don't even know that because they refuse to talk to people who are like Chunk Yogurt, even though we were supposed to get to this tonight, but I think we should do it on another day, Spoon, of just looking over his interview with Curtis Yarvin. Is that he talks to Curtis Yarvin, the guy who's one of the thought leaders in the modern kind of monarchist movement, I'd call it, if it is such a thing, the third position movement. How about that? And I don't think he called himself a leader, but thought leader for sure. And Chunk's just an asshole to him, but at least Chunk will kind of communicate with him. Chunk would never communicate with anybody who wasn't as, I would say, docile as Curtis is. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way towards Curtis, but Curtis is very, very laid back. If considering the stupid ass insulting shit that he says, and Spoon, are you still there? Oh, he may have gone. Let's hope he didn't fall. He always does this. Falls asleep. But I think he may have just gone away for a minute because he's the one who watched it earlier. Let's hope he didn't fall asleep. But anywho, because I had one more thing. I wanted to at least watch some of the Vosh video, but we'll see if Spoon fell asleep. And then thanks for hanging out with me here then, man. If Spoon did fall asleep, it would not be the first time. He often does. Supreme Emperor Kizza for £5 says the UK is systemically racist against the natives. These cunts love living in my country, yet they never fuck off to their shitholes. The subhuman cunts. Wowee, dude. Also, Kizza for another £5 says Mr. Twisty, very simple. That was the person who asked about the monarchy position. Very simple. Every time they lie, you get your mouth sewn shut and your hands chopped off and tattooed on their skulls, lying cunt. Wow. Okay. Kids is fired up tonight. CNN Sucks for $5 says the police had to go arrest real criminals like comedians who post jokes about family-friendly drag strip clubs. Yeah, they did. The police were very busy with that. I'm sure they were.
We're going to cut, social programs. We're going to cut anything that helps the American people, the Italian people, the Hungarian people, the Brazilian people, etc. We're going to cut. And by the way, good news though, we're going to give a lot of tax cuts for the rich, etc.
Oh my God, this is again such bullshit. Chang just makes this shit up. Well, I don't know. He's talking about different countries that have had right wing movements. is that all they want to do is just consolidate money and power for themselves, which is really funny because it's actually what happens when left-wing people take over.
Is anyone here? Has anyone been to Hungary? Hungary is lovely.
It seems lovely.
It's really nice. It's like nice and idyllic. It's nice big clean streets, and
from what I've heard,
it's like what you it's like what you would have considered to be a sort of European city back in the sort of 80s. It's still what it looks like. It's lovely.
Right. What's the capital of Hungary again? Oh, Budapest. Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it's freaking beautiful, and
it's a twin capitals of.
Okay.
Because the two cities, right? It's Buda and the two cities on the
sides of the river. Yeah.
River. Yeah.
But what Chunk here is he's projecting because Chunk has begged for money for everything. The Democrats constantly beg for money. They get. But again, the Democrats are completely supported by the largest tech firms. The largest tech firms, the biggest billionaires on earth, with the exception of like 3, they all support you. They give you money, and you're saying, "Oh, they just use power. They tell people what to think and do." No. That's what you do. Stop projecting. You are projecting because that's what you do, and that's what you would like to do if you had any position of power. Which is why you've lost every election you've tried to run in, Shank.
It is odd to me that these tech companies have ended up skewing left. Because traditionally
they don't actually want free speech. Because free speech is a problem.
Yeah, but traditionally engineers.
Oh, I know.
Skew to the right.
But that's the individual engineers. People who run this stuff are all, they're PR people. They're all far left. People who actually run the companies and run their organization are, far left PR types.
Yeah, but all these companies are created by engineers.
But
historically been created by engineers, but.
Yes, but then they push those people behind closed doors, tell them
do
to
you think
shut
it's
up.
just do you think that they're just too spurgy and so?
I do think that's part of it, essentially. That
they're so spurgy that they farm out all the control of the company to.
And the engineers actually care about what they're doing in terms of work, whereas with the people who are in charge of the public face of the company, they only care about having power and about political stuff. So they push the people actually making the crap work back behind closed doors, and those people usually, I think, like what they're doing, so they don't speak out. And when they do, you get they get fired. You're done. If you say anything negative, you're done.
Yeah, it could be.
That's been the case in the past. So I think everyone kind of understands that's the deal now. If you want to work in tech, you can work in tech, but you have to keep your mouth shut. And some 20-something female PR person is going to represent you and everything that you work for.
People are
I think this is why the oil
industry
has survived,
and they get very frustrated.
All I
know is I'm not voting for anyone in power,
companies
because those guys have been lying for the last 40, 50 years. And that.
Oh, hang on, sorry. Someone video kept playing. My bad. All right, let's go.
That instinct is correct, right? And so sometimes they'll go populist right, but oftentimes they also go populist left. And then people get confused. I don't get it. Is the world going right wing or is the world going left wing? No, the world is giving a giant middle finger, or the fig in the case of the Italians, to the establishment.
Was he trying to be funny?
Where'd you go, Spoon? Hello, welcome back.
I've listened to the Ramblings of a Madman.
Quick nap.
Spoon, you were gone for like 10 minutes, dude.
I'm sitting in silent listening to a madman.
We asked you specifically, so you were either asleep or you left. All right, okay, sure. Did you wake up, get some coffee?
Coffee.
All right. I don't know what he's
also,
on. What,
also, the idea that he said, are people going a right wing or left wing? That explains a lot, that he couldn't identify the two.
No, he thinks it's going both ways. He's taking a centrist position. But remember, it's only a problem if it goes right wing. It's fine if it goes left wing populist. That's fine. But it's only a problem. He's saying both are happening, so don't freak out. Yeah. But actually do freak out because there's some right wing.
The monarchy thing earlier today. He doesn't know the difference.
No.
They're all saying in unison, hey, establishment in politics and in media.
Who funds you?
And what does the establishment media tell you? No, of course not. No, they love. It's obvious that people love.
You love every leftist position that the mainstream media talks about.
Where does can you wait? Hang on. Listen to what he's about to say. that the mainstream media is telling average people that they love right-wing politicians.
Right-wing politics, and that's why right-wing politics is taking off, and people hate immigrants, etc. By the way, if you look at polling in America, 2/3 of Americans consistently in every poll say that we should be welcoming towards immigrants.
Okay. So wait. Stop. So he just said that it's all right-wing media who is praising this stuff and the ones who are creating it through false perceptions. Also, I think you want to recheck your fucking statistics there, dude, and look at the actual data rather than what you're doing is truncating them without providing the full detail on that kind of statistic. Because I guarantee it's not that 2/3 of Americans want illegal immigrants in this country, Chank. I know that's an incorrect statistic. I don't even know. You didn't cite a source. I know you didn't cite a source because, of course, you fucking pulled it out of your fucking ass. But even if it was a true one, I guarantee it would not have referred to illegal immigrants. You fucking lying, disingenuous fuck. He is so sickening. In terms of being a liar.
I bet you 2/3 of the population of Martha's Vineyard don't think they should have immigrants.
No, but that's different. They're Democrats, so that's okay. Because they support immigration, but just not where they live. NIMBY.
28 or 29% every poll says we should close the border, not allow anyone in, etc. The Tucker Carlson position. There's the hateful 28% in every country, including here in America. Okay, but what does the media tell you? The media doesn't tell you.
Just 28%.
And why is there
28%?
Why are they so popular?
So yeah, how did Meloni win? If it's 28% of people who are hateful.
One little bit. She won with a crushing majority.
Yeah, she crushed. So how did she win if this was all an accident?
How did the progressive...
How did 28% of people elect her?
By the way, how did the uber progressive Swedish get overtaken by the right wing?
How did the uber progressive Swedish? We probably won't have time to talk about that tonight, obviously, but the Swedish also, really quickly on this, I'll just say it real quick. I'll just read out the headline here. The far right, according to Euronews, were the biggest winners in Sweden's election.
Yeah, and it's
Sweden's. Yep. Sweden's Democrats may not end up a formal part of the right-wing coalition, which is a slim majority in the Swedish parliament. It will certainly loom large behind the scenes. Again, their far-right party is called the Sweden Democrats.
Yeah, ironic.
When's France's next election?
France election.
When's France's next?
It's a little bit away. Yeah.
Yeah.
In Stockholm, they got only 10% of the votes. In Gothenburg, they got 15%. But in the southern region, they polled at 33%. In Malmo, they got 16.4%. So again, these people picked up a bunch of seats in Sweden just over the last week.
It's actually pretty impressive to get 16% in Malmo because 95% of the population of Malmo is
immigrants. I know.
It looks like he's on the verge of sneezing.
Yeah, it does. We caught him in a bad, but he's always in a bad freeze frame.
Malmo is bad,
Yeah, Malmo's that was the last night in Sweden thing, wasn't it? It was in Malmo.
I've been to Malmo.
It's yeah. So in fact, yeah. So they're doing worse in Stockholm at 10% in the party in general. 10% in Stockholm, 7.9% in. Oh no, so they're doing better in Stockholm. Worse in Gothenburg and 7.5 in Malmo. So they are doing worse in Malmo in terms of the overall party polling. But in terms of the voting, they got more in Malmo than they did in Gothenburg and in Stockholm. So the polling was wrong versus the voting.
But the thing about polling's always bullshit because if you perceive that the person you're voting for is if the local media is sort of making you perceive that the person you're voting for is maybe not popular with the establishment, but you go, well, I'm for this person.
Yeah.
You might lie when you're if you're polled in the street. You might go, oh no, I'm voting Hillary, and then vote Trump.
Yeah. Also, to be fair,
because you don't want people in the street to know that you're voting for. And so, polling's
yes, it's a whole big.
Investment.
It's a huge thing in the social science of trying to anonymize people to remove that potential bias. It's quite a pro-social bias. Also, the reality is that what's right wing in Sweden is like center left everywhere else. Sweden is very, very far left, as are most of the Nordic countries. So them saying the far right, it's like, oh, you elected some Democrats. Wow.
Someone that doesn't want
Well,
a
the
lot
far
of
right.
immigration. Oh, what terrible people.
And this is part of the problem.
The Swedes consider the Norwegians to be far right.
Well, I know,
And
but this is part of
and the Norwegians are left as fuck. You know?
And this is part of the problem of everybody on the left saying anyone to the right of me is a far-right extremist, literal Nazi Hitler, when it's just someone who is like 1 point to the right of you, just being like, hey, could we maybe like not do the crazy shit you want to do? No, you're a literal Hitler. Okay, the left has become
Mao is far right.
Yeah, the left
I just
is
don't want to
unreasonable
nonce
globally.
children.
Yeah, well, wow, Nazi. The right, the left has become so unreasonable. There is no communicating with them, because if you even are like, oh, hey, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe that looks bad and it won't make people want to support us. Nazi, fascist. That's all they can do is just scream at you. They have no capacity to communicate anymore, and that's why like you find people like Destiny who are disaffected leftists who are kind of going like, oh shit, like yeah, I'm a left-leaning leftist person, but I don't agree with this crazy shit. And yeah, you're right, Neon Suspenders. It is a comedy tactic. It's a struggle session, which is that if you they want to make you personally and professionally suffer in public as much as possible by labeling you as evil, as disgusting, as subhuman. This is a old school Chinese and Soviet tactic of a struggle session, and that's what's happening every time that this happens. And the left will never stop. If you think they're going to stop, that they'll ever be satiated, no, it doesn't end. The march towards progress never stops.
Yeah.
You can read their scholars, and they will tell you this.
Although I did realize today that I'm actually slightly in favor of transing some kids. Hear me out.
Okay. I'm listening.
As a man, as a slightly fat middle-aged man, I realize that I've got a vested interest in the improvement in top surgery. Just in case I want to get those moves removed.
You want to get the moves removed? I get you.
Yeah, so I'm actually pro transing.
Just to improve the surgical procedures. I think it's worth it.
I think it's worth transing some spurgy girls.
No.
So that I can get high quality top surgery later on.
Oh my god.
I'm a utilitarian at heart, you see.
Speaking of I'm getting fucking bored with this. Also, I don't want to know how late. Spoon, did you actually pass out, or what happened?
I'm sitting here staring at Jink off sneezing.
Nah, you were away for at least 3 or 4 minutes, so...
He was properly asleep, yeah.
I think he was properly asleep. Just say so that I know what your awakeness level is.
Joe Vosh.
Do you want me to switch to Vosh?
Or did you get finished, Jink's fat ass?
Let's finish it. I don't want to speed up too much because I don't want to be able to understand.
Populist. It doesn't say they're going populist right and populist left all across the world. It doesn't emphasize when Lula wins in Brazil. It doesn't emphasize when one of the most progressive leaders we've ever seen wins in Uruguay, and on and on and on. It emphasizes
you're winning too.
Hungary, Bolsonaro in Brazil, and her win here in Italy, etc. And goes, hey, everybody's going right wing. Everybody go right wing.
Nobody's saying that except for you.
Yeah, nobody's saying that.
You're the only one saying that.
No. That is not the message.
Yes, it is.
But media doesn't want you to hear the actual message, which is that the American people and the Italian people, etc., hate them. They hate them.
I mean, that's projection. You hate people on the right, and that's you just projecting.
And so that's what this is a reaction to. And if all across the world, guys, you have got to give them the populist left alternative. If you don't, they're going to go populist right because they're not going to vote.
This is bizarre. Yeah, that's why people aren't voting, because you want to cut kids' tits off and dicks off. That's why you're not winning.
For the establishment.
That's the populist left.
Populist left
chunk.
is mass migration. You moron.
It's mass immigration, cutting off children's genitals, drag queen hour for little kids.
It's not popular, you dumbass.
That's what you're talking about, and that's not popular. And you're telling parents also have no right to actually have any say over their children's education. Oh, and by the way, there's so much shit that you're doing that is populist left that is super unpopular for literally everybody on the planet, and you keep let's fucking raise the minimum wage to $16 an hour or whatever. That sounds good unless you have an IQ over, I don't know, room temperature, and you realize what that will do to the cost of everything else in your society during a fucking goddamn recession. It won't work, and people who aren't stupid realize it doesn't work.
These countries are friends. Even Macron won the first time around because he was in a new party nobody had ever heard of. And they're like, good enough.
That's
good
not
enough.
why.
He seems like an outsider. And he comes in, and what
That's
does he
not
do?
why.
He sort of
The minimum wage is
people
one of
get
the
fat and mad at
stupidest
him,
things
and it goes round and
Yeah.
round and round. We're all trying to get rid of this corporate rule, but we
Anyone
have
who
to have it in a
thinks they were
positive
better
direction
off,
instead of the
they're better off
neo-fascist
afterwards.
direction
Yeah.
she's taking
Every
it
single
in
person.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot
Yeah.
of what you said. I
It's worse
disagree
off.
with others. Like, I don't think that they're serious about toppling corporate rule. I think they use it as a ploy. But of course, we know, as we saw, under Trump, they're not.
What do you mean? What corporate? Oh my God, look at her
corporate
face. What corporate rule, by the way, favors Republicans? Which I think is what she's about to say, and conservatives, because they think, of course, that big business is all in the pocket of the conservatives. We know, you and I both know, because we've heard the conversation that
making woke shit.
idiot then Chunk, really. And the reality is that because Chunk likes because Chunk likes what those those groups of people support, because it's his side. So he thinks they don't have any power, which is just a lie.
Yeah, he actually said the civil service and academia doesn't have any power. I'm like, are
Yes.
you fucking high? What
No,
would
he's
you
just
live
lying.
in?
Yeah.
No,
Keza for £5. Real quick, Keza for £5 says polls going back to 1956 in the UK have been persistently against immigration. Yeah, I've seen them. Mass immigration has never been popular. NIMBYs should shut up and leave. Again, if you think if you look at the groups of people for whom mass immigration is very popular, it's very far left, usually rich left-wing academics and intellectuals types, then you should have to put them up in your own homes. You've got plenty of spare rooms, usually speaking, so put them up in your own homes. I'm not actually for that either, but if you really want them so bad, you should have to take it on. You should have to take it on yourself. If you think it's so important that they be in the country, then you should have to pay for it directly. Don't, because they never are the ones who actually do. Guess whose neighborhoods that those people go and live in? They go and live in lower class working neighborhoods. They don't go and live in your rich class neighborhood.
Yeah.
So that's why it's out of sight, out of mind, not in my backyard. That's why they like it. They never have a deal with it, ever. Also, great freeze frame, because totally encapsulates what a rage, just how rageful all these people are, my dude. They're just always angry.
Not serious. They're more tax breaks for the rich, and please, corporations take it all. I mean, the thing about Mario Draghi, who is the outgoing prime minister, he was a
definitely you want tax breaks for Amazon. Let's just be clear, because Amazon supports your politics. That's all it comes down to with whether or not you support big business. Is, does the big business support my politics? If so, then give them all the tax cuts on earth. It's not that complicated, and that's why you're repugnant.
You have people who tattooed fucking Pfizer logos on them.
Yep. And that's why, yes, I don't exclusively leftists who tattooed Pfizer logos on themselves. Because you love big business as long as you think it's aligned with you.
Yeah, you people were all in the pocket of Big Pharma for the whole fucking pandemic.
They used to criticize Big Pharma 10 years ago, but now they love it. It's their best friend. Oh, guess what? Because I guarantee it's young turds sponsored by Moderna. I guarantee they get funded. Let's not fuck around. I'm sure they get kickbacks from Jeff Bezos and Moderna and Pfizer and all that shit to put out this fucking goddamn... you can't necessarily know, because some of it can be private donations through a 501c3, which I think that the Young Turks, at least Cenk's political party, does consider itself to be a 501c3. Although I'm not entirely sure, which would be a charitable donation, but I don't know.
European bank head, like the central bank head. So again, complete financial establishment. And you're right, Jane.
Which you're fine
a lot of
with.
people might be sick of that. That being said, Italy got an 806 billion euro bailout in the post-pandemic times because Italy is not doing well economically. Now, I would argue,
why?
I don't think.
Why do you think that is?
Why do you think that is? Why would they vote for a different system of government if their current one is causing them to be in the fucking rut?
Why do you think so many people dislike the EU?
Well, again, this is the question. Like, oh, Italy's in the shitter. That's why Italy's shit. Italy country. Why would they vote for a right wing? Duh. They're in the trash. They're looking for a solution. Can you not understand that? No. No, I know you can't. You can't figure that one out. It's beyond you, I guess.
Georgia Meloni has got the answers, and I don't think it's the migrants that are doing that to Italy. I think it's because
certainly harming
Italy's
them
emerging from a pandemic,
significantly.
and yeah, they're probably.
Immigrant crisis in Italy has been going on for more than 10 years. The fact that you are basing everything on the last 2 years shows your political lack of acumen.
You know
Okay,
what'd help
and frankly,
less-
you shouldn't be on fucking a program like this, pretending that you have any idea what you're talking about when you're saying that this all comes out of the last 2 years. You absolute rube.
Like just in a hole, like a lot of economies are.
He's just very
but you're totally
disingenuous,
right
isn't
that, and I
Yes,
think it's important to
exactly.
name this. The difference between what you're saying isn't we should work with the right-wing populists. It's we need the option of left-wing populism to counter the right-wing populists.
So again, don't work with anybody in politics. Do not work with them. Do not try to find a middle ground. Just
I'm
try
okay with
to
that.
just get more. I agree with that too. But I mean, like, at least I guess they've dropped that fucking narrative. Although I do have
here's the thing that bugs me.
counter
Just
narrative to that, which
because
is
you're
funny.
there doesn't mean that people will vote for you. There's many people that think your position
But they
fucking
have
sucks.
to. They have to because
No,
I
they
said
don't.
that they're good. Yeah, it's because I said they're good. I said they were good. I like. I'm gonna bring this up real quick again.
I'm not a bimbo.
Spoon, if you do. What?
I'm not a bimbo. That doesn't appeal to me.
I know. So I do have this one, which relates to this, which is if you'll bring this up on the screen here, I'm sharing my screen.
Which is
Stunning Democrat mouthpiece says MAGA wants to destroy the country and Joe Biden wants to reach across the aisle.
based on fucking what?
Make the lie big, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they'll believe it. Joseph Goebbels, Democrats have decided to institute the Goebbels plan of communication for this year's midterm election.
What the fuck? Wait, let me see. Where is
Yep.
this?
I'm sharing it.
Make the big lie, make it simple, keep saying it, and eventually they will believe it.
So inflation is at a 4-year high. It's not receding. Gas prices are the highest they've ever been under Joe Biden. Highest ever. Joe Biden surrendered Afghanistan to the Taliban. We know this. Biden knew, the Biden regime knew there was an Islamist bomber in the crowd at the Kabul airport. Did nothing. This resulted in 13 dead, etc., etc. I'm going to turn this off so you can see the clip here. Here it is.
MAGA Republican agenda. It is a tough line being taken by the president and by you here right now against Republicans writ large. My question is, will the president and will folks in the administration between now and the November 8th elections keep hammering away at that phrase, at that imagery?
Well, I think it will be important for all of us who care about the United States of America to call out what we see. And what we see, again, with this MAGA Republican agenda is an effort to disrupt our democracy. So
There it is. There's the word.
God, I'm so fucking
There's
bored
the
of this.
there's the word. Pee Wee Herman freak out,
See,
you know.
This is why I don't do this shit on my channel anymore, because it's fucking boring.
It-
It's the
it
same
never- and it
thing
never ends,
Over
yeah.
and over and over again.
I know. It is funny though, to a certain degree.
And beyond November, I think it will always be important to call out any effort there is to essentially destroy the United States of America. President Biden has been very clear.
Yeah.
He wants to work in a bipartisan effort.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, so all right, remember the Democrats want to reach out across the aisle, work in a bipartisan effort. They've not done anything about that. You just called, by the way, half the country terrorists.
Yeah.
So did
Or a
Biden.
threat to
So
democracy.
how's that work? Yeah, threat to a democracy, which is
he only called them semi-fascist. Not full.
That's
I
true.
don't know what the
That's
fuck that
true.
means.
So yeah, whatever. Look, you're all evil.
It means you only want things to mostly be for the state.
Precisely, I suppose, right? Oh, it's so infuriating.
Worked in a bipartisan effort. He's been able to get things done on behalf of our country. But when you have a
And they're very
MAGA
unpopular.
Republican agenda that has no respect for the Constitution, that has no
You gotta be
respect
fucking
for
kidding me.
free and fair elections, then
Says
it is
you.
important for all of us, not just the president, not just me, for all of us to call it out for what it is. It is a danger to our democracy. It is a danger to our way of life.
It never freaking ends. But there's the thing. Joe Biden, he's a good guy. He's the good boy. He's reaching across the aisle by calling half of the country fascists.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get into this, and I don't know how much we'll get into the Vosh thing because it's awful.
Because we know that anti-establishment message is a right one, is a good one, without the xenophobia and the Christian nationalism and all that crap.
Then it isn't anti-establishment, you stupid bitch.
Yeah.
And I did just want to bring into, she is kind of like the nexus of a lot of these right-wing groups. So she's the chair of the right-wing European conservative and reformist group.
Left-wing just means big state.
Yeah. So what does this matter?
It fucking means.
What does any of this fucking matter that she's involved with other right-wing organizations? How many right-wing organizations is the Young Turks involved, or left-wing, excuse me, organizations, is the Young Turks involved
All
with?
of them.
A whole shit ton. So what's the point of this? Yeah, no, duh. I mean, like, she just goes on, like, this is a chunk.
Is correct, right? And so sometimes they'll go populist right, but oftentimes they also go
He's just bitching about the populist left. I'm fucking tired of chunk. Let's do a little bit of, let's try to get through as much of the Vosh as we can, because Vosh shows you what a big brain intellectual he is. Again, Chunk is just repeating himself here, so that's why I was done with it.
To be fair, that's pretty much all that Vosh does as well.
Yeah, so, yeah, I know, but I'm gonna speed this up significantly.
Right-wing psychos, that's not at all hyperbolic, you
okay.
fatheads.
I am skipping a little bit, because he mostly he reads some bullshit for a little bit. Here we get into where Vosh goes into his research on Meloni, and I figured we could join him on his big brain intellectual, a deep dive, high IQ, investigation of Giorgia Meloni.
90 something.
Probably.
But fascism, is it?
Oh my God, he's so
bad?
slow.
I think it's bad. Yeah, it's probably pretty bad. Fascism's pretty bad. Girl boss fascism. Girl Bossolini. A right-wing populist and Italian nationalist, her political positions have been described as hard right and far right, although she rejects the left.
Again,
by who?
Where does Vosh gain his information from?
Wikipedia.
Fucking Wikipedia. Wow, look at this guy. This guy is considered, by the way, by many, the intellectual head of the far left.
Seriously?
You didn't know that? He's considered like their big brain guy that nobody can do with.
Big brain of bread tube, isn't he?
Of the bread tubers, yes, of the bread tube guys. He's the big smart one. The rest of them are dumb compared to him, and he gets his information from Wikipedia.
He has read all the Wikipedias. So.
He's gonna read a Wikipedia here.
His parents pay for him to stay at home and read his Wikipedia.
Lord Commissar Spartan for 2 says, "Prove you aren't a fascist by doing what we say." How true, right?
Yeah,
how true.
Latter label, she's abortion to euthanasia to partnerships.
So again, she's opposed to abortion, opposed to euthanasia, and perhaps to partnerships, marriages, and parenting of same-sex couples.
Why is that
okay.
bad?
I'm alright with all these things.
Oh my God, a traditionalist.
Same-sex couples.
Yeah.
Opposed to the reception of non-European migrants and multiculturalism.
Yep, she's against immigration. We know this.
Xenophobia, Islamophobia. A supporter of.
She's been accused of these things. She's also a supporter of NATO. Now what are you going to do, Vosh?
NATO. Oh, she can't be that bad.
Oh, she can't be that bad. She supported one of you thing.
She supports one thing. Yeah, she's supportive of NATO. Can't be that bad. I think he honestly believes that.
NATO,
I don't know if he's being. I actually don't know if he's being sarcastic or not. It's hard to tell.
She maintains Eurosceptic views regarding the EU and was in favor of better relations with Russia before the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, which she condemned, pledging to keep sending arms to Ukraine. That is actually really interesting. Ooh, hold on.
Oh, you like her now.
Historically, far-right European political parties have had close ties to Russia, which she did before the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
No, she didn't.
I don't care.
Do you see how she was in favor of better relations with Russia until the invasion. Do you see what he just did there? This fucking pedant. He just went, she used to be a Russian agent, essentially. She had very close ties to Russia until the invasion of Ukraine. That's not even what this Wikipedia article told you. You made that shit up in your head, you sociopath. You made all of that context and stuff up in your fucking head. That Wikipedia article didn't say anything close to what you just reimagined it as. This is why this guy is such a fucking insufferable twat. Because you reimagine some bullshit in your head based on how you like to perceive the world, but now you're interested. So let me hear why you're so interested, because this shit also is so goddamn dumb. Ugh!
I wonder when this condemnation took place. Because here's the thing. Now that Russia is falling apart, we might see a shift towards more pro-NATO far-right European parties, right?
No, it won't, you fucking dumbass, because NATO is
No, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Far-right NATO parties. No, never going to happen. No, a nonsense proposal.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Vosh doesn't have the slightest idea about global politics whatsoever for him to say something like that. Far-right pro-NATO parties. No.
How does anyone take this man seriously?
I don't know.
NATO provides defense. Russia provides energy. You fucking moron.
That's why I brought this up, because you can see exactly how politically illiterate he is. Completely politically illiterate. It's astonishing, right? I just happened to come across this today while being like, what can we watch? I was like, holy shit, this man has no idea what he's talking about. Not even a little bit. Not even the slightest perfunctory idea of what the fuck he's saying. It's kind of flabbergasting that there's probably right here on his Twitch channel something like 100,000 people sitting here listening to him say things that make no sense. Yeah.
Right? Maybe move the Hungary model where you have like the Russia-aligned, like phony isolationism bit, and
the Russia-aligned NATO. Yes, you're right, Vosh. Maybe she'll move towards the Russia-aligned NATO model. You're correct. Jesus Christ.
Let's take refuge within Western hegemony rather than playing towards Russian hegemony. That's interesting. I want to know when she made the switch on this. Was it right when the invasion happened or after the attack on Kyiv?
Could you try to read anything other than a fucking Wikipedia article, Vosh?
It becomes very clear.
Look how he doesn't even bother. First of all, do you notice something else? Stop. 1 second, please. None of the things that are in that article and was in favor of better relations with Russia before 2022. Russian invasion of Ukraine. Do you see how not a single sentence, not a single claim within this Wikipedia article is cited?
No, I can't see. It's really tiny.
Well, they're not. Not a single part of that sentence is cited. So he's just trusting Wikipedia. So you see how it is one or two? There's no citation in her entire article until the early life segment. There's no citations up here. So he's who has any idea where this comes from? Wikipedia doesn't need to. They can just literally make shit up. There's not a single fucking citation on any of this. Yeah. You're a moron, Vosh. You're a moron.
I can say from personal experience, when Wikipedia first came out, I had a page on Wikipedia that said I was Scotland's first and only astronaut.
Oh, wow. There you go, see?
Complete with some mocked up. I went to Florida on holiday when I was a teenager, and I had some photos of me at Cape Canaveral, including inside a spacesuit that they'd cut the back out of that you could stand inside.
Oh, that's I've seen those for kids. It's cute. Yeah.
Yeah. And I used that to mock up some. I used that to mock up some photos, and I basically mocked up a biography. Like a book and everything, and put it all on Wikipedia. It was up for a year and a half before anyone took it down.
That's really cool, though. That sounds fun.
I used to get laid when I was a teenager. Yeah.
Well, that sounds really fun, though.
Oh yeah, Google me.
Oh, I will.
No, it's not that. No, it's long gone. That used to be my chat line when I was 17. Google me. I'm only astronaut. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Keza for £5 says Vosh European left-wing parties had connections to the Soviet Union. You cunt. Also, Idnit's twat, not twat. Did I pronounce it wrong? Sorry.
No, it's definitely twat.
I said twat.
Yeah, there's nothing gross in
say twat. Did I say twat?
Cannot say that word.
Twat isn't there.
Yeah. I think I did say twat.
Can't say wanker either.
No, wait. Look. I'm an American. I'm allowed to. You have to give me that. Please be patient. It's please be patient. I have autism hat, but just please be patient. I'm an American hat. I
thought we'd arrived that you were technically French.
Only from where I live.
Welsh.
Yeah, mostly.
Trying to hedge her bets or stack her eggs in the basket of the best long-term plan for fascism. A lot of
the long-term plan for fascism. Where'd you find that evidence?
In the former Soviet Union.
God, he's so completely fucking stupid. It's fascinating, really.
A last gasp, truly. Political views. Political views.
Oh, find your political views. There you go.
Far right. Let's see.
It's far right. Far right. Yeah, I believe it.
The last gasp. It's supposed
look
to
at
be.
this.
Hold on a second. It's supposed to be the most right-wing party since Mussolini, which is not saying much because Mussolini is leftist.
Yeah.
And now
yeah.
it's the
Excuse
last
me.
grasp.
Did you forget that bit?
It's the first one in like what 70, 80 years. How's that a last grasp? It doesn't even mathematically add up.
I mean, like again, look at this absolutely insane shit. Just look at how Vaj, who again is considered like the intellectual leader of BreadTube, gets all of his fucking information from fucking Wikipedia. It's fascinating, and he gets it on the fly too.
Famous for it. He's a legendary Wikipedia scholar.
Some of the stuff he says in here too, like one of the reasons I wanted to watch this is because at one point in this video, he talks about how the U.S. should have fucking destroyed and ripped apart and segmented Italy, essentially, and that the U.S. was wrong for not basically just
being more authoritarian,
not invading and colonizing Italy for like 60 years. And it's like, wow, okay, well, tell us how you really feel, weirdo, totalitarian, authoritarian cock.
Opposes euthanasia. Interesting that euthanasia would be put right up here up front. Over here in America, euthanasia is not like a widely discussed talking point. It's just
that's because it's left wing. You fucking moron.
I guess so, right?
Ask Woodrow Wilson.
It's not brought up that often.
Right.
Abortion, same-sex marriage, and partnerships. Said she would rather.
Why is he? Maybe does he support euthanasia? Then I wonder. Considering he brings it up. You in favor? And by the way. Depends on what you mean by it.
Changing the constitution of Italy in order to make it illegal for same-sex couples to adopt children.
I'm actually in favor of that.
I do agree because of the data are so very, very bad. That
Why does he look like he just woke up?
He may, I don't know.
Meloni argued the Walt Disney Company for the decision to represent a gay couple in the musical fantasy will be frozen too, writing on her social networks. Enough. We are sick of it. Take your hands off the children.
Yeah, why not? Take your hands off the fucking
she
children.
Seems like a Republican. She's just, right because like
He's not even good at reading stuff out.
No,
we should just like that's the.
This is why this is amazing. He's called her a fascist. He's called her a fascist, by the way, up to this point like 100 times. And I was like, oh wait, she just sounds like a Republican. Yes, Vosh, duh. But you've now committed to calling her a fascist. So try and figure it out. You can see him. You can see little wheels spinning in his hamster brain. Trying to figure out what the fuck to do with this.
Template, just Eurofascism.
But it's right. It's republicanism, aka Eurofascism. Okay.
On Twitter that shows a woman being raped by an asylum seeker.
Isn't all fascism
Euro as a politician?
I guess so.
The
I don't
victim
know.
of the violence decried the publication of the video, and she declared she was recognized by the video posted after receiving
perhaps
backlash.
Bavarian.
Meloni defend herself by accusing other. Imagine being raped by a migrant and then having to argue with politicians to take down videos they're posting of being raped by a migrant.
Ooh, we want to talk about imagine being raped by a migrant. Are you guys familiar with the clip where he basically says the woman was asking for it?
No.
Oh my goodness! Hang on, let me put out my cigarette here
was she wearing?
Let me put out my cigarette for a minute because I feel like some people here in the chat apparently are not familiar with the scene where Vosh goes from being a feminist into supporting a rapist within 10 seconds when it turns out that the rapist was an immigrant. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. It is a certified hood classic scene. Let me go find this real quick.
It's not rape if it's culturally.
No, he says it. He says he talks. I'm not joking. He talks about how it's unfair that no one believes women for rape, and then the second she says it was a migrant, he says she's making it up. You can't make it up. Let me see if I can find this actually. Gosh,
I'm not sure where I fall on that because one, I mostly think it's made up, and two,
I might not be able to find this then because he might have tried to have had it scrubbed, but from YouTube. But I've certainly seen it. Hang on.
You know why women struggle so much to identify the rapists, don't you?
Because they're I was going to say something horribly racist.
Because they always close their eyes when they kiss.
Here it is. Okay, he actually has kept this up on his own channel, to be fair, but it is worth looking at this video because okay, so we're at 8 minutes, 22 seconds. Let me write myself a note on that. On this one, 82. Okay. Look at this shit, though, for a second. He's clickbaiting himself, I guess, but we're gonna get into this. This is a, like, now this thing. But you can watch, unless he's, I don't know, this is his video, so he may have removed it, but, the actual context, but you can see this. If it's, oh no, he's reacting to himself reacting to it? Are you fucking kidding me? Is that this? Where's the fucking original one? Hang on. Oh, here we go. We have to go to Twitter. Is this it? Here it is. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so we're gonna have to go back to, sorry, it's not on the watch together. If you will come back to, excuse me, let me I'm gonna share my screen here, Spoon, just so we can watch this real quick, because that is not the correct thing. Get out of here. Okay. All right. I'm gonna share my screen here. All right. Let me know when you see it, Spoon. I'll show this to you. It's I hypocrite, of course, posting it. Right. Wait, this is the whatever. I'll fix that in a moment.
Off.
I'm
talking to myself.
You right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's muted, by the way.
I know, because I haven't had a chance to. Okay, so let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny because I'm over here.
Just, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna. Here, wait, hold on. I should probably move my webcam down because I'm like blocking their faces. I've been doing it the whole video. I just want to say, do you think it maybe speaks a little bit to the fact that we have a rape culture when we put 6 people in a room together to talk about Me Too, and the 4, when they're like, hey, who of you have experienced sexual assault? And the 4 women sit down and they've all been raped and they weren't sentenced.
Oh yeah, it is fucked up, isn't it, Vosh?
Like, do we think this perhaps maybe slightly speaks to the fact that there's a problem? Like,
Yeah.
Me Too has gone too far. False allegations are ruining people's lives. Okay. Who among you have experienced sexual assault? And like every woman in the room starts crying? Like, what? Almost every female friend I have has been the recipient of.
Let's see how quickly this changes.
Or rape or whatever at some point in their lives. Seriously, it's such a
every
common
woman.
thing. I think 1 in 4
has been violated.
Understating it significantly. I wouldn't be surprised if the rate for sexual assault on women over one's lifetime was as high as 1 in 3, or 1 in 2. We just don't know because
100% of women are raped, Vosh.
Because reports aren't taken seriously.
Oh wow,
that's what Me Too is.
That's terrible, isn't it?
Here, like, I don't think things are on the same level, but things impact you in like bizarre ways. But yeah, like because the perpetrator wasn't white, and because he was like, I'm, you know, part of like a certain religion.
Are we being real?
And when the police were
bum
just like,
bum bum ba-da-da-dum da-da-da-dum da-dum.
What?
Not raping sheds for
Bullshit! Are you fucking kidding me? Did she turn her fucking rape confession onto how the rape G's fucking Ahmed Muhammad raped her, and the police were like, oh, we can't persecute brown people? Bullshit!
Here's the guy who's talking, by the way. I'd just like to put this into perspective for you guys. If you, in any way, just don't agree with any of his politics, it doesn't matter. You get raped. Get raped. You deserve it, apparently. I mean, I'm guessing that's kind of how he feels about it. It must be fake. Believe all victims unless you were raped by a migrant, in which case, no, don't. This is the guy we're talking about. What a fucking sociopath.
Okay, you know I can't stand this man.
I know. No one can. No one on earth can.
But
yeah.
There's a part of me that also thinks, is he trying to say that because it was raped by a migrant that the police wouldn't take it seriously?
No, he's saying that believe all victims, but women are not raped by migrants.
Is that what he thinks? Because that's not what I would have taken it from that.
No. If you didn't notice his immediate response, he's like, people don't believe women when they say they were raped. And then she says that she was raped by someone of a certain religion and that the police didn't take her seriously, which is, as an English woman, is very likely true. And then he called her a liar. and said she was making it up for political shit. That's what just happened there. Yep. Shall we go back to the original video on the watch together? Just letting you know who this person is, how he feels about rape. Because you can only be raped if you're raped by a white person, apparently. You can't be raped by a non-white person.
Yeah, because if you haven't got the power, it's power and privilege.
That must be it. I suppose that's his perception, is that if you were raped by a non-white person, it's not really rape. I mean, like, and again, that's non-edited footage of that clip I just showed, where you watched him within 10 seconds.
Have you considered that the guy was having a sexual emergency?
He was having it. Remember when that was a thing? He was having a sexual emergency. He just had to rape somebody.
Yeah.
That's what he had to do. Couldn't help himself. Keza for 5 says, no, Vosh, the US should have nuked the shit out of Russia. And for another 5 says, hey, Vosh, England had over 25 grooming gangs in labor-controlled cities. You cunts were nowhere to be seen along with the feminist cunts. Yeah, I know, Keza. And Lord Commissar Spartan for 2 says, every time Vosh opens his mouth, I lose brain cells. Well, I'm very sorry for your brain, because I think we're going to go back to the watch together here. Oof.
Not having condemned the rape itself. You need in fascist Italy, everyone needs to quote tweet the video of rape and say, I denounce this.
But remember, it's fine when migrants do it, Vosh. Remember.
This is bad.
It doesn't even happen. It can't even happen. Migrants can't even commit rape.
Conspiracy theory. Opposed to the reception of non-European migrants. Meloni believes in a plan to mass migration from Africa to Europe for the purpose of replacing and eliminating the Italian population. Hell yeah. Now we're getting into the good shit. A lot of Republican politicians aren't that open about this.
Okay, so he's going to go to it. All right, okay, so he had to translate this. I looked at this article. He had to translate it from Italian. I went through the entire article. All it says, the Kalergi plan is an idea that the Jewish people, there's a Jewish international conspiracy to replace whites. That's not what she talks about. She just says that white people are being basically outbred in Italy by immigrants, which is the truth. This is a total fucking bizarre. It's not bizarre. It's clear what they're doing. They'll go, hey, here's a conspiracy theory that's crazy. We're gonna kind of do everything about the conspiracy, but when you try to describe it, oh no, look, it's a conspiracy theory, so therefore it must be fake. Do you know what I mean? Hello?
All right, there we go.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. I don't see how that's a conspiracy theory, to look at people and go, hey, look, you're bringing in migrants.
But they brag about it.
Hold on, would you let me finish?
Meh,
right?
Sorry.
If you bring in a whole bunch of people in a population that is not keeping up with the birth rates, you are naturally going to replace the native population. That is mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the conspiracy theory? Is math racist now? Is it? Well, according to these people, probably.
Yeah, sorry. Patricia von Kempen says that's not the Kalergi plan. The Kalergi plan is a non-Jewish. Kalergi himself was a non-Jewish philo-Semite. He himself was not Jewish, but it often gets. I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain things very quickly. The Kalergi plan is often associated with and put in line with a bunch of white nationalist, anti-Semitic ideologies. But the Kalergi plan is the idea. Patricia's that to intermix the white European
these people were called the Native
white
Americans
European
racist.
people with non-white Europeans. That is the Kalergi plan, to be put very simply. However, it's also considered anti-Semitic, even though again Kalergi himself was not Jewish. I don't believe so. But I'm saying that's why Vosh is freaking out about it, even though he doesn't bother to actually read the goddamn article. The article is terrible. The article just says that anyone who is talking about whites being replaced by non-whites in their native countries to any degree is just referencing this plan, which she has not. I have never, ever. I looked through this. She has never referenced the Kalergi plan. So this article is bringing it up out of nowhere. It is bringing it up, saying she's referencing this thing that's considered to be an anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish conspiracy, and she's never done it. So he's reading an article. Again, Vosh has not read the entire article, nor has he done any background research to find out if this is in any way true. And he just takes it on face value at the goddamn headline because he's an idiot.
Yes. This is just full-on Nazi shit. Yeah. Meloni
Oh,
has a
it's
secret
full on
plan to-
Nazi shit? Oh, and look how he didn't read the article. He just looked at the headline. Moron.
Immigrants to Italy. Someone tell you how things really are. Meloni says, we must understand that behind this great theme of uncontrolled immigration, there is no episodic attempt by people hoping to land in Europe. There is an organized movement. There are realities that work to move hundreds of thousands of Africans, Pakistanis, Afghans to Europe because they have a plan.
Yes.
To bring hundreds of thousands of desperate people into the European market because this allows them to have cheap labor. It is no coincidence that Soros...
Oh, he got triggered. He is triggered. He heard the word Soros. Oh, no. George Soros says he has done this. He's worked his entire life to do this kind of stuff. But now Vosh is triggered because he heard the word Soros.
Speculative finance is financing these NGOs. There is also a plan for the deconstruction of society. Okay, so she's a full-on Nazi. Gotcha.
Wow. So she's a full-on Nazi because she mentioned George Soros. And the Kalergi plan, which you didn't bother to look into, that she's never fucking mentioned. So you're
Soros
an
is
idiot.
pro-Nazi, so I don't know how the hell you can be anti-Soros and then you're pro-Nazi. That makes no fucking sense.
Soros and that, yeah. It's literally always Soros. There are hundreds of billionaires. There are thousands.
But you hate all of the billionaires, don't you? Why don't you hate George Soros, Bosch? Don't you hate all of the billionaires?
There are hundreds of billionaires, but they didn't all set the timers on the ovens, did they?
That's true. So Vosh hates all of the billionaires, but don't you dare talk any shit about his boy, George Soros. That makes you a literal Nazi.
And thousands of people with active political roles in migration and immigration. I wonder why we keep going to the most publicly well-known Jewish financier. I wonder why that is always the one that...
Because he's extremely public with how he spends his money on public and social organizations. That's why.
Because he openly funds DAs that destroy cities, you fucking retard.
He funds political stuff almost exclusively. That's why he comes up, idiot.
They go to, without exception. What is your take on...
Oh, do you want to head out, my dude? I know you've been hanging out with us for a minute.
No, it's just George is, heavily involved in geopolitics.
Yeah.
Most billionaires are just chilling out on their island.
Right, but George is heavily involved in geopolitics, and also he assisted the Nazis. Want to bring that one up, Vosh? Oh, you wouldn't want to bring that one up. No, that would hurt your...
He would be a candidate for the Antichrist.
I'm not joking. I think that he's a very scary person in his behaviors, and
he is a demon. He is a truly evil, despicable creature. I don't want to call him a human being, but he is definitely an evil demon.
There's not a lot of people that I would never try to speak to try and get to understand them better, because generally speaking, I think that's a good thing to do, is you should try to understand other people. But I do think that Vosh is kind of demonic. I get heavy demonic energy from him and off of him.
Oh, he's just
and no, I get demonic energy off of it. And I'm not saying that because he disagrees with my political beliefs. I'm saying that because of the way that he's got Sanpaku eyes, the things that he says and does, I find to be very disconcerting.
Isn't Vosh the kid of some Hollywood type?
Yes,
Yeah.
he grew up in Beverly Hills. He grew up in a millionaire family. He's now more of a millionaire from his Twitch career of shilling socialism. So
very capitalist.
Yeah, he's probably been nonce to fuck when he was a kid.
Maybe it's not his fault. You're right.
Source anyway. He's a piece of shit.
Oh no, it's definitely your fault.
But
You get nonce as a kid.
There are tons.
It's not your fault if you got nonce as a kid.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. What kind of skirt were you wearing?
Tons of pieces of shit involved in this. A massive number of pieces of shit.
Would you care to name even one, Vosh?
Yeah, could you name one? No.
Yeah.
Involved in this. There's a reason why they.
You want to read another
Wikipedia
Wikipedia article?
It's literally just saying Jewish bankers.
Nobody mentioned the Jewish thing actually.
No one.
I've never seen anyone have a go at George Soros for where he's from.
Being Jewish?
It's always just for what he does. No one gives a fuck about his background. Oh, he's a Hungarian Jew. No one gives a shit about that. What are you doing? Do you understand? People don't dislike others for their identity. They dislike them for the shit they do. You stupid fat fuck. Do you not get this?
It sounds like some black woman on TikTok saying demonic energy. Am I right? I can't. I can't completely describe it. No, part of it's just like a vibe, right? Part of it's just a vibe. Part of it's the things that he says and the things he does, but part of it is just a vibe of, that's a demon. Like I don't know.
Criminal and you do bad shit.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's
I'm
okay
pro-white.
guy,
I can't stand you, Vosh. You're white. You understand that? Because it's the dumb shit you say and fucking do.
He probably doesn't identify as white, to be fair.
You know.
I feel like you could do quite a good psyop against Vosh.
The witch?
Yeah.
I feel like you could do quite a good psyop against Vosh by simply writing a Wikipedia article that saying that he's a nonce.
I could write a scathing article.
But you have to understand that people on his side
getting him to read
run and own Wikipedia, so they'll just immediately change it. Because if you don't know that he's had a bunch of Nazi things in the past that are like really
Nazi or Nazi?
Non-C.
Oh, okay.
As in the style of being a nonce.
Oh, okay.
Kizza for £5 says Vosh's parents work in Hollywood and never forget his numerous arguments in favor of reducing the age of consent. And CP confirmed nonce.
Yeah, didn't he once say that there's no valid morality against CP?
Okay, I've tried to explain this argument before. It's a really bad argument, but I will give Vosh the benefit of the doubt.
Why?
He was saying, I don't know, because I try to be a decent person on this stuff.
He
said,
him of all people?
Probably to him I shouldn't care, but I will explain. He was talking about computer parts, and he was saying that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. So under that paradigm, the fact that your computer was made in some parts of every computer was made using some element of slave labor or unethical labor in some part of a third world, which was against their consent. Therefore, if you're okay with your computer being made with some elements of it being created as a product of unethical, non-consensual labor, then CP, which is also made by non-consensual labor, what's the problem with consuming that if you're allowed to consume the parts that make your computer up?
That's quite a stretch.
Yeah, I know,
and
but that's his argument. I explained it to it. I explained it in my most well-faith interpretation of it. It's an insane argument, but that's his argument.
The idea that there is no ethical consumption of capitalism is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Oh, you didn't? That's a very common.
That's also a very stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
Also, you know how you know it's disingenuous?
Because it comes from him?
No, because Voth believes the CP was consensual.
Does he?
Yeah,
That's really fucked up.
There's some other stuff for that, but yeah, that's his argument for why it's if you're gonna buy a computer, it's the exact same ethical dilemma as purchasing or using CP. That's his argument. I have steelmanned it. I have represented his argument exactly as it was stated, or I've restated it to its meaning. There's the steel man. You guys buy it? I sure as fuck don't. But there it is.
Of course. Of the billionaires, he's actually one of the better ones. That doesn't mean he's
okay. Wait a minute. So you just hear him say Soros is of the billionaires. Soros is the good one.
Based on what?
Because he funds shit Vosh likes.
He's one of the better ones. He's moderately progressive, and he's at some times taking good political stances. He was outspoken against the corruption in the Russian Federation after the Soviet Union collapsed. Yeah,
he was
so it's fine. So no, but it's good because he funds the things that Vosh likes, so it's good.
He was a pro-Jewish Nazi.
Mm-hmm. Kisser for £5 says, Aiden, his silicon argument is based on the false premise. I know it is. CP can only be produced through child exploitation, whereas silicon can be sourced ethically. I know, Kizza. Thank you for the £5, but I had to explain his argument so you could be like, well, here's what he says, even though it's fucking insane.
Yeah, one of the good ones, exactly.
Oh, one of the good ones. His own chat agrees. One of the good ones. So how dare she critique George Soros because he's one of the good ones.
Fuck George Soros.
Oppose the Iraq War? Yeah.
No, wait a second. He's one of the good ones. He's one of the good G's or one of the good billionaires?
One of the good billionaires. That's what they're saying. So again, they hate. These are all socialists, supposedly. So they hate. Well, they're socialists who all want to be billionaires. But he's a good billionaire because he supports left-wing causes. So it's bad for her to criticize anything that he does, and not only does it make her wrong, it also makes her a fascist and anti-Semite.
In Libya.
But also remember that George Soros doesn't have his hands. George Soros doesn't have his hands in any kind of political stuff whatsoever. That's a conspiracy theory. So Vosh has claimed that it's a conspiracy theory, but then that it's good, the things that Soros does, and it's wait, what? Oh, wait a minute.
Just to be clear, George's historical crimes against the Jews doesn't make him an anti-Semite.
No, he would never bring that up. But the more specific thing that Vosh did bring up is that Soros doesn't do anything, but he does do things, and it's good that he does left-wing things. So it's a conspiracy theory to say George Soros does political stuff, but actually he is one of the good billionaires because he does political stuff that favors the left wing. Within, again, 1 minute, Vosh contradicts himself.
It's a conspiracy theory to point out that George Soros is the founder and operator of the Open Society Foundation.
Well, he says, saying that George Soros
that's a conspiracy theory, isn't it?
When he started out, he said that any mention of George Soros is a right-wing conspiracy theory, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Then went on to say that, yeah, George Soros does do all this big shit. He's a billionaire, and he's the only one of the few good billionaires. So which one is it, Vosh?
I'd say George Soros must be one of the most proactively obvious political actors.
Yeah.
In the world.
But again,
politicians in the world, you know.
For Vosh, everything
like he must be the most active activist on the planet.
You must understand, for Vosh and people like him on the left, they are not just moral, but they're
Bill Gates.
They're not just moral, but they are total relativists. So something that is moral in this second because it benefits me is immoral in the next second because it doesn't benefit me and my cause. Something that is real and true in this second because it benefits me is not true in the next second because it doesn't benefit me. When you are a relativist, there is no truth. There is no objectivity. It all just depends on what I'm saying. So Vosh can say completely contradictory statements within 2 sentences, and in his mind, they all make sense because, well, it suits his narrative. It suits his side, and so that makes sense. Lord Commissar Spartan for 5 says, I'd love for some lads on poll to get into Vosh's computers and dig out the skeletons. Love to know what horrors are on them. Lol. Yeah, I think we all know what's on them. Just a guess. I won't say. But just a guess.
She is a supporter of closer ties between Italy and Taiwan. Interesting. Important, Vosh? Likely next Italian PM, Giorgia Meloni of the Nationalist FDL is known for posting anime fan art of herself. Oh god, she is a Nazi. 100% confirmed.
There's proof she's a Nazi.
100%. Anybody who goes to social media and posts anime girls in flower fields with white dresses while advocating far-right politics is a Nazi without exception.
You're an idiot. You are a fucking retard, Vosh.
Do you see why I wanted to show you the guys this clip? He posts this of his own volition. This is his highlight clip.
How are you this dumb?
I mean, maybe he's saying he's being facetious. I don't know,
I'm
but
hoping so.
I shouldn't call him facetious. It's too close to the word fascist, right? Maybe he thinks he's being silly. It's just a jape. I don't think he's actually joking here. He's not putting on the airs as if he's joking, but I'm not sure. So
can never tell with his voice.
Frat art, folks. Meloni Chan. How can you be an outspoken advocate against multiculturalism and then advocate for your rise to power based on
because it's cute and funny?
Because it's not currently pouring into your country via
mass
migration.
Yes. Where's the mass Japanese migration into Italy, Vosh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You fucking stupid why is he so popular?
Teenagers.
He says the dumbest shit.
Teenagers who don't want to work ever, and
you
who
do realize you can appreciate
and by the way,
another culture.
I understand.
Hold on, you do realize you can appreciate another culture without pouring it into your country via fucking migrants.
Both Japan and Italy appear to be able to understand that. But no, in terms of who watches him, I think it's mostly teenagers who are Also, probably wealthier background kids who have
Why are all the
pointless
wealthy
degrees.
people so stupid?
Because they don't have to work. Ever. They don't have to figure anything out. It's funny that they're all socialists, but it's because if they don't get what they really want out of life, they don't get the most. They freak the fuck out because they don't understand that you have to work for shit, and that upsets them. Yeah, I think it's mostly children though. I would imagine it's mostly probably teenagers, but I don't know.
On language and aesthetic, sort of signifiers that are from Japan. Meloni's expressed statements that generated controversy. She praised Italian dictator Benito Mussolini as a good politician, the best in the last 50 years.
I read I told you about the quote. She said he was good for Italy. She didn't say she supported his politics.
The best in the last 50 years.
You could have gone and looked that up, Bosch, but of course you won't.
Interview to the French newscast.
I think he actually does look at it.
In 1996.
Actually, though, so excuse me, I think he does look it up.
I don't think Mussolini was alive in 1946. In May 2020, she praised Giorgio Almirante, the co-founder of the neo-fascist Italian social movement. Wacky. Pretty wacky. Oh, wait, this is the thing that she posed with.
Yeah?
Okay, yeah, that's the same. Okay, so it's the founder of the party. Yeah, okay. They changed the name, I see. Renamed in 1972. Okay, yeah.
In 1970 fucking
Formed in
2.
1946 by supporters of the former dictator Benito Mussolini. Damn, how do you just do that? We should have occupied Italy the same way we broke up Germany. I don't think you should get to do a World War II.
There
and
it
then,
is.
Like, the year after your guy is like fucking hung upside down. You're like, okay, now let's form a political party for guys who really like that guy, and you can just get to move forward. I don't think that should be.
So he wants to kill you over your politics. Let's just be clear about what he just said there.
Okay,
so the U.S. should have gone through and killed everybody who was a supporter of Benito Mussolini. Yeah, they should have cleared him out. They should have done what they did in Germany, or worse, even more extreme in Italy, I suppose. Is that not what you guys got out of that? You can't reform any kind of politics.
So by that logic of what he just said, Italy had a post-fascist period past the fascists that they killed off by hanging him outside the fucking window.
They hung him.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay. You can live
But
in your alternate
you need to
bubble.
go. You need to also especially America needs to come in and kill everyone involved with it and destroy the country over it. That's what he just said there, as far as I'm concerned. Did he say re-education? He said reformation, I think. Let's go back for a second. I want to re-listen to what he said because it sounded really fucked up to me, what I heard. And it's the third time I've heard it, so let's go.
Oh, wait, this is the thing that she posed with. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the same. Okay, so it's the founder of the party. Yeah, okay. They changed the name, I see. Renamed in 1972. Okay, yeah. Formed in 1946 by supporters of the former dictator Benito Mussolini. Damn, how do you just do that? We should have occupied Italy the same way we broke up Germany. I don't think you should get to do a World War II.
We should occupy Italy the same way we occupied Germany. I'm not sure how else you can. Well, let's.
Oh, then
listen again.
Germans.
He didn't say about re-education though.
And then like the year after your guy is like hung upside down. You're like, okay, now let's form a political party for guys who really like that guy, and you can just get to move forward. I don't think that should be allowed. The symbol literally.
You shouldn't be allowed to have political beliefs he disagrees with. And he does also say that, that America should have occupied Italy. Kizza for £2 says, Spoon blamed Destiny for Vosh being a thing. You can't entirely blame Destiny for that, but a little bit you can. So, I don't like what he's just said there. I think it's a very scary thing to say. America should have occupied Italy and never allowed anyone to have positions that they didn't agree with ever again. Okay.
It represents the flame of
That's a little
Mussolini's
fascistic to
eternal
me.
rule. Right. The
It's
CIA was
totalitarian.
such a communist. Oh my god.
I know, right?
The CIA probably dumped money into these guys. The nanosecond
CIA
World War
dumped
II was
money.
over. The American feds were like, all right, next up on the chopping block, communists. Okay, let's give $1 million billion trillion to every single person in Europe who hates communists.
Oh, did that happen though?
If they did that, why didn't they give more money to the Third
Where's
Reich?
the $1 million billion trillion that went to destroy the communists though, Bosch? What the fuck? He's just making up fan fictions in his head.
Not much.
He just completely invents fan fiction.
communist the most. And it's... There was a CIA operation in France and Italy to stop the very strong communist parties. Yeah, no, the CIA would literally get like there was literally a plan to basically just find like neo-Nazis across Europe and give them training and weapons.
But he doesn't think this would happen in Ukraine for some reason. How interesting is that?
Where would that happen?
It would happen anywhere else in Europe, but not in Ukraine in 2022. How curious.
And basically say like, if the Soviet Union ever invades West, like you guys will be the covert operatives who will resist Soviet oppression. Like you'll defend the West from communism. And they basically just spent millions giving weapons to Nazis in Europe. And then, surprise to nobody, these Nazis just like use those weapons to form militias and just like do crimes and stuff.
But this hasn't happened recently. It doesn't happen with Ukraine, right? Okay, of course.
Like we just gave a bunch of like
this has happened recently. The U.S. government did do this recently.
The Soviet, the collapse of the Third Reich. When did this?
Yeah, I know. It actually kind of, sort of did, but he doesn't believe it happens now, of course, which is funny.
Insane, like frothing at the mouth, like ex-military Nazis, like, hey, would you, hello, guy who has a personal house shrine to Mussolini, would you like 4,000 rounds of ammunition and also like the implicit legal approval of the United States Central Intelligence Agency? Yeah.
Yeah. The CIA was doing this
There's
shit.
a Problem podcast episode on the Utica Massacre.
But again, it's curious how people like this think that this shit happened in the past but doesn't happen now. I find that really bizarre. And it did happen in the past, but doesn't happen now. Weird.
Operation Gladio.
We got through the main part of his stupidity that I wanted to get through. I want to end this. Can we end this on a woman moment?
Oh, God.
Let's end this on a woman moment, because this video has gone viral, but there's just no way I can not. I put this also in woman in quotes because I'm not sure what this person's biological sex is. They have breasts, but really large arms, and is the only person in the Walmart wearing a mask. I'd also like to point out, Spoon, can you see what is in the person's cart? It's a bit hard to see, but I'll just let you know. It's a bottle of wine and dog food.
I was going to say, I can see a dog.
It's a bottle of wine and dog food.
Are you trying to say that she's whining and dining a dog?
No, I'm just saying that this person is alone.
You should have said yes, but it's funnier that way.
Oh, maybe.
I didn't touch you, man.
I was raped not that long ago, and I can't stand another man touching me.
Well, no.
That sounds like a female, actually.
I don't know. It's impossible to tell anymore.
One did that. Is this a prank?
Look how tall they are, though. And
That actually does sound like a chick, though.
And also, they're wearing a children's SpongeBob backpack.
He won't go away. He needs to go away.
That actually sounds like a female.
Yeah, it might be. They're wearing a literal children's backpack.
Have you seen the way that the shit that teachers...
No, I know. It's women. Women. Look how women are. I thought this was a woman. It was only afterwards that people were like, oh, I think that might be a man. And I was like, I thought it was a woman at first, because this is the... whatever their biological gender, this is the modern woman. All she's got in her cart is wine and dog food, and what looks like maybe some dog toys. Wearing a little children's backpack, a mask, and screaming that... by the way, it'll give you the if you can see it here in the description, she cut in front of someone else in line, and the guy started to be like, hey, that's not really cool, and then she had this breakdown over it. This is a real woman moment, either way, I suppose.
A screeching bitch.
Just an adult child, an adult fucking toddler who has no capacity to control their emotions whatsoever, and is just screaming and having a fit. Whether it's a man or woman, it doesn't really matter. It probably is a woman, but just a tall, manly kind of woman. But here they go.
I need to leave.
Who just immediately starts talking about rape, because of course.
I still got. Okay.
It's funny seeing a white and a black woman interact, and the black woman is the calm one.
Well, the black woman is obviously tired of this shit. She's absolutely fed up. She works at this Walmart. She's tired of this shit. She has to tell the guy
I like
who
the
this
way
woman
that you
cut
just
in front of.
went over that.
It's true. She has white people fatigue, and I understand. Really white woman fatigue, and it's like, oh my god, I
Smack
understand.
that white woman in the face.
Now, how interesting. This man, by the way, was told to leave instead of this woman, who is having a meltdown, told to leave the store.
What do you think would happen if a bunch of black people beat up transgenders?
What's gonna happen probably, but it gets worse, Spoon. Have you not seen this?
No.
Oh my gosh, okay.
She threw some of my stuff.
This guy has important things. He's got a bat decoration.
She wasn't sorry when she cut in line and then screamed.
I didn't see you.
To make it. I just asked her if she saw anyone in line.
Just fucking leave. Just go.
That's an adult.
You're making it loud.
Let's just walk up.
I'm
to
just
her.
talking.
Walk up to her. Walk with Chris. Walk with Chris.
Women. Oh my god.
See, this is the kind of thing that makes people think Americans are fucking insane.
I know. Imagine like, forget on the minute. I just want to shit on women for a minute, if that's okay. It's my favorite hobby. Just shitting on women. Yeah. So I am gonna. Okay. Do I have any other things that need to be? No. I don't have any other videos. So I'm just gonna post a couple of things in the shared screen, which I will share again here, just as we finish off. Like from like 15 minutes. McDonald's to offer adult meal boxes with bizarre little figurines. That's for this person.
Hold on, I can't fucking see this.
I know.
What?
Yeah. Who else is that for? But for adult children like that.
I can't see it.
That's. I'm sharing my screen.
No, the picture isn't
You got it?
loading.
Oh, here it is.
The
You can see
fuck
the
is that?
picture down here. It's a cactus plant flea market, which is a luxury clothing brand, I believe.
Okay.
And they are offering little toys in their McDonald's meal that are not for children. They're because it's for this luxury clothing brand. You have to specifically request them, I suppose, and they're only for adults. Limited edition. It's for that person, right? You're an adult baby.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
You're a fucking adult child. Speaking of which, Chloe Grace Moritz reveals she struggled with body dysmorphia after a horrific viral meme. The 25-year-old actress says she became a recluse after online mockery of her made her super self-conscious. Shut up. About her body. Whatever. I had to work through that.
What meme was there about her body?
I'm gonna show you what meme it is, because I want to describe it to you first, though, because it.
Okay, go on.
Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. What the fuck? My computer just froze up. One sec. Okay. All right, hang on. My computer froze. All right, I got him up here. Okay. I had to work through that, Moretz explained. For a long time, I was able to be the Chloe that people see and the Chloe that I am in private. Those two worlds collided, and I felt really raw and vulnerable and open. And then came the onslaught of horrific memes that started getting sent to me about my body. The peripheral star recalled how she was really affected by one particular meme that compared her body to a Family Guy character. I've never really talked about this, but there was one meme that really affected me, of me walking into a hotel with a pizza box in my hand, she told the outlet, and this photo got manipulated into a character from Family Guy with long legs and short torso. It was one of the most widespread memes at the time. Now, would you like to see the thing that gave her PTSD?
Yes.
Here it is.
That's it?
I know. This is the thing. This is the thing that gave her PTSD, where they just shortened her torso. Now, Chloe, I know that. Yeah, this is the thing that gave her PTSD.
Yeah,
Chloe, I get that this is upsetting to you. It's a
that's
TV.
not even a real picture. Yeah, but it's not even a real picture.
They just shortened her torso. That's what gave her. It's because they shortened her torso. It gave her PTSD because of it. Now, Chloe, a meme from the 4chan board called TV, which is television and movies. But I want you to know, Chloe, it's not. Here was one. Here's one, Chloe.
That's probably her best one. That's why it fucked up.
I think so. Here's one.
God damn.
Gosh, damn, girl. She thick. Here's one.
It's like if the Hulk fucking worked out.
Here's one. This one's very I've seen this image on TV so much and on poll. I've seen this image everywhere. This is like a ubiquitous. She's upset about the pizza one. And I was going to end with maybe my favorite, this one. So, again...
No round of applause for that one, no.
Just to put it all, you know, into consideration for you folks. This is the one she's upset about. Do you think Billie Eilish was upset by this one?
Oh my god, that's really fucking good. That's really fucking... Like, whoever did that did a really fucking good job. It's so good. Like, no joke, that's
Make
really
her into the
fucking
chat.
good. Yeah. Chad's got a fucking bicep and a half.
Yeah, so... Everyone was making fun of my body, yeah. So whatever, she is fucking triggered by that. I just found that was really funny, because it's like, oh, Chloe, have you seen any of the other memes?
You have to be incredibly thin-skinned to find
to see that.
Give you PTSD, like, you bitch.
I know. You showed this one to me, Spoon, I think. This one's just so hilariously dumb. And by the way...
I did a video on this, yeah.
Yeah, women... Again, this is my... At the end of our stream, this is my women moment segment where I get to talk about... you know, this song goes very hard. Greetings from Kazakhstan. I hate women so much it's unreal.
A magazine from 1958 has posted 129 ways to find a husband.
Oh, how dare they? How dare they have posted that 70 years ago?
Can you make it a bit louder?
I don't know if I don't think I can.
Okay.
Sorry.
Tips. Number 17. Be nice to ugly men because handsome is as handsome does. Number 23. Go to all your high school reunions because there could be widowers
17
there.
and then to 23. That's not topped.
Yeah.
That's just a
She
random
skips
list
through
of
them.
one. Yes.
She skips through them, doing that. She skips through them very intentionally. I can probably turn it up over here. Sorry, I'm trying.
You don't need to.
Okay, that should be better. I'll just go.
Number 30. Learn to paint and set up an easel outside of an engineering school. Number 25. Go back to your hometown because the wild boy next door might now be an eligible bachelor. Number 33. Carry a hat box. Number 38. Drop a handkerchief. It still works.
That actually still does work.
Yeah.
Wear a band-aid so we can ask what's wrong. Number 40 is the best. Stand in a corner and cry softly because he'll come over and ask what's wrong.
He will.
Like I admit, like if you're being just like deceptive, that's fucked and weird. But it's also really bizarre that she just finds it so funny that women would want to find husbands.
The bit that annoyed me the most is her numerical order is completely wrong.
Oh yeah, here's your post. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my post is. What did I actually say?
You said, here are the top tips, while she proceeds to pull the most obscure one she can find and stupidly says the number as well. What a genius. Yeah, she shouldn't have said the number.
These are the top tips. It's number 17. Like, bitch, that's not the top tip. It's 129. And you start with 17?
Right.
What? Doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, that's my autistic thing kicking in. And then she goes 17, 30, to 25. I'm like, what? Why did you go backwards?
Yeah.
Oh dear God! Why
Lizzo plays James Madison's 200-year-old crystal flute on loan from Library of Congress while twerking. Let's watch it, lads, to finish off the evening with something awful.
Why?
Because why not?
Because it's gross.
It is gross.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because this is the state of our society, and we shouldn't forget it.
Woman, you are not attractive.
I don't even know how to... Oh, it's so loud. Sorry, I don't even know how to... There's no way to change the fucking sound. Fuck, the fuck is Instagram? So, oh my god, it's so loud. Hang on. Ugh. Now this one, like the
It's
other
not
one
that
was,
bad.
it was really loud for me. Whoops. We're also supposed to be celebrating this.
That's the first time in her life she's ever brought something to her mouth without eating it.
It's crystal. It's like playing out of a wine glass, bitch. So be patient.
Oh, that face.
The thing is, she doesn't even actually have an ass.
What?
She doesn't actually even have an ass. She's just big.
No, it's just fat. She's just a big blob.
Yeah.
Well, that's the current state of America.
What,
Didn't,
2 seconds of fat ass action, then fucking off? Yeah, that sounds about America.
Yeah, that's America. We didn't get into the hurricane stuff, which I know everyone thinks is a big deal. I don't know. Hurricanes happen every year. I mean, I could tell you that Don Lemon and Amy Klobuchar are both blaming the hurricane on
climate change. Of course.
Which they certainly are. There's no, and actually, do you want to see? We're like out of time. Do you want to see Don Lemon get owned real quick?
No, because I've already seen him get owned.
You've seen it. He gets owned every day. Anywho, we've been going for a long ass time. It's getting late here. It's been getting late here. Thank you, by the way, so much for joining us. Again.
Oh yeah, no worries.
It's been your
was a good laugh.
insight. Well, your insight was incredibly helpful, and again, thanks for hanging out for as long as we went. And thank you guys all so much for also hanging out in the chat and watching the nightmare that is reality.
Fun of terrible people.
Yes.
That's what we do.
As for me, I am working on my new video, which will be on death of celebrities. My entire Audacity file just literally disappeared from existence yesterday, but that's okay because I would never use an Adobe. Dude, Adobe would be 1,000 times worse than Audacity. It would inherently be way worse because I've used Adobe products my entire life.
You literally
There's
just said
no
before
way.
you didn't know what it was.
Because until you said it was an Adobe product, and then went, oh, and I literally said LOL in response to you because I will never use the Adobe product. If
I've
I
never
can
had
help
any
it.
problems.
Well, I've never had any problems with Audacity in this.
Up until today.
I've never had Audacity just delete a file out of nowhere.
Uh-huh.
But it did today. So in terms of an unsaved file, it did it today or yesterday. I don't know why, but actually my new recording sounds better in my opinion. So whatever.
Oh well.
It will be my video on the death of celebrities and how people react to them. And then other than that, I think we're
by calling for reparations apparently.
Yeah. Do you have anything coming up, Spoon?
Not at the moment, no. I'm doing a very long video. It's probably like as long as the previous one that I did. Not the one I did today, the one I did yesterday.
Yeah, I'm rubbing off on him now. He's doing long videos too.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be like a 22, 23-minute video.
Oh, instead of I think I'm gonna be about an hour and a half. Oligarch again. I didn't know.
That oil guy.
That oil guy. Is there anything you'd like to promote that people can check you out at if they enjoyed it?
I don't have any of that stuff, but I have a job.
Yeah, true. To be honest,
I have like
that's the best response possible.
I have like a legitimate life.
Yeah, that's the best. That is the
getting
absolute
drunk and smoking.
best response possible. I don't have any of that shit. I have a job. But I do want to say thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us until late.
I would like to say that I'm mostly triggered by your husband's cultural appropriation of a British accent when we all know he's French. So.
No, he's whoa.
Says the Scot.
Oh yeah, very true. No, he can't. It's a Grenade sauce is a dead language, so he's not French. They were Normans. They're not French. It's actually different.
Yeah, call him a Saxon. He does not take well to that.
No, he's
culturally appropriate. But he's culturally appropriated the British accent.
A little bit. He is.
I mean, technically speaking, so am I.
Yes, you are as well, Spoon. So we're all culturally appropriating
reasons.
The English islands or the British islands here.
I sound snooty and posh, and therefore it works.
It sure does. Anywho, thank you all so much for hanging.